If you're a lover of all things Christmas, I got you covered. This is Brandy, and this is Making It My Own DIYs. Welcome. Be sure you read this information before you start the video so you understand exactly what type of format this is. Thanks. Enjoy. We're going to start off with one of these grapevine wreaths. This is about 17 or 18 by 14, so it's oval. Then I have some of these beautiful poinsettia picks from Dollar Tree, 2 different kinds in 3 bunches. And I have 2 of these tubes of ornaments in 2 different sizes, and we have like a rose gold and a gold. These are a set of bells that I got from the thrift store. Then we have some glitter paint, some rose gold paint, and a sponge brush, a variety of old ribbons and new, whatever you have on hand. We're going to start by clipping off all of our flowers. Leave enough stem there that we can attach these down into the wreath. Now let me show you how you can make these pitiful looking flowers much more substantial. We're going to put 2 together. So we're going to pull one off, and this is me trying to discover how to get the centerpiece off. It's just easiest. I cut it, and then the little seed part just pops right out. And then we have 4 leaves here. I'm going to take the stem from another flower, feed it right through, put the stem back on, and look at that. So we're going to do the same thing with these, but these have like a little snap sort of situation going on, and it just pops off, but it stays on very securely. So I'm going to take the bees off of this one. Now we just have the 2 layers of petals. I'm going to take one more of these apart, pull the back off, leave the berries in that one, or the center, and then just push those other petals up there. Snap that little back part back on. If I was looking at what I was doing with my glasses, I could have got that first try. Put the stem back on and look at the difference. Isn't that amazing? Alright, so I knew that I wanted these bells to be a rose gold color. However, I wasn't exactly sure how the paint would do on this plastic, because these are just plastic bells. So I'll start off with a brush, putting the paint on, and it just barely makes any coverage. I go ahead though and do all 3 of them, but then I go back in with one of these brushes, and I'm just kind of pouncing in it and just offloading and just dotting it all over the bells. And y'all, the texture that this makes is beautiful. It looks like old bells, or old and rusted and aged. It looks perfect for the Victorian style, so I really hope that you try this. Now I've got some fern picks from Dollar Tree, and these are in gold, and then I'm not sure where these came from because I thrifted these, and they're just some type of a pine, I guess, since they have pine cones. We're going to take the fern picks apart, just cut them down where we have enough stem to work with, and leave these greenery pieces whole. Now for my wreath, I'm going to start on the bottom and just push this into the grapevine wreath, you know, the stem part of it. And then for a change, rather than using floral wire here, I'm going to use some zip ties to show you that you can do things many different ways, and it's just not wrong. Just however you can get these on here, you can put them on here. If you don't have a zip tie, if you don't have floral wire, you can always hot glue them, although I'm not sure how long it would last that way. Or you could use pipe cleaners, you know, whatever you want to use here. You could use some jute cord, whatever you have. It's no excuse to stop once we've gotten started, right? Right, so we're going to move along with the other 2 picks, and these are kind of going to go upward. I'm going to start with the higher one, and it's going to kind of go toward the top center, as you can see here. It's going to wrap around this way, and it is not going in the same direction as the bottom piece. I'm going to secure it down with a zip tie, and then I'm going to grab another one, put a little bend in its stem too, and just put it right underneath the one we just put in. It's going to leave a little gap in the middle for us to add a bow at a later time. Very easy. Zip tie, snug it down on there, and any pieces that need a little securing, go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to start adding this beautiful gold fern. I chose the greenery that I'm using here because it has sort of a bluish gray tint, and I thought it would give a really pretty contrast with all of the warm from the gold, and I think it will look nice with the pink too, that cool color. And the pink is actually, I guess it's more of a mauve type color. I'm not really sure. You could maybe call it rose gold. I mean, what do you think? You'll see when you get a closer look at those ornaments. You tell me what color you think it is, because I'm really not sure what to call it. So I'm going to move these pieces around in the greenery, just some sticking out, some on top, just kind of thread them around through each other and fluff them where they need to be fluffed. Just spread it out a little bit so it looks like it belongs there. And I'm going to continue around with this. And I decided that one more piece right here would be pretty. Just a kind of little flyaway, a little extra up there. And this is how it looks so far once we've got our greenery on. Our greenery and goldery. And now these lush poinsettias that we put together, we can start adding these. If you don't have poinsettias from the Dollar Tree, that's fine. You can get them on at Hobby Lobby right now, I think for 60% off. It's very economical. And I've heard that Walmart has some beautiful greenery picks out this year too, so you might want to check that out. We always want to keep it budget friendly on this channel, right? That's how we do it here. We want to do different things and we want to keep it budget friendly. So I'm continuing around with the two different types of poinsettias. Looking good so far. Now I'm going to move on to these beautiful ribbons that I found. These I got from the thrift store. They have staples in them. That's really weird, so be careful with that. We're going to make a bow. I'm going to use my own little bow maker tool here. Didn't copy anybody. I'm very appreciative of the original creator of this. Mine is not exactly the same, so I'm not putting anybody out of their royalties or anything. Just making something that I can afford, right? And you know how to make a bow. You've seen me do this bow before. This is not a difficult bow. And the fabric in these bows, well, in this ribbon is wonderful. It's old, but the texture is so different than anything I've felt before. It's a stiffer, papery, yet still fabric type. I don't know. And this is like a velvety feeling ribbon, and it's got the glittery polka dots on it. So pretty. We're going to do 2 loops on each side, and they are going to be 6-inch loops with 18-inch tails. So you saw me first put the 18-inch tail out there, and then make 2 sets of loops like this. Then I'm going to pull that other tail down. Make sure we get them about the same length. Doesn't have to be perfect. Snip it off. Okay? Now leaving that bow on the bow maker, I am going to go ahead and add on my next ribbon. This one is a stunner. This ribbon is absolutely beautiful. It has poinsettias on it. It is silver and gold. And it's also that really interesting feel. It's almost, I don't know, is taffeta the right word for it? I don't know. It's really different. It is wired. Both of these are wired ribbon. So it's the same process as we did with the bow underneath. You see me just kind of fold it in half. That's how I always do my bows, so that the bulky part goes in the middle. Squeeze my wire pieces together and then feed it down there, and then cut it off. Now I'm just going to take a piece of cotton twine, and you can certainly use whatever you have here for this, because it won't show in the end. So go ahead and use a pipe cleaner or a zip tie, whatever you're more comfortable with, because we will be covering up the center. And then add a couple of knots, snip it off, get all that excess out of the way, and then you can start looking at your bow and fluffing it out. I love the combination of these 2 bows together. Now the bow on the bottom has the 6-inch loops. The bow on the top, I don't think I said, it has 5-inch loops. So it's a little bit smaller, the one in the front, but the tails are about the same length. You see how this material just stands up so, I don't know, it's wonderful. I wish that we could find Dollar Tree ribbons of this quality. So pretty. We're going to dovetail the ends, or you can cut them at a slant, whatever you're comfortable with. I'm trying to put a really steep cut there just to make it a little different. I'm going to take a thin piece of floral wire, go through my little center here where we tied it. You could always do this before you tie the center up, but I almost always forget. So this is an easy way to kind of make it look like you did it on purpose. I meant to do that. So put it down in the center of where those greenery pieces meet. And I'm just going to take the wire around the back and twist it and fold it tightly and tuck it into the wreath so it doesn't poke any fingers. This is how we're looking so far. Really like it. So now here are those ornaments, and there's that pinkish color I was talking about. I'm going to add some hot glue to hold these little tops on because they pretty much snap on, but when you're bundling these together and putting pressure on them, they have a tendency to pop off, and I don't want that to happen once I've gotten all that work done. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it now. Get it over with, and I'll do every one of the bundles, and we're going to do 3 bundles. This is easy. You just feed them through the wire. I'm just going to do 2 golds and a pink, and then 2 pinks and a gold, just to kind of alternate them. So 1 big, 2 small in each little bundle. Twist them together. See, this would be the part where they would pop off of those little hanger sections if you didn't have them glued on. I'm going to trim this off and then twist down to sort of make like a little more of an area that you can attach it down to the wreath. A little something else to add some glue to. Just twisting it, folding it up, twisting it again, so it almost has like a little stem, which you could feed through the wreath if you chose to do it that way. But they'll be nice and tight in there. Then you're going to add some hot glue to your wire, to the ornaments, wherever it needs to be added so that it stays in the very center of your bow. And to me, y'all, that is pretty. Those colors are so gorgeous together. Don't you think? I think that the pastels and the wine colors, they're all colors that look really good in a Victorian style home or decor. And I'm just going to add 3 sets, so 1 on the top, 1 in the bow, and then 1 is going to be in the bottom. Just trying to get an idea of where I'm at. Once the bell has dried, I'm going to take this beautiful older looking gold. It's like a brushed gold, I think is what it's called. A tiny little foam brush, and I'm going to go all over the clapper, or that little round part of the bell, and the bottom of the bell. You can see me patting that on. I'm trying to do this all the way up to the edge of where the pink starts or the rose gold starts. And I'm going to go up and down all the way over until every bit of that bright shiny silver that was on there is covered up. And you just have to be patient with this because it does take 2 coats to cover it, you know, to be thick enough to really cover it. So this is what it looks like with 1. Right there. And then you'll do each one of those, let them dry, and do 1 more coat. And then I'm going to choose my placement where I want these bells to be on this wreath. Initially, I thought I would hang them right down in the middle, but for balance sake, I think it looks better off to the side. So this is where I've decided to place it. To give it a little more support and something to attach the bells a little more securely to the wreath, I'm just using a piece of a popsicle stick that I broke off, or a craft stick, and I am going to give it like a little base there. That'll be where we put our glue. Right through the top there's a couple of holes, so I'm taking another piece of that wire, the floral wire, feeding it through there, and that's how I'm going to attach the top part of it to the wreath. You can feed it through the wreath into the back, or really the easiest, most non-frustrating way to do it is just to wrap it all the way around, twist it up, and it's so thin you're not going to be able to see it. Adding hot glue on that craft stick back there and pressing it down, and then underneath the base, if there's any areas that you can see or touching, you can go ahead and put it there too. I'm going to add another piece of fern just to cover up my little top there. And this is what we have. I've done a lot of research on vintage and Victorian, and this is my idea. This is my representation of what a Victorian wreath would look like. Do you like it? If you do, a thumbs up would be much appreciated, and it will let me know that I am on the right track. So I've got 2 of these little trees. I've got some more of that shimmer glitter spray, some vintage little angels, and they're having instruments. Look, one of them's playing the bass. They're from Hong Kong. And then we have a flute and a clarinet, I believe. This is a spoon rest. Wherever Room Essentials comes from, that's where this came from, but I thrifted it. Automotive cloth from Dollar Tree. We're going to take the heirloom white satin spray paint and spray paint this. After it is dry with one coat, you're going to do each side. You're going to take the handle and spray it with your shimmer spray. Or you can use a shimmer glue, or you can use Mod Podge and glitter, or whatever you want to do. I'm going to make a platform for the top of this. This is going to be like a stage for our angel choir. I'm going to cut out outside of the line just a little bit because I want there to be a lip, and you'll see why shortly. Nice and smooth. And it is going to fit perfectly on top of my spoon rest. Using my glue gun, I'm going to add some glue all around the edges. This is hot glue, so you got to work kind of quickly and be careful with your fingers. I'm going to place it on top, quickly turn it over, and then just kind of slide it into place. Press it down and let it cool. Then we're going to have to cover our stage. So I'm just using a pen, and I'm going outside, putting some little guide dots on this automotive cloth so that I have enough to overlap onto the stage part and onto the bottom part. Make it nice and neat. This is not the easiest stuff to cut, and I have sharp scissors, so just be patient. Protect your fingers. We should all have these finger protectors by now. Then I'm going to add glue on my cardboard section and just squish up the side. You got to keep it laying flat so that it doesn't slide around, and just do this all the way over. It's going to completely cover the little platform, and it's going to overlap onto the bottom of the spoon rest. All the way around, and you're going to push upward and close your little gap there. Hopefully you won't have any little black marks showing. In the end, you can't see them, but just be careful with that. Here are our beautiful little angels. I want to show you the difference. See, I had 2 of the same ones. One of them was broken, so I experimented on her. She's missing her little bow. And I really like the way it looks covered. If you don't want to do this and you like the aged patina, by all means leave it exactly like that. But for me, I wanted this to be a little more gilded. I guess that's the word I'm going to go with. We're going to gild them. That's what we're doing. So I'm going to do each one of these like this, and I'm just kind of offloading the paint and just tapping that all over. I don't want a bunch of gloppy paint settling down in all of the cracks. I just want it to be pretty and shimmery and rich. It makes a big difference. So whatever's left on the brush, I'm just going to go over the handle of the spoon rest. Now we're going to start putting our stage together. We'll start by adding the trees, making sure that when I put the trees down on here that I'm not taking up too much space and that our angels still have room to be there. You're most likely not going to have this exact same spoon rest, but you could do this with a Dollar Tree spoon rest probably. I don't know if they have a lip around the edge or not, but it might work. And you could certainly do this with the top of a teacup. That would be really gorgeous, but I didn't have one, so this is what we're using. But it almost looks like a stage, right? Like they would walk up the stage and take their places. Once those angels are dry, we're going to start putting those down on the stage. I'm going to hold it for a minute and press down a little bit so that the glue goes through that fabric onto the cardboard and really locks it into place. I don't want anything flopping around. So far, this is how it looks. So pretty. Now we're going to embellish the stage. So I've got some of this old ribbon or trim. I don't know which way, what would you call this? Trim, ribbon? I've always referred to it as ribbon, but we're going to trim out the stage with it. So there you go. It's very luxe looking to me with that old gold, and the gold in that ribbon or trim is about the same color that is in our angels. So it's perfect, and it looks rich, and it looks regal, and it looks Victorian to me. I'm going to add this all the way around my edge. It doesn't take a lot of glue because the fabrics cling to each other quite well. Just going to pat it down until we're all the way around back to the handle of the spoon rest. You can cut that off. And in the shape or the design of this ribbon, it's got little, if you don't cut it in a certain way, it will have little pieces that stick out because they're kind of sewn together. So I'm trying to watch where the stitches are and cut around them so that I still have that really pretty shape without anything fraying. And I do go back over the other side and correct that side too. Now I'm going to make a bow. Of course, I'm making a bow with that same beautiful peach and gold. It's just a regular little awareness sign bow, very simple. And it looks like a layered bow because of the two different textures that are on this one piece. I'm going to give it a couple of knots in the back and then trim off. I just used a little bit of jute. It really kind of blends in because the ribbon there is very busy. But you can use whatever you like to close it. I've got this beautiful rhinestone from some fake jewelry. And I'm going to add it in the center of the bow. Now look at that richness. Alright, so Dollar Tree sells these little sheets of pearl looking stickers. I'm just cutting out the sections that I need, and I will need 1.5 sections. You can peel the backing off just like that and then start laying that down. I'm going to go right over the top, right, trying to center it in the peach section, so in that little colored section so that you can still see it. These little pearls, the little tape in the back is transparent so you can still see the color underneath. It really just looks like a row of beads on there. You don't even notice the back. Then I'll cut another little section because it wasn't long enough to go all the way around, and then trim that off once I get back to the handle. Nice and neatly. This is it so far. Feel free to stop whenever you want to stop. But you know me. I pulled the tops off of some of those ferns. They almost have like a little tree seed pod looking thing on the top. I thought they would be perfect trees to add to the stage. So we have our natural trees on there, and we're going to add some of these golden trees. I've got some little pearl beads. Do not know where they came from, but you certainly can get those at Dollar Tree. And I'm going to add a little hot glue and then go into both of these trees. If you don't use glue, they will pop straight out. That's how it will look on the one tree. And then I have some of these that I got from the thrift store. They're tiny stars, but they don't have, I don't think these have holes. No, they don't. So they're not beads, but there's just some type of an embellishment. But again, the color is perfect. It matches perfectly with the other gold that we have going on here. And I'm not a big gold girl, but this aged gold, I am loving this. It's something so warm about it. Isn't that sweet? Our little angelic choir. If you love these ladies as much as I do, please give me a thumbs up. It tells YouTube that my videos are quality and that you're enjoying it, so I can give you more material. Okay, so here is a pink ornament or a mauve, whatever you want to call it. We can use any type of sticker ribbon. You can use adhesive pearl wrap. I've got some of that gold greenery. Here are some more of these pieces that I have, and these are just random things I pick up at Goodwill when I see it. I thought any of these would be pretty. Here is some beautiful purple and gold. Some more of that ribbon. We're going to start by taking the top off, and it just pops right off. I'm going to choose a couple more ribbons that will coordinate. Using that same gold, I'm going to go over the top and just do the same thing that we did on the bottom of the bells. And then once it is completely done, I only put one coat on here. It seems to have taken the paint pretty well. Now set it aside to dry. And then we're going to do a quick little measurement around the ball to see how long we need our ribbons to be. Just going to go all the way around. I'm going to leave about ½ an inch extra over, like that, so we know how much we need. And now that will be our guide to cut the rest of our ribbons. I'm going to do 2 of each one and 2 of this cord, this gold cord that I have. Now I'm just looking to see which one I would like to lay down first, and I think that the pink and white here would be good. This is not old ribbon. This one I think I got on clearance at Walmart after the spring or summertime. But I think that it is appropriate for this because the colors match very closely and the gold is just pretty. It's just pretty on there. And it gives a little bit of something extra. It's got that the leafy look. So going all the way around, we're going to, please protect your fingers for this because you're going to be touching this a lot. So protect yourself. So we've gone around the center now. Now we're going to just go across the other way, like dividing this into sections. Then you can add tiny amounts of glue here and there. Especially when you cross over another piece of ribbon, that's a good place to put more glue. But you can certainly put it on the ball. Just be careful that you don't make a mess. I'm not sure if the paint would peel off if you had an accidental boo-boo with the glue here. I'm not sure how that would work, so just be on the safe side. Try to use as little glue as possible and make sure that you're looking before you do it. You see, I'm looking right between the center of these 2 white ribbons, and I know that's where this beautiful lavender, mauve, rose gold color will go. Right across the center section in the middle. I want to keep these sections as symmetrical as possible and as neat as I can make it. This ornament was fun to do. This ornament could make me do Victorian Christmas in my home. And you know me, I'm rustic, traditional, used to do the farmhouse thing, definitely love the outdoors type woodland stuff, but there's something so precious about this. I hope that this ornament can find its way to a good home because this thing took a lot of work, but it was worth it. And I've sped it up for you, but I didn't want to cut all this out because I feel like sometimes when we're doing something that takes a lot of time, we start questioning ourselves, saying, oh my gosh, what am I doing this wrong? Am I putting this in the wrong spot? How did she say to do it? So I'm leaving it in here so that you can see it. You see, I'm dividing each section that is made by another section. So now we've got the gold on here, and you notice the gold is a different texture. The gold is not old either. I'm not even sure where I got it, probably thrifting, because I very rarely ever buy anything unless it's on clearance or if I thrift it or get it at Dollar Tree, of course. And you might could find something like this at Dollar Tree. Heck, I might have got it from Dollar Tree. They have a ton of ribbon right now at Dollar Tree, at least in my Dollar Trees in Alabama. Lots and lots of ribbon and trim. You just got to be careful and don't get too excited about it because the quality is not there for all of it. So after I've got all the ribbons down, I'm going to add my cording to this. All the way around, cross over. At this point, if you wanted to add a tassel on the bottom, you probably could do that. But I wanted to keep my ornament busy in a different way, and you'll see what I do. So far, this is how it looks. You could always pop that top back on with some hot glue and be done. But I'm not done. I've got some of this beautiful tinsley like sparkly ribbon, and it looks really good, although you can't tell right now, but bear with me, it's going to get better in just a minute. It's trying to focus on the ornament instead of what I'm doing down there. I am going to flip that purple ribbon over, add some glue to it, flip that other tinsley looking ribbon right over the top of it. This was just a random piece that I got from the thrift store. Continue all along until you got one piece that looks like one ribbon, that looks like it was made this way. It's very pretty. Look at this. Look how that turned out. Doesn't that look like one beautiful, expensive ribbon? It's going to wrap around the center of the ornament. So what you want to do is start getting an idea of where the center is going to be, kind of hold it in place. Put some glue on one of the ribbon sections, doesn't matter which one. Then you're going to overlap that right back onto itself. So you're going to press that down there, and it is kind of fuzzy and crazy right now, but I'll clean it up, don't worry. And so this is what it looks like around the center. Go ahead at this time and add a little more glue here and there so that this belt that goes around it, or this section, does not slide up and down your ornament. We don't want this to look cheap. We want this to look like we took the time that we actually took to do it. I'm going to trim off any little fuzzies and extras that might be in the way. And we're going to start working on this side. So we're going to cover this up with a little, I don't know if this is like a little crocheted piece. I don't know. I don't know about needlework or that type of thing. So feel free to tell me what this is if this is not crochet, if it's knitted. But these pieces came from the thrift store, and I knew I wanted to use them in a project. So before anybody gets mad at me, it would have been in the landfill. And look how beautiful it is now, given new life. Just keep adding that glue as we're layering, overlapping. Clean up your glue strings. I've chosen this little clip-on earring to go in the center of this doily, which the center of it is actually like a flower. I could have pressed it out, ironed it out, but I just pushed it out a little bit with my hands before I added the glue, and then nestled that little jewel cluster right in the center. Now, glam is not my thing. I've never really done glam, but yeah, this Victorian is probably as close as I'm going to get to the glam. I'm going to add another piece of that gold ribbon there, add some glue, and overlap it on there so you have a nice, neat ring. Then I'm going to, once it cools, I'm going to feed it back through where it hangs to make a nice, neat top. I'm going to add a swag, of course, to this very regal ornament. Just putting two pieces together so they're going in opposite directions from each other, then hot glue it down. And I noticed a little gap here. I cut a little too much off, so I'm just going to add some back in. Well, that's how I like it. Going to the other side, we're going to add another little swag piece, or just one piece I used on the back. You want it to look good from both sides because it's round and it may turn when you put it on your tree. And you don't want anything nasty on the back. So to make some more of those awareness bows, we're just going to fold it and scrunch it down, and then I'm going to use a clip to hold it in place while we do the rest of the layers. I'm going to now use the beautiful, it's like a satiny, no, it's not satin, Offray. I'm going to layer that on top, and then some more. This is just a little bit more of that little crazy piece of ribbon. I really don't know what this stuff is, but it looks really good though. Well, in my opinion, it does. I'm not bragging. I hope when y'all hear me say something looks good, it's not me bragging. I try to give God the glory for my skills and my gifts because, you know, that's where it comes from. So being proud of it and making something and seeing it come out of my head as it comes, you know, come out of my hands as it does in my head, it gives me a sense of pride, and not a boastful way, but you know what I mean. I just really love it, and sometimes things come out better than I think that it would come out, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean. You know, if you're a crafter, you know what I'm saying here. There's no vanity in it, in other words. So after the bows are together and tied together, we're going to dovetail our ends or cut them at a slant. And then taking some clear school glue, I'm going to go over those that little rope section and just twist the stick around it in the same direction. You can see what I'm doing here, so that the fabric doesn't come unglued, and then let it dry. You could do it with hot glue too, but hot glue tends to dry white, and I don't want to see that. That doesn't look very nice. I'm going to put this bow on the ribbon section. So on the hanger, it's up a little bit from the ornament, which extends the length of the ornament. And I think it gives it a really pretty look. Look at that! Can you see these on your tree? Oh my goodness, beautiful. There were 3. This is our angelic choir. Possibly my favorite. Not entirely sure because I like all of these. And I really hope that y'all do. I had so many requests to do Victorian inspired Christmas, Victorian decorations, and this is what I came up with. This is my interpretation. If you liked it, if you share it, that will help the channel tremendously. And I appreciate it forever. Here's the beautiful wreath with our doubled up poinsettias that we did. Very pretty. Thank you so very much for stopping by, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! So on a recent thrifting trip, I found this vintage candelabra. It is very old, very worn, faded, but we're going to fix it. We're going to take some candy canes, whichever kind you like. I got a little vintage Santa. It's a little clippy. A little Merry Christmas cupcake pick, I do believe. This is an ornament from, I think, Family Dollar, Dollar General, something like that. And a couple of picks that came from Hobby Lobby. And these were 50% off. I did buy these. And then some tinsel that I got at the thrift store. A thicker tinsel may have worked better for this, just to let you know. It might have worked better. Now, even though this works, I don't trust that old wiring, so I'm just going to cut that off. This is strictly going to be for decoration. That's it. So it will no longer function as a light when you cut the cords out. I'm going to spray paint this piece with some gloss white and the light bulbs as well. And then I've got some little Christmas trees from Dollar Tree. And we're going to make these look thicker and snowier. So I've got the 3 different sizes in the bag. I'm going to take some of this Aleene's glue. I'm just using clear, but you could really use school glue, you could use Mod Podge, whatever you want. This is just really thick, and I think this is going to work well for the project. Using one of these Dollar Tree brushes, I'm just pouncing it in and out of all of these bristles, all the way down to the wire that's holding those bristles in. Pouncing it all over to get a good, even coverage of glue. And then I'm going to sprinkle it with the snow. Now you can use glitter, you can use white glitter, you can use colorful glitter, whatever you decide you want to use for this, but this is vintage inspired, so it's not going to look exactly like maybe some of the things you might see on Pinterest. I'm giving my own little spin to it. So see the difference? That really makes a difference. I'm going to do the same thing to all 3 of these, and right now they're on like a little wooden bottom, but those will come off, so I'm going to take those off before I use the project, because to me that makes it look a little more rustic, and that's not what I'm going for in this project. So you can sprinkle it on, do it over a pan, and that way you can pick it up and just use it over and over again until it's all gone. And that way you're not wasting anything, and then you can just empty it from a pan into a zipper bag or however you want to do that, and you can continue to use it. And if you're doing vintage projects, you'll probably want some type of snow or glitter to put on them. So now we're going to address Santa. Everything is going to be frosted, so Santa needs some frost too. I'm going to use that same glue, and then I am going to just kind of pounce it up and down in the furry part of this hat, on the top part, and on any parts of his body that would be frosty with snow. So like all of the high points, like his shoulders and the tops of his arms, the tops of his hat. And then I will put that snow down in there. And see, I haven't had to use the bag yet. We just use what's in there. You can tap off the excess, and then once it's dry, you can use a brush and brush that out of the other fabric if you want to. Clean his face off and such. So there, I'm putting some snow on his shoulder. I love this snow, and I wish I could find more of it because it's very, very fine. It's not chunky like some of the snow that you see. And it's extremely lightweight. I like it. But I got it at the thrift store, so I'm not real sure where it comes from. I'll have to look it up. Alright, so once Santa is done, I've decided Santa needs the ball on his hat. Now this might be not the traditional thing. Santa may not have had, back in the 50s, a ball on his hat, but I thought he needed it, so I just added a little pom-pom piece. And then I'll frost it as well. Now we're going to work on this little paper ornament. It's just paper, and then it has like a pipe cleaner that's silver around the edge. So really you could print something out, maybe of Pinterest. By the way, I have my Pinterest linked, and lots of free printables are in there. They are created by other creators, and they're really, really good. So if you can't find an ornament, you can find something there that you might want to use. You can use glitter or snow, or you can just use it plain. But like I said, everything's frosty for this, so I want to keep it nice and frosty. I'm not putting snow in his mouth or on his face, just on the beard, the hair, the mustache. And I love this little vintage Santa face. It's so cute and whimsical, and it looks a lot like the little pic that I put all the snow on. I think his face is very similar to it. Before it's dry, you can just go around the edges with your finger to clean it up. This is how it looks once it's all painted white, but you can paint it any color you like. Then I'm going to take some Mod Podge and put it over each of those bulbs. Now at this point, if you have different colored bulbs and you want to put those in there, you certainly can. You can paint those different colors. I wanted to use some of this really chunky silver glitter on it. I just don't normally play with glitter. It's not normally my thing, but this year trying this retro stuff for you guys because it was very recommended and requested, I thought it was the perfect time to get a little experience with the glitter. So probably went overboard, but you know, it's once a year, right? It's once a year. And by the way, I would love to hear in the comments if y'all like these that I've come up with, because if you don't, then I won't bother doing anymore. This is new for me. I don't normally do this style, but if you do like it, let me know and I'll continue and I'll make some more. Okay, so I took this Dollar Tree piece of work down there, little box art, painted it white with my chalk paint, and I am going to be making a little riser, or a support, I guess, for this candelabra here. So I'm using some of those building blocks from Dollar Tree to set down in the bottom. I'm putting it on the round part here under the candle and on the sides, and then it fits pretty well. I just kind of wiggle it back and forth until it's got glue from both sides. Then it's going to give you a nice flat surface. You can use E6000 and hot glue, or you can just use some Gorilla hot glue like I'm using. I'm just going to put the glue down here, and then I will sit it down on the top. Now if you want yours to sit completely flat, go ahead and take off that little raised border that's there. This just happened to be exactly the size I needed, and I didn't want to bother taking that off. You're not really going to notice it anyway once we're done. I'm going to take some of that silver tinsel, and I'm going to put that down. Be very careful because the tinsel is kind of, well, the one I'm using in particular, it's kind of a plasticky type situation. So if you use too much glue, it's just going to melt down and leave a flat spot like it did in the back when I started. So just be careful. Don't use a lot of glue. Use it only where you have to, and then maybe use it in spots where you know you're going to be putting additional decoration. That way it's not noticed and you get a nice fluffy tinsel. I think this would be pretty if you did this project in the pastels like turquoise and pink and baby blue. This would be really cute for this project too. Continuing around here, you can see that little square hole where my finger is. That is where the electrical wire came out. So don't worry about that hole though. You can either fill that in, or I'm going to show you how to disguise it in just a minute. I'm going to go around 2 times, but you can go around as many times as you would like. Just a little bit, just like a smear of glue. I mean, I'm really being sparing on this, and my glue gun is on cool. And so this is how it's going to look with just the bottom wrapped. The one thing I noticed about the style of the retro style, which I've always appreciated, just never done, is that it's almost like what you would call, I think you call it kitsch, something like that, where it's almost so tacky that you can't stand it, but it's cute at the same time. I don't know. It's like, I don't know, it just brings back so many, you know, memories for a lot of people of their childhood. And I think it's sweet. It's just whimsical and interesting and sparkly and attention grabbing. And so that's what I'm trying to do in this video. Might not be my cup of tea, but I would really love to know, honestly, what y'all think about this. All right, so I'm going to add this ornament. And again, like I said, it's paper, so it's going to glue fine on here. Just use a little hot glue. And then I'm going to clip Santa over here on one of these candles. And now we can just play around and decorate it. You can use little miniature ornaments. You can use miniature trees. If you have some vintage Christmas decoration, that would be really good. So you can screw off the bottom and break it off. Trim down your piece if you need to trim it down, that little metal piece. And then it's going to sit down in that tinsel. And the glue will catch on that tinsel and help hold it in place. But I do hold it there for, you know, quite a few seconds to make sure that it is completely cool before I move my hands. That way it's nice and secure and strong and nothing's going to fall over. And then I'll put the smallest one right here. Then I'm going to take this little cupcake pick and I'm just going to cut this off. It comes off very easy with my wire cutters. I was surprised and happy that it didn't split. Now I'm just going under each letter so it has a little more curve like the rest of the letters. And then I'm going to add some of that glue right to the largest tree. I've decided rather than using the other candy canes that I want to use this kind of I don't know, I want to say felt. It's not felt, chenille, that's what it is, because it's the same thing that Santa has on him over there. I frosted the top like I did with the rest of the stuff, and then I'm going to add a little hot glue and put it down on the other candle. Now I think that balances a little bit better. So I only had one of these white picks, and that's because it's the only one I could find, but I knew this would look good for this. It's frosty, it's white, it's different, and I think it will fit nicely with this project. Alright, so you do know that you can cut your picks apart. If you want to, if you have one pick, but you want to have that look continually through your project, just pull it apart or cut it into pieces, and then you can spread it out. See, this is the bottom part that went over the part that's glued down. I'm just going to use my scissors and cut it because it is a plastic, soft plastic. I'm going to put a piece over here on this side for a little balance. And then over there in that little rectangle hole, I'm going to use a few pieces to fill it into. Just a little sprig of that vine above the candy cane. It already has glue on it. And this piece is going to fit right down in that hole. I know you can't see it, but just take my word for it. I stuffed it in that little square hole, added some hot glue, and then I'm going to trim down this pick. You can see what I'm doing down there. I'm just cutting off the leaves so I have a little stem to put down in the hole while that glue is still wet. And then hold it in place for a second until it sets up. And because I love the dimension of these little, I don't know what these are, these little pom-pom looking plastic branch things, I'm going to add those here and there in the project. There's always so much going on in this vintage stuff, right? I hope that is a look that you can appreciate because we're going to go nuts on this next project, believe me. Alright, using some more Mod Podge, I'm going to go around the base of this now and sprinkle some snow on it so that everything looks like it's got a little layer of snow. And then also between each candle on the high points, there on the little center section, I'm going to add a little glue there too. And then you'll see me take my fingers and sprinkle that over the top of it. When I tell y'all my room is full of glitter, I mean it looks like a glitter bomb went off. With the projects that I have done recently, there is glitter everywhere. Everywhere. But I don't mind it. It's fun. I'll just grab the vacuum cleaner and then we'll just call it pixie dust when I walk out of the house with it on my face. Yeah, we'll just call it that. I'm so joyful that it's shining through my skin. But the look of it is really nice, right? This is a 12-inch wreath form. You can get one at Dollar Tree. This is just one I thrifted. We're going to lay it down with the curved side down. I've got some vintage ornaments here, 2 boxes, some of that lovely tinsel. But if you have something thicker, use that on this wreath. It will be better. You'll see why. Then I have a pick here that it is silver. I have some gray ribbon. It doesn't matter what kind you use, but because I am using silver, I wanted something that you couldn't see through it, so this sparkly ribbon will do the trick. I'm going to wrap it through the frame and then glue it to itself. Gluing it to itself instead of on the frame will keep it together nice and tight. You don't have to worry about anything popping off. Then I am just going to start wrapping this around. I'm going to wrap it around as sparingly as possible, but making sure that I overlap the pieces. You know, I like to save and I like to help you save money, so let's not waste anything we don't need to. Stretch it out as far as you can, but get full coverage. When you get back to the beginning, you can trim it off, flip it over, and then just glue that down on the back. This is going to make it so much easier. When you go to wrap your tinsel, you're going to have a better coverage. This is how it looks. Then, flipping it over, starting on the back, we're going to add a little bit of tinsel here, making sure it's on cool. I had bumped it up. And then you're just going to start wrapping, and you're going to wrap row by row by row all the way around. You might want to work in small sections so that you're not twisted up. When you get back to the bottom or to the original starting place, wrap it over, just over, you know, kind of overlap it, and then trim it off. Give it just a second to dry. Then I have some of this that I took off of another project, probably something from Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to wrap this around, leaving some pretty big gaps in between. This is just adding some additional support and color that really in the end doesn't matter because you can barely see it. Alright, I'm going to start with the round ornaments, and I'm going to do a north, south, east, west pattern. I have to put the glue on there and then gently but firmly press it and hold it into place for a minute because you're using cool glue and you do not want these ornaments to pop off. They are hand-blown glass and that would make a mess. So Gorilla Glue, folks, Gorilla Glue. I'm going to lay out my pattern with these tear-shaped snowflakes, I think is what they're called, and I'm going to add some glue and then hold it in place just like I do the other ones so that nothing pops off. And because we have the curved edge on the table and the top part is the concave section, it kind of makes you feel like it's resting in a curve, which gives it a little more support. So I've trimmed off the stem here from this little pick, and I'm going to bend it and then push it through the inside of the wreath. I'm going to add some glue here and just make sure that it doesn't fall off. Then I'll take some of these ornaments, well, these lights. These are old lights that I got from Goodwill that probably don't work anymore, but they add color and they really do. If you're looking at this going, what in the world is she doing? This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Please go over to Pinterest and look at some of the wreaths. One thing I know about it is the more the merrier when it comes to these things. As much vintage stuff as I can find and poke in this wreath, I'm putting it in there. This is like a collage, like a Christmas collage, if you will. And I am just filling it up with all kinds of stuff. My husband loves this one. He loves it. And I know that somebody out there watching is also going to love this and find inspiration. If this is not something that you would necessarily do on your own, that is fine, but I hope it has brought you back some good memories. So I'm looking around just to make sure I have enough stuff, and you know what? I can do better. So I'm going to take some of this table scatter and I'm going to add it here and there because to me, it follows the theme. We can add some stars and some more color. There's definitely some yellow in those ornaments, or gold, that we don't have, so those gold stars I think help kind of accentuate the colors. These are some pigs that came in some of the vintage stuff that I found at Goodwill. And now, folks, I'm gonna have to go back to Goodwill and look for more vintage stuff, because I don't have any more left after doing these projects. This is fun though. This is definitely something, if the ornaments were plastic, this is something that you could probably do with your kids. Maybe do it anyway, but just use some supervision and share some stories with your grandkids or your kids about Christmas when you were a child. Share those good memories. Give them something pleasant and fun to remember. Let them see you as a child. Let them see that joy in you, so they know that no matter how old you are, you're important, and what you have to say is important. Okay, so we're going to take a pipe cleaner for the back. I'm just using one of these candy cane stripe pipe cleaners I've had for a while. I do not know where they came from. I'm sure you could probably get them at Dollar Tree, I'm sure. Or you can make your own with white and red, just twist them together. And I'm just going to twist a loop in the back, which is fed through the tinsel wire, so we have a way to hang it up. I'm going to take some of these house frames that are from the Dollar Tree, and these beautiful vintage books. These are from 1952 according to the information inside the books, so they are going way back. Look how cute. Look, she's dancing. So cute. And because these books are in terrible shape, they can't be resold, I'm going to use these. I'm going to give them new life. I'm going to take these frames apart, take the backing off, the paper out, the inner frame, and the glass. Take those little pegs out, those little black holders, pull all those out. I'm going to use this as a sort of a template to make sure that whatever pictures I choose will actually fit in the frame. And I love this Santa, so I'm going to carefully cut him out. Again, with that sweet face. And then over here, the two little ones looking at the Christmas tree. How precious. They are so cute. Look at those little pink cheeks. And now I'm just going to trace this out so we can use it, but we want to use red as a matte instead of the white. You could always paint or color on that white one if you want to. You can use printed paper, you can use plain paper. You can just leave the paper out if your picture is big enough, whichever way you want to do it. But I like the idea of it being Christmas in the home. If you're new to my channel, I want to say welcome to you. I appreciate you coming by and checking out what we've got going on. For the rest of you who have already subscribed, thanks for coming back by. I want to let you know, as a reminder, that November is going to be our viewer subscriber appreciation month. So the whole month we'll be doing giveaways on and off. You have to listen and watch the videos carefully for information about how you can be entered for a chance to win some goodness, some crafty goodness. I have tools, I have supplies, all kinds of good things that I think you're really going to like. So be sure that you are subscribed and you turn on your notification bell so you don't miss the opportunity to win some goodies. So you can see exactly what I'm doing here. Once I've got it to the right measurement, I'm going to flip it over and use just a little bit of plain tape and just tape this down. I don't want it to overlap and I don't want it to be seen through. Want everything to be secure though. You could always put your glass back in the frame if you want to use it with glass, but for recording purposes, I'm not going to put my glass in it. I don't want the reflection of the light in my camera and all that aggravation. Flip your pictures back inside, and then I pull the back off of here and it looks terrible, so we're just going to flip it over. Now we have a nice clean side. How about that? Going to do the same thing here. Carefully pull this off. It's just paper. You can save those stands to use on other projects if you need to. I save everything. Alright, and then taking some of that Gorilla Glue, I'm just going to put this all around the edges, and this is going to seal it into the frame without all of popsicle sticks and all of that business on the back. This is going to seal it down, and you don't have to worry about it. If you leave it laying there, the glue will seep down where it should, and it doesn't even come through on the other side. Same thing here, all the way around until we get back up to the top. Once that glue is cooled, we're going to find a way to hang it. So either you hang it or you're going to use it as a stand, and I like the idea of using it as a stand. I got some garland here. I'm going to cut that 2 pieces off. These are snowflakes. I'm just cutting off the cord so you can't really see it. They'll look more like just a regular embellishment. And then I'll take 1 snowflake for each of the houses. And you can do this too. You can decorate that little spot up top if you wanted to. You could do a tiny swag. You could put a pine cone, and however you want to do it here. But because this is supposed to be sort of retro theme, I don't want to do too much of the natural nature type stuff because you didn't really see that back then. So here they are, and I like them. I like them with the gold on there. I think they look nice. Using some building blocks. Now, these are bigger than the ones you get at Dollar Tree, but the ones from Dollar Tree will work. I'm going to put it in the back, push my thumbs against the edge of the block and the bottom of the frame to make sure it's the right level and it will stand up. And that one is working. Then I'm going to go over here and do it to the next one. Press it down, making sure it's even, and then I'll stand that one up. Not bad. Just as a reminder, would you please let me know, do you like vintage, and is this something that you would like to see more of from me? Because I am going to be going today for sure to Goodwill, and I am hoping that I can find some more pieces. However, if this is not something that you like to see from me, please let me know what you would rather see. I've also had some interest in Victorian, and I will be doing some Victorian, so definitely look for that. That will be coming all in time. So we have our double frame here from the book pages. We have this adorable candelabra, which I put my own spin on, but still in a vintage style. So many different options with this project, different ways you can do it to really make it your own. If you enjoy budget-friendly DIYs that truly are budget-friendly, that are from the thrift store, that are from the dollar store, that are on clearance, subscribe to this channel and share it with somebody who you know would find it helpful or entertaining. Do you have any memories of projects like these, of this type of decor? Do you have any memories of shiny bright bulbs, these vintage bulbs or ornaments? You know, did you have the old tree that had the, I don't remember what it was called, but I think it was a silver tree, and then it had the little spinning wheel that had the lights that changed the colors? Or did you have the type of tree that had the little twinkly lights on it? I would really, really love to know. I love sharing stories and hearing what you all have to say. Your stories are so precious, and they are so appreciated. So we're going to start off with a couple of ribbons of your choice. I like this wired ribbon with the candy canes, and then I have some from clearance from Walmart last year. Got it upside down there. And some of this ribbon, I think this came from Dollar Tree. I know you can certainly get this type of ribbon there. Then I have some pipe cleaners, which are red because they're going to match, and I have a pick with some peppermints on it, a little sign that I got at the thrift store, and then 2 rolls of this burlap, red burlap, and you can get these at, I think you get these at Walmart. I've had mine for years. I'm going to use an 18-inch wreath from Dollar Tree. It's going to be a big wreath. So we're going to start with the same thing that we've done before. If you are new to my channel, then I'm going to walk you through this, so don't worry. We're going to go around the center crossbar, and then we're going to go in the middle, and we're in the center ring. So this is laying flat, and that center ring is above the rest of them. It's the tallest part. You want the curve to be upward in this wreath. You're going to twist around here. If you cross it over the bar and both rings there, it'll kind of lock it into place a little better. Okay, so if you have a pick that is wrapped with paper around the metal parts, you can pretty much just unravel the paper and then pull these picks apart and have individual picks. So I am not going to be using this little gingerbread man, but I'm going to save him for another project. So I'm going to clip him off and put him aside. I'm going to use my rotary blade here, and these are Fiskars. I had some people asking about that. Y'all, I do have an Amazon store, so I try to put things similar to, if not the same, as the things that I use to help you out. So you can just check that linked out in the description box to find that information. Okay, so we're going to be cutting 12-inch pieces, and we're going to do 16 because we have 16 wires or pipe cleaners attached to the wreath, and we need 16 of these pieces. Now see how it curves upward if you flip it this way? We're going to go with that. We're going to work with it, fold it over, walk our fingers up, flip it around, flip it over a few times, and then walk that toward the center. Now you have this little ruffly bow here. I've heard people call it a cruffle. I've heard it called many different things, but you can just see what I'm doing here. Easy. 1, 2 little folds, and they're small folds, they're not big. I'm going to walk it over, leave about 4 inches, flip it over again, and then walk it toward the center. There's no wire in the burlap, in case anyone is wondering that. There are not. So you can go ahead and use little clips and put these together ahead of time. So when you start putting them down, it might make it a little bit easier for you. Just do it whichever way is best for you. There's no right or wrong here. I like to start off in a stable space. So if you start off in the spot where it's across the little crossbar there, it'll kind of hold it there. But the other ones will be allowed to slide freely back and forth until you get your ribbon bundles on, and that's pretty much going to lock them into place at that point. So when you start doing this, you're going to think that you don't have enough, but you really do. You really, really will. It's going to get bulkier and thicker as you add the rest of these on here and as you start doing your ribbons on the top. This wreath, the way it is made, is kind of similar to the candy corn wreath that I did. I have a mega video coming out with the wreaths and swags from fall and Halloween, so I've put those all together, and you'll see it's kind of similar to that. The burlap is smaller though, so the little ruffles are smaller. This is like a 4 or 5 inch burlap roll. Okay, so you see some move, some won't move. Just fluffing around here, and then you're going to start pulling the pipe cleaners back up to the top because it'll make it easier for you to find them once you start putting down your ribbon stacks. Just pull them up, pull them up, pull them up all the way around. I'm in my old antique wooden chair and it is a squeaker, so if you hear squeaks, I'm sorry, and I hope it's not distracting. Okay, so now we're going to do 10-inch on our wired ribbon. I couldn't get it to cut very well with my rotary, so I just decided to switch over to my scissors. Just depending on the fabric, sometimes it's just easier to use one tool than the other. That's why I like to have a variety around me at all times. See, now my scissors didn't even want to cut this stuff. Isn't that something? Alright, then I am going to take this ribbon, and I realize it's too long on one side. I'm going to cut these off at 8 inches. There is no wire in these, so cutting them a little bit smaller is going to help them not be so floppy. The weight, in other words, will not pull it straight down. You'll see what I mean. So I'm just going to fold it in half and then cut these at a slant. You can dovetail them if you want, whichever way you want to do it. This is a dovetail in case you're new and you don't know. You're just going to fold it in half, and then from the crease to the tip you just cut it at an angle. nice and crisp. And do the same thing on this side. Okay, so once we have our piles of the 3 types of ribbon we're going to use, you're going to need twice as many white, so you'll need 32 of the white, 16 of the stripe, and 16 of the ones with the print on them. I'm making an X and then putting the smaller ribbons right on top. Now because the ribbons underneath are both wired, it'll help give a little body to this little bundle and it won't lay flat. It'll help support the white ribbon that doesn't have wire on the top. You just kind of squish them together in the middle, and then you can either hold it in your hand and do one bundle at a time. You're going to open up your little wire here, just go right down in the middle, you don't have to untwist. Place it down tightly and then give it a few twists, and then you can kind of fluff it out. So you see the size of this? It's a good wide amount and it covers a good bit of space, and that's what we want. Going to continue around with the next one, and you really can do your pattern however you want. If you want to use 3 different ribbons, if you want to use 4, if you want to do 12 different ribbons, you can. However you want to do it. I'm just here to offer inspiration and get you motivated to find some joy in crafting. So that's what I do here on this channel. I don't critique anyone, and you know, whatever brings you joy is exactly what you need to be doing with your crafting. Okay, show you one more time. And I know if you've been around a while, you're probably bored with this, but we want to get everybody on board. We want everybody to feel confident in their crafting. Okay, so we're just going down the line one spot at a time. So wherever you see your wires sticking up, go ahead and add it there. You're going to end up with 16 bundles all the way around. You can fluff as you go. You can wait until the end. We're back to the beginning now. I'm just going to add that one in here and then start fluffing it out. You're going to want to pull each and every one apart. You're going to curve the wired ones. You're going to flip them over and up. You're going to pull them side to side, because if you secured them down to that wreath base tightly with your pipe cleaners, they're going to last. It's going to stay on there a while. Okay, so we're going to work with the pipe cleaners. You could cut them or you could tuck them back into the frame, but let's give them some little curls. How about that? I think this is a cute idea, and it makes it look a little more festive. So I'm going to do that on each and every one a little bit closer. I'm just using I think this was a foam brush handle, and I always save them because, you know, it's a piece of wood and you never know when you might need that for a project. Gonna give them little curly cues and then continue to fluff. So we'll give a little curl and we'll fluff, give a little curl and we'll fluff till we're back around to the beginning like so. And it's already super cute. If you wanted to leave your wreath like this, you certainly could. If you're new to my channel, I want to say welcome to you. I'm so happy to have you here. I like to always offer you inspiration and try to find something to bring you some joy in your day. And we do all of this on a budget. I'd like to think that the crafts that I create here are individual and they are different. And yeah, I want to inspire you to think outside the box as well. So my belief sign, I took the hanger off and I cut it in half. Now we're going to reapply it because we don't want to have two different, we don't want to have one solid hanger. Although you could do it that way if you wanted. I want the hanger part to be kind of disappear into the frame. So I'm just curling that back because that's how it was when I had it. But I had to use something really small to curl it so it would lay flat. Then if you press down on that little twist, it'll just kind of lock it into place. Again, here we go. I'm twisting, twisting, twisting around here. It's going to get to almost like a little knot. You can see what it looks like. And stick it back through that hole and then press down on it. Then I can just feed it back through the wreath. I've already looked to see kind of where I want it. Now I'm just going to flip everything over and take those wires and go right through here. If your sign doesn't have wires on it already, that's fine. Use some hot glue, use some pipe cleaners, and make your own attachment. You know, make your own little handles for it or supports, whatever it is that you need. Then when you flip it over, you can always tighten it up if you want it to be a little bit longer. Just don't pull too tight because it will sink into the wreath and it will squish it and it won't give it a very nice look. Kind of want it to look like it's floating in there. So this is just, I'm just showing you, it takes a little time to get it adjusted. It's not going to be perfect, you know, likely the first time. And then move it around, and then you can give it more support. You can add a little hot glue if it needs it to help hold it in place. Alright, now for the bow. I'm going to use my bow maker tool. I will link that video for you down in the description box if you would like to make your own. This was easy for me to make. Alright, I am going to start off with my stripe ribbon and put it on the bottom. I want about a 12-inch tail, so I'm just pulling that off on the end. It's a little bit fuzzy because my camera tends to focus on what's closest, but it will go in and out, but you'll get the idea. Since this is a printed ribbon, I am going to flip it over in the middle so that my pretty sides stay on the outside. So you're going to hold it down and then twist. Sometimes you'll have to use your fingers just to hold it for a minute until you get your wire where you need it. Now you could, when you're making your bow maker, you could put like a little peg on the bottom to hold the roll if you wanted to. I just didn't do it. I didn't see it as necessary. It might make things a little quicker, but it's okay. Alright, just to show you, want my little loops to be the same size, so I'm just looking there and I'm pulling up a little bit to make sure that we get them the same. And then again, I'm going to cut off about a 12-inch tail on this side to complete this section of the bow. And this is just kind of a stacked bow. It's not hard to make. I don't want you to be intimidated around the Christmas holidays. We have enough stress on us as it is for everything to be perfect, right? Especially if we have Christmas and holidays at our house. It can be quite stressful hosting a bunch of things. So we don't want the crafting and all the decorations to be stressful. So I'm doing this slowly for you so you can do it. I'm flipping it over because again, it's printed on one side and it's not very pretty on the other side. This bow is going to be about an inch smaller each loop. So if we started off with 6-inch loops, we want to go down to 5 on this bow, right? Because we want it to be graduated. So it would be a little bit smaller than the loops of the other bow. And I'm just pulling out and looking, and then I will be cutting it off too. I'm going to take my other ribbon and put it down here. I do twist a little bit of this just to hold it in place. It's not necessary. It's the exact same on both sides. It's like a little shoestring bow, right? It's kind of what it looks like. I'm going to take a red pipe cleaner because it will not interfere with the look of this project. I wouldn't want to use like a purple because you would be able to see it. And I'm just going to scoot it underneath, hold it in my fingers, and then slide the whole bundle upward. It's all in my hand securely, nothing's coming loose. And then I am going to twist this around so that the pipe cleaner is toward the back. See my little measurements here? At any point, if I need to adjust that, I can because it's not tied down yet. So this is real life. This is how long it takes. Twisting it nice and tight, keeping my fingers really low down to the backs of those bows to keep it nice and tight. And then you can flip it over and flip out your bow and taper your ends or dovetail the ends, whichever one you like. You can have all of your tails the same size on your bow if you would like, but I feel like it gives it a little more movement and a little more interest if you kind of vary the tails. Even on the same bow, they don't have to be the same length. Same thing here. I don't know what it is with that striped ribbon from Walmart. It's really, really soft. It's almost like cutting cotton fabric. It's not stiff at all, so it takes a little more chopping. I look like I don't know how to use scissors, but I really do. I do, y'all. Okay, so now you can fluff it up. And the bow in the middle is just still too long for me, and it's a little bit too floppy for me, so I will fix that. I'll do something to fix it. I'm looking at my ends, looking at my measurements. Everything looks good, then we can put it on the wreath. And I'm just going to kind of center it underneath the believe sign right in the front. If you don't want to use a bow on yours, you don't have to. That wreath would have been perfectly fine without the bow. And some people say that I do too much, that I overdo it. But again, this is how I like it. This is an example of what brings me joy, and I like to inspire you by sharing that with you. So if you don't like it, you can certainly change it up. I encourage you to change it up. Now all it takes there in that center bow to take a little bit of the length out is just to tie it right across the center. You see there, now it has a little more body because it's shorter. And this is how that is going to look. And you can just hang it right off the wall, or you could hang it with a pipe cleaner or a piece of floor wire. To go the next step, because I'm all about that life, I'm going to add some peppermints here from that original pick. I think that with the word believe and the candy canes, it just looks sweet and childlike, and I don't know. We should all believe in something, shouldn't we? We should. We should believe in something. We should feel something. We should have a guide to life. You know, learn how to be good people. Learn how to respect one another. To believe that there's something more out there, and that we make a difference in the world, each and every one of us, by the things we do and we say. This is a little bit closer of a look, and you can see it's good and full. If you like a more full wreath, you can certainly make it more full, but I try to keep it budget friendly, so I want to show you ways that you can do it to make a big impact without spending a lot of money. I've gotten a pile over here. I'm just going to be using the burlappy and red. You can use string, thin rope, or some jute. I've got some beads I used in another project. I thought they would be perfect, kind of pearly and red. I'm going to use about 24 inches, 22 inches. I'm using the jute because it fits through my beads. If you have beads with a bigger center, you can use a different type of a rope or twine or something to go through the middle of it. Maybe even the baker's twine that's red and white would probably be cute, but you don't see much of it in the end project. Okay, so I've tied a knot in one end. In the other end, I'm going to add a little hot glue. Protected fingers, I'm going to twist that, and now we essentially have a little guide to get us through every one of those beads. Now it's stiff on the end and it won't fray. You're going to save your time. So go ahead and start making your pattern, whichever pattern you like. And I was sure to pick the best of the pieces that didn't have a lot of fraying or miscuts or anything like that. So they're about the same size. And I know I am going to be adding them on here. I have found, because I've done many wreaths before, that you can flip them over on the back and work from the back side, and it's easier because you can see exactly where your glue line is and you don't have such a big mess. So I've laid down my line of glue. You can protect your fingers here, and then I've flipped that over and pressed it down into it. Now I'm going to take a different color bead. I've got my red now. I'm going to go down here and grab another piece. That one was kind of mangled looking, so I'm going to grab a better piece. And I'm just going to go back and forth between the candy cane and the stripes. So what would you use this for? What kind of project would you use this on? Okay, well, you can use it for a tiered tray. You can use it on a cake stand. You can use it on your desk. You can put this on your makeup mirror. You can use this, maybe you have an elf that comes to your house every Christmas, and maybe the elf would like to be welcomed with a banner like this. That would be really nice too. An elf comes to our house. So you're going to keep adding. You're just going to vary it and add it until you get as much as you want. This is a very short one, and it fits perfectly on my wood slice tray or stand that you will see in the end screen that I made. So it fits on there nicely, and you only have to use a little bit of double stick tape to hold it down, or some of that putty to hold it in place, and then you can remove it. This also would be cute if you put it like in a gift basket. That would be really cute around the edge of your basket, and then put all the goodies in it. That would be cute. So when you get to the end, go ahead and tie this off and make it big enough, make the hole big enough where it won't slide through. And then for extra security, I'm going to add a dot of hot glue there and then slide the bead up on it. And this is how it will look so far. It will try to flip over on its own because it doesn't weigh very much. So I've got some little shoestring bows that I already had made. I'm just going to add those to the back of each bead on the ends. It was my little girl's idea, so thank you very much for that. That looks really cute. And this is what it's going to look like. You could probably even wrap this around a candle base or something if you wanted, as long as it's a flameless candle. So keeping with the Believe theme, I got these little wooden words from Dollar Tree. This little Santa is thrifted, and I've had him for a very long time. I'm going to take a little floral foam and a little white basket I got from the thrift store, but you can use the little tins from Dollar Tree if you want. Some leftover frosty picks. This pick with the snow on it. And then a bunch of these 1980s, 1990s. What year do you think this was? I found a bunch of them at the thrift store. And my mother-in-law has some of these somewhere around this house. These are some extra picks that we took off of other things. And then I have some table scatter with the white and silver, which look like snowballs to me, so it works. Let's start on our Believe sign here. You can use paint markers, paint pens, regular markers, paint, whatever you choose. I decided to start with the paint pens, or my little acrylic paint pens. And I'm going to color one part of this hat red, which traditionally this part of the hat is red, and then I will use white on the part that's normally furry and the little ball that's on the end. I'm also going to use a little white when I finish the word Believe. So I'll start off with this silvery gray here, and it was skipping a lot on this wood. It was leaving a lot to be desired, and I really wasn't getting the coverage I wanted. So I'm just going to switch over to I think this is like an aged silver, a little bit richer of a color, and it really gives me the coverage that I was looking for. So you can switch stuff up, and you can paint right over the top of your marker if you're not pleased with your work. I'm always trying to save my projects as best I can. Anything I can do, if I can paint over it, I'm going to paint over it. If I can sand it off and start over, then that's what I'll do. So continuing around until I get all of that word done, and then I'm going to turn it on its side, and I'm going to get behind and inside of each of those letters, because this is going to be in the project and you'll be able to see it. You can paint your back too if you would like. And see, I put the little white dots in the middle for Believe. Now you can really tell what the word says. I'm going to put some Cool Temp hot glue down in there, and I'm going to put my foam on top to hold it in place. Sometimes it will break loose because this is that crumbly kind. I don't recommend it, but it's what I had on hand. Again, with the picks, if you can unwrap the bottom of it, you're almost sure to have individual picks underneath. So feel free to rip those things apart and just use what you need. If you find something at the thrift store that looks really raggedy but it has the perfect greenery for you, go ahead and get it. Take off the pieces you need and redonate the others. Okay, I will be showing you both angles here as I'm working. I've tried doing my florals at different angles, but this seems to be the one that people prefer the most because you're looking over the top. You see what I'm seeing. So I've got them kind of in a straight line from the top right corner, the middle, and the bottom left corner. I'm going to use this boxwood. This is like a frosted or kind of a frost-kissed piece. And I like the difference between the greens in here. And I'm just going to keep adding this. You know, when you walk through the forest, you don't just see one thing, right? No, you don't just see lamb's ear hanging out by itself. Not generally. And since I like rustic and I like woodland type stuff, this is how I feel like I can capture that essence. Plus, I'm bringing in a little vintage here with the 80s and 90s ornaments. And I'm going to continue to look from side to side, round and round, just like this, to make sure that I have everything just how I like it. Now, I'll turn it from side to side all the time. Y'all know this. You know it. I turn it and I look at it and I change directions. And if anything looks like it is hanging outside, like this piece, I just go ahead and push it down into the foam so that I still have that nice round appearance on the outside. But you do yours however you want. You can continue to add. You can even pull something out if you don't like it. Nobody's judging this to see that you get it done in the first shot. Just keep trying. Get it, till you get it how you like it. Now we're going to turn the Santa head into a pick. But he's got a little ornament hanger hook on top of his head. We're going to take that off too. I'm going to use my Fix-All super glue from Dollar Tree. Put a dot on the top and a dot on the bottom of his beard. I'm going to grab my glue gun and put some glue on the back. I'm kind of flooding it, forcing it out of there. And I'm going to add down another floral pick to this spot. Take a little piece of paper and squish it down over the back. That's going to help lock it into place. And I'm going to set that aside and let it dry for a while. I don't want this coming off. Then I'm going to take my little pliers here. Also, you can find something similar to these in my Amazon store. And I'm going to put him down in the top. Now, I don't want him to be way over the top. So, if you have a really long pick, you can always cut the end off, trim it off, make it a little bit shorter. But I like that position. So I want these to look like snowballs because they kind of remind me of snowballs. I'm going to just put them on the picks, and you can use glue here to hold yours on, but be sure it's cool glue. And then I'm just going to add these around here or there. I end up moving these picks about a bazillion times. It's kind of a step down, is just what I'm showing you there. It's kind of a step down from the top. And then I want to show you just a couple of these ornaments. They're so darn cute. They're wooden. And they're like painted little wooden people and sceneries. So we got drums and Santa and Frosty. I'm just going to cut these little thread hangers off the top as close down as I can get them. It doesn't have to be perfect. And show you how we're going to add these on here. I'm going to use some of these white picks that came off of some other picks I had. Just my spare parts. I'm going to add some glue here. I've bent the end of this so that it's kind of has a wider area to sit, and I'm going to rock it back and forth until that's completely covered in the glue. I'm going to hold that, and then when I lay it down, I'm going to make sure that it is leaning someplace where it will dry in the correct position. So I'm just using the branches in there to hold that up. The ones that are a little more narrow can be a bit more challenging to do, so please protect your hands. You could always use a little drill and drill a little hole and glue that in. This is what works for me though. And I'm going to add these in at different heights. Now my thought was, okay, well we have Santa and this is about believing, so let's add the little toys in there. Let's make this like something that the kids would love. You believe and you have all that. You have such a light spirit and you're so excited about things, and I think that's what makes vintage so wonderful. What makes us love it so much, because it's that feeling of home and those memories. It's just really, really sweet and precious. Okay, so I'm going to add another pick right on the back. I'm putting on the back of the L because it is a long, narrow spot and an easy spot to put it where you don't necessarily see it as much. And once it is dry, you can paint the back and then put that in the sign. And put that sign in the floral or the greenery basket. So I have some of this. It originally came from Target, but I got this a long, long time ago at a store called Dirt Cheap. I am going to cut it off. There's no wire in it, and I'm just going to use it to embellish the top lip of this bucket or this little planter, because you can't see it, right? You're going to miss that piece, but once I got it glued on, this is what it looks like. And you could do the bottom too if you wanted, But all these projects have that same red and white theme going throughout, and you know, and it's about believing. And I love that. Believe. Here is the gorgeous wreath. I think it's gorgeous. I think it turned out really, really nicely and definitely high-end enough to look like it came from a boutique. I really like this. It's fun and whimsical with just a bit of a retro feel. Only because I was born in '73. So there's a long time in there where I saw those ornaments. Yes, indeed. This little greenery basket would be really cute to give to somebody who needs a little encouragement, who needs a little joy and hope. And you see here is that little banner or scrap, bunting, whatever you want to call it, right here. And I just used some double stick tape on the back of the little flags and added it on. It stays there just fine. It's still sitting there. I'm going to take some really thick yarn, some pipe cleaners, a 14-inch wreath from Dollar Tree, a variety of ribbons, some picks that have blueberries on them. We're going to start off by wrapping this frame with some yarn. If you don't want to use yarn, you can always use maybe some of that white automotive cloth from Dollar Tree. You could use something like that if you want, or you can use any type of a you can use a felt roll, you can use whatever you like here. I just wanted to try this because it's really easy, it's not anything new, but rather than weave it, I just wanted to wrap it all the way around this wreath because it's fluffy and it's snowy looking to me, close enough anyway. And I'm just going to wrap it all around the wreath. Once you get the hang of how you want to hold it and move that ball of yarn around, it'll go a lot quicker. Got to get your technique down. Now there will be some gaps here and there that are very easy to fix. They usually get kind of hung up on the crossbars, but you can just use your finger and just pick it up and move the bottom and then move the top over. I'm trying to make sure that they're evenly spaced. And I cut another section because I ran out. I'm just going to tie it into the yarn that's already down and tuck it in. And then I wrapped it around this spool, and look how much easier and neater that is. If it's wrapped around the spool like this, it doesn't have the opportunity to get all tangled up. Now if I would have done this from the beginning, I would have had this thing whipped up in no time, y'all. Hindsight, right? So I'm going to go all the way around until we're back to the original spot. If you run out of string again, just go ahead and put another piece in there. You just tie it in. So now once we get close to the end, I'm just going to make sure that I am sliding it over so that you don't see a bunch of lumps and bumps. I'll cut off a little tail so that I have something to tie to the area that I was just wrapping around, and I'm just tying it to itself. You don't have to make a huge knot here because we're going to secure it with a little bit of hot glue. And then I'll just cut off the excess. You can tuck the little end inside. And I like the way it looks. I think it's pretty. So here are some of our, I don't know if this, is this called blue spruce? Is this spruce? I know it's some type of an evergreen, but they're in picks that are kind of, you know, wrapped together. So I'm just taking those apart, fluffing those out, because a lot of times when things are in storage, they get all mashed. So we need to fluff them back up. And then I'm going to cut the tails off. I don't need those little stems to be too long. So cutting them off make it easier for me to work with, and you won't be able to see it because anything you put on top of that white is really going to stand out. So I want to cut as much of that off as I can. Nobody wants to see that plastic, right? And then I'm just getting an idea of how I want to lay this down on my wreath. Some of the picks have berries and some do not. So I have decided to alternate with one that does and one that doesn't. One that does and one that doesn't. All the way around so I can stretch that color out. Now the pipe cleaners, you can cut them in half if you would like. or you can leave them whole and then just cut off the excess. I'll do it both ways for you so you can see the difference. You don't have a lot of room if you cut them in half to wrap, so you've really got to be able to use your fingertips well to do this. You don't have a lot of room. And then you can tuck the end down into the yarn. I'm going to overlap, and then I'll take another piece, and I'm kind of going like through the greenery. I don't want this to be mashed down. I want it to almost disappear, so I'm trying to make sure I put it in places where it's not that noticeable. Now I'm overlapping with one with berries, and I'm using a whole pipe cleaner for this to show you how it would look if you used the whole one. Just wrapped it around. Now I'm going to go on to the next one. And you can use as many picks as you want. Remember that when you get picks at Dollar Tree or Walmart or wherever you get them, you can cut them into pieces. You don't have to use the entire pick in one spot. In fact, I can't tell you the last time I used the pick as it comes on the stem. I just about always take my pieces apart. For florals, for wreaths, for anything. But that's clearly my choice. You can do it the way that you like it. I'm trimming down another piece there. And then you can take your wire cutters and just trim off the back. If you've got some really tough scissors that you use for crafting, you can use those, but don't use your good scissors. Alright, so for that, I'm going to go ahead and leave it like this. Then I have some more berry picks that I found that have a little bit different greenery. It's a little bit lighter, not as bluish toned, so I'm mixing those in, and that will really thicken it up. There's miniature pine cones that came from Dollar Tree in a bag, and these are kind of snowy looking. I think they look nice. The berries that are on these picks are kind of frosted or snowy looking too, so I think they look good together. Then I'm going to take some ribbon. This is a 1.5 foot or 18-inch ruler, so I'm going to cut these strips into 18 inches. I have, I think, four different types of ribbon. So I'm just going to fold those in half, bunch them in the middle, and then hold them between my thumb and my forefinger. This is what is called a funky bow. Maybe called other things, but when I learned it, that's what it was called. So I'm going to go halfway down the folded ribbon like this and grab it in the center and just kind of press it in to my hand, and I'm not taking those out or moving those at all in my right hand. They're going to stay clamped like they're in a vise in my hand over there. Just looking at it to make sure that they're all the same length, just like that, like a little dome. Then I'll go in with another one. It's important to mix up how you're putting these in your hand so that you don't have too many of the same patterns and size together. You want it to have a little bit of variety and difference, so I'm just alternating the ones that I put in my hand. I have 3 of each ribbon that I'm using. Obviously, the bigger the ribbon and the more ribbon, the bigger the bow. I don't want something that's going to totally overwhelm this wreath. In fact, before this bow, I had tried to do a different one, and it was just way too big. It did not suit the look at all. So once you have them all in your hand, you can use a zip tie or chenille stem, whatever you have, but when you use your zip tie, you can wrap it around. I am right-handed, and I'm going to hold it tight. I still have not let go at all of my right hand, still holding that. I'm just going to cinch that down tight, grab my cutters, cut the tail off, and then I'm going to fluff it from underneath first. So we're going to flip the entire bow over, and we're going to flip the tails downward. So they're going to go toward all the loops of the bow. When you flip them like this, you're going to be making sure that the pattern part is facing away from you, because when you turn this over, they will be on the top. And that's the idea. You want all the pretty stuff facing the top. So just continue to turn and twist. It's important to use wired ribbon for this so that everything will stay where you put it. And continue all the way around until you get all of those tail pieces facing the other way and fluffed apart. So now you can see sort of toward the center of the bow, and you can turn it over. And when you turn it over, you can go ahead and kind of look at your spacing between the tails and begin to fluff up the loops on the top of the bow. And you can get an idea of what patterns are closer together, what needs to be moved, and just slide them around in there. Slide them around, move them over until you get the look and the shape that you like. I think this is really pretty. Right now, it's just kind of reminding me of the shape of like a chrysanthemum or something, you know, like a Christmas flower. But I am working on a blue Christmas because a blue Christmas is the song that I chose. We grew up listening to Elvis Presley at Christmas time, making Christmas candies, decorating. And so when I think about Christmas, I think about Elvis. I know it's kind of crazy. I'm not like the hugest Elvis fan, but you know, there's certain times of year when I have to have the music. So I have been listening to Elvis while I am crafting. And blue Christmas it is. So after you've got as much greenery as you want, you can go ahead and put the bow down. I'm using glue here because I don't want this to go anywhere at all. Press on the inside of your bow, not the outside, because you don't want to mash down all the work you did. I'm going to be taking some wooden snowflakes, using those in the ornament, but I want to expand on that bow just a little bit. So I'm going to make tails, and this is how I make my little short tails. I have about 7 inches of ribbon, fold it over, cut your dovetails, pinch it in the middle, and then twist outward with the one that's facing away from you. Then I just use a pipe cleaner, twisted it around really tightly to make a little point so we have something to glue with, and then flick those ends out. And this is how that will look. And it just looks like tails on a bow, but you just don't have your bow, so they're just little freestanding tails. Adding those in underneath the layers of the tails on the bow is going to make that a little bit wider. It's going to make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to do the same thing with the large silver ribbon and extend it upward. Now we can put on the snowflakes, but to add some dimension, I'm using some of these little blocks that came from Dollar Tree. I'm going to put it on the back, glue it down, and then I can position it where I think it would look good on the wreath. And I'm just going to put one on the top of the bow and one in the back of the bow, or in the front and behind. I'm just using a little bit of hot glue and pressing that down so it goes through the greenery and into the wreath form that is underneath. I don't want these to move at all, and thankfully they are not moving. They are staying in place. So I left a long pipe cleaner on the top that we use to secure the greenery. I'm just going to go ahead and make a loop with it. I'm going to leave a gap in the middle, twist the ends, open that loop, and then twist those ends around the inside and outside of the loop. And that makes a nice little soft hanger. It won't scratch your wall if you do it correctly. And then, when that is all done, you go through and do your final look, fluff things out. If you need to add a little bit of glue, go ahead and do that. Make it look nice and pretty. I'm going to use elephant gray and sterling silver paints, a glue stick, a little squeegee, a variety of ribbons. This is just one. And then these are actually little name tags for gifts that somebody handmade. I got them at the thrift store and I love them. And then this is a tag sign from Dollar Tree, or a ornament sign from Dollar Tree. And a beautiful piece of blue snowflake paper. Looks like a blue Christmas. I'll turn the paper upside down because it's much easier to see when you trace on white than on patterns, so I'm just flipping it over. I'm going to go all the way around. This bulb is the same size all over. It's symmetrical, so you don't have to be particular about how you lay it down. And then I'm just going to cut out around where I traced. I'm going to go on the outside of the line so I don't cut anything too short. And this is how it will look on the bulb. I've decided to use the back rather than the front, but you can peel that paper off on the front section and get rid of that because you are not going to need any mess in the back. Or you could put craft paper over the back, or another piece of scrapbook paper to make it look nice and finished. Once the glue is down, I'm going to go ahead and settle down that piece of beautiful paper right on top of it. Press it down and spread it out with my hands, and then I'll take that little squeegee and make sure that every little piece is in contact with the board underneath. Just slid it over just a little bit, and making sure that it's around the edges And then to clean up the edges, I'm going to grab a sanding block or fingernail file. You can see I'm using both here, and just go around all the edges. You see I peeled the back off so it's nice and clean. I'll take that elephant gray paint and go over the top part of the ornament where it is usually some type of metal. I'm going to just go over that here with the gray. I'm going to use silver on top of it, but I'll use 2 coats of the gray first. I'll let it dry completely in between. When you put the gray on top of this brown, it's going to kind of soak into it in this MDF or whatever this material is. So just be sure that you let that dry thoroughly first, and then you can go over it with some silver. And then I'm going to fill in the little hole here with just one of those little table scatter pieces from Dollar Tree, and start choosing what kind of ribbons you want to use. These are the ones that I found that kind of coordinate with the paper. So I'm going to lay them down and measure about 7 inches for each one, and I'm going to do 2 of each pattern. So 2 of the thin silver, 2 of the brown with the silver snowflakes, 2 of the brown with the white snowflakes, so on and so on. Just as long as they're coordinating with our paper on the bulb sign. I'm going to go ahead and cut some dovetails in the ribbon, and then we're going to make an X pattern with this one. This is going to be the little messy bow. I love this little bow. Just go ahead and stack your patterns whichever way you like them. I like to put the biggest in the back and then kind of move toward the smaller pieces in the front, because otherwise they get kind of lost in there. I had just a little bit left of this one, so I went ahead and put it in there, and I think it looks good. You have a variety of textures and colors and patterns, and that's what gives interest to a piece. I'm just going to pick it up, pick that stack up, kind of bunch them toward each other, walk them toward each other into the center, and then with just a little piece of jute, since I already have brown in there, I'm going to tie this off, and I'll put a couple of knots in it so it stays in place, tie it really tight. You could use baker's twine, string, whatever you have, and you can even use a pipe cleaner here if that's what you had. It's getting close to the end of the season, so we want to use up what we have, right? We don't want to have to go out and get anything extra, plus the crowds are ridiculous this time of year. So just pull them and kind of make sure that you got the same lengths on both sides, and you're able to do that. If you get your knot right, you can still pull these from side to side just a little bit. Then you want to kind of flick the tails down and spread those out, and it gives you such a pretty little bow. This would be pretty on a gift too, I think. And then I'm just going to put it right in the center under the top. Fill up it a little. I don't want it to be flat. Then I tried to peel the backing off and it didn't work, so we're just going to go with it. I'm going to add some hot glue, put it down there, and make sure I have it in the center of the bow. And I think that is going to give it a very pretty look. Then you know, I'm always forever fluffing my bows and my bow type items. And I think it's such a pretty little thing, and it would be nice on a big tree ornament too, I think. What do you think? One of these little signs from Dollar Tree, some cloth from Dollar Tree, an ornament that came from Dollar Tree, a couple of brushes. You might need white paint, some type of a blue, since we're all about blue Christmas right now. And then this I got from the thrift store. It made its way to the bins. I'm just going to reuse the paper that came in here. I'm going to put the star aside, and we can use that paper to protect the table. We're going to cut the string and the tag off of the ornament. And then on our letters, we're going to begin to paint. This is a beautiful, I think it's called a dark navy blue. It looks really bright when you first paint it, but it does darken up as it dries. It took me 2 coats. I went all the way around and let it dry. So you're going to take this other side, take the hanger out, get your cloth, and I'm just cutting off the excess because this is one I've been using, so saving money there, using a remnant. I glued one side. I'm going to lay it down, add some glue along that edge, enough to really get some grip on it, and this is Gorilla Glue, by the way, in this glue gun. Careful and protect your fingers if you need to. Then I'm going to get the wrinkles out, press it down. It's going to sit up and dry nicely, and I will trim off the excess from that side. I'm going to lift the ends up and cut across. They're going to be about a half, no, maybe like a quarter of an inch longer than the end of the box is. And we're going to fold this almost like you would when you are wrapping a Christmas present or a gift. I'm just going to glue that down. I'm going to add some more glue. Fold the other side over. I'm just pulling it tightly so the corners are nice and flat. Then I'm going to add some right down the middle. Carefully flip this up without touching the glue. That's why you need to protect your fingers. And then I'm just going to use a clamp to hold it in place while I go to the other end. So here's the other side, adding the glue. Going to go right down the center, press it upward and over and clamp it. Once it's dry, take your clamps off, flip it over and trim off your excess on the sides. And there's our base. I'm going to use E6000 and some hot glue to put on the bottom of these. I didn't paint the bottoms because there's really no sense in it. Then I'm going to add hot glue in the middle. Place it down on the sign, and I'm pressing pretty hard, hoping it will go through that fabric onto the block, but it didn't. So I'm using some short staples, and I'm going to staple the J in from the underside, and then I'm going to do the same process. I'm going to add some of that E6000, some hot glue, press it down, give it a minute to kind of cling to that. Then I'm going to flip it over, support it, and use my staple gun on the bottom. It'll go right into the center, and it holds it nicely. Perfect. Now the snowflake weighs essentially nothing. It's like styrofoam. It hardly has any weight. So we're going to do it a little bit different to attach it. I'm going to add hot glue. I'm going to put it in the middle because the snowflake is going to be our O. I'm going to press it down, and then going all around the outside of that while I'm holding it in place, I'm going to trace it out with some glue to really give it some more support. Now the fun part, get out the Mod Podge. We're going to go across the tops of the letters and the snowflake, and then in the cracks and any place like snow would naturally fall. You see how wobbly that snowflake is? Don't worry, we're going to fix it. Yeah, you want to put it there because we're going to put snow on top of the Mod Podge, and that is going to give it a nice snowy look. So he talks about, I think part of the lyrics is, you'll be doing all right with your Christmas of white, but I'll have a blue Christmas. So this is the Christmas of white. We're putting some snow on here, making it really pretty. We've got a snow theme going on with our ornaments. Well, with our decorations, not our ornaments. We didn't do ornaments, did we? Although you could probably poke this in the tree if you wanted. Just going to continue to flick that snow all over it, flip it over, tap it off, and get it all out of there. And you see everything's hanging on there nicely. I'm beating the you-know-what out of it, and it's still holding on, so that's good. But at the end, I needed a couple of staples to help me hold that down, so I added some staples in the bottom, a little more hot glue, and finally she's standing up on her own. There we go. This is how that sign is going to look. I appreciate you being here. If you're a subscriber of mine, thank you so much again. If you're new and you came from someone else's channel, I want to say a big welcome and give you a virtual hug. I'm so happy to have you here. Thank y'all so much for stopping by. I hope you go out and find some joy in your day. We're going to use this Merry and Bright sign from Dollar Tree. It's a little thin wood. And then the little wood round. This also came from Dollar Tree. Any type of scrapbook paper that you like, and this has candy on it, so I think it's a good one, and cookies. I'm going to use my glue stick, a variety of paints that coordinate with my paper, my plaster chalk paint, some sponge brushes, and a regular brush. Take the tag off of your words, and then I'm going to go ahead and cover that in the chalk paint, only one coat. And bright white is an option if you would like to use that. And of course, you can paint it any color you want. I like the idea of using that white though, because it's going to make the other colors pop. We're going to take the cord out of the sign and go ahead and give this a good coating of this glue stick. If you don't want to use a glue stick, you certainly don't have to. You can do Mod Podge, just be very careful with it so that you don't get a lot of bubbling and issues with your paper. So good side to side all the way around to the corners, the edges rather. Then I'm just going to put it down with my hands and press it down and out, just so it's going to stick down. Then I'll get my little tool over here and just kind of press those down. This actually came with a vinyl set, but you can use a credit card, anything you have. Even a wood ruler would work. I'm going to trim off the excess. I'm not trying to get too close because I want to sand my edges, but I'm just going to trim off anything extra. I don't want anything to get caught while I'm trying to sand, and then pull the paper off, because at this point my glue is not dry on my paper. But you can just keep going with the glue stick, which is what makes it so wonderful. So you're going to take your sanding block or emery board or sandpaper and just go down and away, and it's going to shear the edge off. If you've been around for a while, you know this technique because I use it all the time. I'm going to take a little bit of water on these are just like a paper towel that I have, and I'm going to take some antiquing wax, press that into the water, get it kind of thinned out and mixed, and then I'm going to use it to go around the edges, because when you sand off the paper, oftentimes it's going to be like white where you sand, and if that's the look you're going for, that's perfect. But I always kind of like rustic, so I'm going to use that antiquing wax to kind of dirty up my edges. Now I'm just going to take a pick that I have here. This is just a wooden pick, and poke the holes out. And I'm going to start with my paint. If you are interested in specific colors, feel free to ask and I'll let you know. But really the idea is to get some paints that are going to match what your paper looks like. So I have two different size round sponge daubers, whatever. They're a foam brush on a stick. And this is the easiest way I have found to make circles. So I'm going to start off with the larger one. I'm going to get it in that red paint, pat it off, make sure that I can see that it is solid across the bottom. And then I'm just going to randomly start putting these down on the words. Some will be hanging off, some will be kind of centered, however you want to do it. Now, if you don't want to use this technique, you don't have to do polka dots. You could always use stickers. If you don't have these brushes, you could do stickers, or you could use a paint pen and draw some type of pattern on here, or you can make circles with a paint pen if you wanted to do that. I thought the circles would be cute on here because they just kind of remind me of sprinkles, like on Christmas cookies and Christmas candy. So I like the idea of using this red and the two different greens. Then once you have your red on, you can go to your next color. We're not going to use the same brushes. I'm using a smaller brush now, and I'm just going to add on that dark green. It's really like I think it's called grass green, something like that. And I'm just going to put these on here and there. You can see I'm leaving this all in, and I'm just trying to look all over the sign, take the whole thing in and put them on here. I'm not doing like a pattern. So I've washed out that brush, dried it really well, just squeezed it in a towel, and then I'm going to move over to this lighter pale kind of green color and add those dots here and there. You don't want to put a big blob of paint, so as you can see I'm kind of dipping in and then pressing away from it, you know, in another section, kind of pressing it out. And then once your glue is dry, when you've got your pattern on there, you can go back over it if you want to brighten your color up and add another layer right on top. And this is how it's going to look if you choose to do this technique. Alright, I'm going to use a red acrylic paint pen or paint marker here. It's a fine tip. And after everything's dry, I'm going to go around my edges and just make dots. I just really want it to stand out, and being white like that, it's just not standing out like I hope that it would. So this is going to be very busy. If you don't like this pattern and you don't want to do it this way, you don't have to. You can make little stitch marks if you want to do stitch marks, or if you have a really good hand, you can trace it out. But this is how it's going to look once you get them all done, and I think that it really has a good effect. I think it stands out like I hope that it would, and it almost looks like little Christmas lights. I'm going to use some of this white cord. This I got at the thrift store. You can use burlap string in any coordinating color. You could use baker's twine. That would also be good. And I'm just going to make a new hanger for it. I don't want to use the same hanger that I had. So I'm going to just, if the cording has a good sealed in, you can go ahead and feed it through there, but sometimes it doesn't, and if it doesn't, you can just add a little hot glue, protect your fingers, and then just twist it kind of into a point, and then you'll be able to push it through there. And that's what you want to do, both sides, push it through the little hole. Sometimes it takes a minute. You just have to kind of grab for it. Then I'm going to tie double knots in both sides to keep it from slipping back. You can see it's a thick knot and it will not go through that hole. And that's the idea. We're going to do it one more time on this side. And you can just kind of pull your string up and see how far you want it, the sign to hang from the string. And I like that distance. And I will trim up right close to the knot. Not on the knot, but close to it. Alright, now I have a nice secure handle. Well, hanger. Alright. I just kind of measure and get an idea of where I want it to be, so I know how far I want to put my sign on there, you know, how far down I want to put it, and where I want to put the little swag that we're going to make to go on the top of it. If you're new to my channel, I would like to welcome you. Thank you very much for stopping by. We do budget-friendly DIYs here, and we try to do things that are not cookie cutter. They're a little different. So what you see me doing right now is just trying to figure out where my best kind of arrangement would be, how it would look best on the sign, if I want to angle it or do it straight up and down. I do this a lot, and I wanted to leave this in here for you so you see I don't just turn stuff over and glue it straight down. But I don't like the fact that it is flat on the board. I don't feel like there's enough space there. So what I'm going to do is change it just a bit. But because I still feel like my sign is not really standing out, I'm going to take a little bit of this brown paint, which is the same brown as on that paper there. And I'm just going to go around the edges. When I paint, I generally do paint the entire sign the color that I'm painting on top. To me, it just gives it a better look. But really, in this project, I could have just left it because it should be kind of dimensional. That's kind of what I wanted with this. But you can do this either way. You can go through there and go over all your high points and all of the little corners and nooks and crannies. It'll give it a little bit of shadowing, which will kind of make it stand out a little bit. And I like the idea of that. Plus it looks kind of like a cookie with frosting now. And so once that's done, I can just set it aside and let it dry. And you can see already it does make a bit of a difference. It does. It's not a lot though. So I'm going to give it some dimension. And I did paint the back brown too. I'm going to add some hot glue and these little puffy sticker things. You can get something similar to these at Dollar Tree. I'm sure they work fine. But this is what I had on hand, so that's what I'm going to use here. They have sticky on both sides and they have little pieces of wax paper on there until you get ready to use them. Then you just peel them off. I just wanted to use the hot glue to ensure that nothing came off. Now when it stands away from the sign, it looks much better. So once I got my placement, I peeled off the backings and then I'm just gently pressing it down because this wood is thin and it will split and break if you're not careful. So you see it's got a little dimension there. Y'all know me and my projects. I like some depth and dimension. Okay, so if you remember from a video we did recently, I had this little gingerbread man left out of a pick of peppermints. And I thought he would be perfect to use in this video. The birds are talking to us outside the window, y'all. I've got the window open. It's some beautiful weather outside today, so I'm enjoying it. I am going to peel my little sticker off. These were donated to me, I do believe. I think so. But it looks like they came from Hobby Lobby or Michael's. I didn't get them at the thrift store, though. I'm just going to cross them over in the middle, just their stems right on top of the other. And then use this zip tie and cut off the extra to hold them together. And then we'll use hot glue to put it down. Okay, to all of my subscribers who have been here for a while, I just want to let you know that November is going to be our Subscriber Appreciation Month. I have lots of goodies. My husband actually went to a hardware store and got a bunch of things to use, and I have lots of stuff that I already have for giveaways, so we're going to have a lot of fun in November. Be sure that you subscribe and you hit the notification bell so that you don't miss your opportunities. I'm going to have little hints in the videos coming up, so be sure you're watching and listening carefully. Okay, so I've raised him up a little bit with another one of those little puffy sticker things, and then I'm just going to use some hot glue and place them down right there over the center of the swag. And this is how this little wood round from Dollar Tree is going to look. I think it's cute. It's very busy and festive, and I think that is perfect for Christmas. This would be so cute in a Christmas kitchen, I think. So using one of these ornaments, mine actually was thrifted, but you can get these at the Dollar Tree, and a candlestick from Dollar Tree, some red paint, some red glitter. I'm using some clear Elmer's glue and some water. Then I have a little cup and a stick so that I can mix it up. Plus I'm going to use some tulip slick paint and then some faux snow. Alright, I'm going to take the top off of my ornament. I'm going to place the glue down in the cup, add equal parts glue and water, and I'm going to mix it up. At first it seems like it doesn't want to mix, but it will get thin for you and kind of bubbly. The idea is to get this thin enough that it can be poured down into the ornament. So we're going to pour it in there. If you preferred to use paint, if you don't have red glitter or a glitter that you like, you can use red paint and do this. You can either tint the glue, or you could water down your paint maybe and pour that in there. I'm sure there are lots of videos on how to do that. But for my video, I'm going to be using some red glitter that I got at the thrift store. By the way, I don't know if Miss Sheila watches, but she thrifts with me at Goodwill, and she found the glitter for me. So thank you, Miss Sheila. Alright, then I'm just going to use my hand as a funnel because I was too lazy to go upstairs and get a funnel. And I'm going to shake it around inside of this bottle. It's glitter, so it's messy, but hey. It's glitter, and it's Christmas. We gotta have it. And this ends up looking like ruby red slippers. What a beautiful, beautiful color. You could use chunky glitter. You can use the ones that have the little shapes and confetti in it. There's so many options for this project. So I'm gonna, you see my hand is just covered. I'm gonna tap out the excess, and then I'm gonna set it in front of a fan so that it will dry. If you set things around it, it'll hold it like in place. Otherwise it'll just spin around. So what I'm doing is tapping it around to make sure that all the glue area actually has glitter on it. And then if you need extra, you're just gonna add a little bit extra and keep going. You can use a pan and hope that most of it goes into the pan. I ended up with glitter on my chin and on my face, on my clothes, on the table, in the floor, etc., etc. And I'm going to dump it out. Pretty much at this point, it's sticky enough on the inside of there to stay. Look at that coverage. It's beautiful. Is that not beautiful? And see, now that's inside the jar, you won't have to touch it anymore once you get it sealed. I'm going to use gloss white paint for the candlestick. I use 2 coats and let it dry outside. We're going to slip the hook out of the top of the ornament, whatever you call this, the top, the lid, the whatever. Hot glue and metal doesn't usually work, so I'm using some Fix-All from Dollar Tree and going around here, and I am going to use this to put on the ornament. I want to say thank you very much for those of you who have bought coffee for me. I appreciate it so much. Alright, now I'm using a paint pen here, another acrylic marker, and I'm going to start drawing this to make it look like a peppermint. So you just start in the middle and you just kind of make some little arcs or arches to go across it. I am putting little dots in where they need to be white because the first time I did this, I did not have the right amount of spaces, and I ended up having two reds by each other, and that wouldn't have worked. So now you can see I've marked white where it needs to be white. Then I'm going to take my puffy paint here. Now, feel free, if you don't want to use the puffy paint, to use a chalk paint or an acrylic paint. The only thing about chalk paint is it dries pretty quickly, and you're going to need to have wet paint when you do part of this piece of candy. So just you'll see in just a minute. That's why I use this puff paint, or this, well, it's slick paint, but it's thick and it takes quite a bit of time to dry. It's easy to move around though. It's not runny at all, and mine came from Goodwill. I have been so blessed in getting tons of craft supplies at Goodwill. I guess people get done, maybe they craft just enough for certain projects and then they don't want it anymore, so they donate the supplies. Whatever the case may be, it is working for me. So you continue around. It's going to look a little streaky, but you can go ahead and wait till it dries and add another layer on there if you want to. But while it is wet, you need to start putting your snow on it. This came from the thrift store, but you can find something. Try to find some really fine snow when you go to the wherever you buy your crafting supplies or your Christmas decor. This is so fine. It's lighter than salt, but I would almost say that the grains would be about the same size as salt. So I guess that could be an option for you if you wanted. But these are white, and it sticks so well in this paint, I guess because of the thickness of it. And I'm just going to continue to sprinkle that all over those white spots until I get the coverage I want. Then you can take a dry brush and just kind of brush away the extra glitter, or the extra snow rather. Brush that off there to make it nice and clean. And you can wait until this is completely dry to do this step, so you're not working around wet paint, which is kind of what I was doing. But I just wanted to make sure that it would clean nicely and that you would have the idea of what to do to really make it look nice. I am very appreciative of all of you. I am appreciative of every comment, like, subscribe, share, every bit of it. I really am, and I just want to give back, and I'm going to be giving back, and we are going to have a ton of fun, y'all. Alright, so I'm going to add some hot glue in the bottom of the opening here, and I pulled these off of the back of the other project because it needed a little more height, so I pulled it off, and you'll see that in a little while. The last project, you'll see that. And I just put these down in here. It's just like a little foam backing thing, but you can use any type of foam, anything that you can find that will fit in there to make this level across the top. You can even use a piece of paper and glue that down if you wanted. But you see there, now it's level, because that ornament does not fit snugly down in that hole, so it needs something to stand on. So I'm going to flood it with glue, and then I'm going to sit it right on the top. Be careful with it. Do not burn yourself, because that's a lot of glue. I'm going to turn it to the side, stand it up straight, and I'm just going to hold it in place for a few minutes. Here is some Dollar Tree ribbon. I am going to cut a piece of this, and I chose this because it looks fun and it looks festive and it looks like, just reminds me of candy. Plus the red and the green look really good with these other projects, so we're just going to go with it. This is not farmhouse, this is not traditional. This may be called contemporary. I call it fun and hopefully inspirational. So if you don't like it, change it, make it your own. You know, that's what I always tell you guys, and it's the easiest way to do it. Make it perfect for yourself. This is how it's going to look once you get your little bow on. And this is just a decor piece you can just sit on the shelf. It's really cute. My favorite one. This was so much fun. Taking a sign from the Dollar Tree, some paint. I got gray and silver, and a rough brush. Then I have some latte paint. I have a little hanger, I'm not sure where it came from, and then these little wood pieces. I am going to start off by painting the wood pieces on the top and on the sides. I'm going all the way around there. This color reminds me sort of like gingerbread, or maybe like a cookie, you know? That's the feeling I get from this color, and I like the idea that it's close enough to the wood color that you can put on top of there and it doesn't, like, you know, it kind of looks like a cookie. I don't know what words I'm trying to use today. Words are hard. They're hard. So just like that, I'm going to do all of the cookies like that. You don't need any on the back side. For this sign, we first need to break this glue seal that goes around. Be very careful if you're going to use the knife. Keep your fingers, thumbs, all that out of the way. You can use your heat tool or a blow dryer to put on the back of it to loosen the glue, but I found that doing it this way helps me to get a nice clean break on the back so that I don't peel everything off or break when I'm pushing down. Then I'm just taking my thumbs and pressing and holding on to the frame so that I can push it away evenly. And then I'm going to peel off this, and this is where those little foam pieces came from. There are little nails in the back of some of these signs, so just use a little puller here, feel for the nails, and just pull them out, or staples, whichever one. I've decided we're going to use the back of this sign as our front. After you take off your sticker, go ahead and use your gray paint first, and this is dark gray, and I'm going to color the whole thing and let it dry. Only one coat. Then I'm going to take this silver. I'm going to use my little chippy brush, and I'm going to pat most of it off and then just dry brush across in one direction. I kind of want this to look like a cookie sheet. Not exactly, but you know, kind of like a piece of metal, kind of like a cookie sheet. Alright, so I flip this over and I put it on the back of that mini sign there. I have no idea where I got that sign from. I've had it forever. Once the cookies are dry, we're going to start filling them in. So I'm using this same paint. This is called Slick Paint. I think it's by Petal. I'm going to put some in the middle, a dollop, whatever you want to call it, and I am going to go around in a circle on the inside. So this almost looks like a cookie, right? With icing on it? Yes. Then I'm going to try another style. By the way, painting it on didn't work. It's way too thin. I tried it. Don't recommend it. Then I'm going to use my same brush, and that is a round tip brush. It's really easy to move this to the edge with that round tip brush or little pointed tip. And I want to do 3 different styles, and there's 6 cookies, so I'm going to do 3. I'm going to do 2 styles of each one. So one of them is half covered, one of them has a pretty good ring around it, and one of them is covered almost completely over the top. You can do this any way you want to. And if you wanted to paint your tops, you could paint them. Whatever you like. So these little holly picks came from Goodwill. I'm just going to fold them over, spread out the leaves because they're on like a wire, I guess. And then I'm going to choose some peppermints from some thrifted picks that I have here. It's just a bag of thrifted stuff, candy, peppermints, whatever. I'm going to pull that off and see it looks kind of frosted. I'm going to place that cookie, that peppermint right down on that cookie. What about that? That's cute. I think it's cute. I mean, realistically, would you have a peppermint in the middle of a cookie? Probably not, but it's okay. It's imagination. It's fun. You use anything you have. You could use stickers for this. You could use confetti for this. You could use table scatter. You could just paint the top of your cookies with a paintbrush and paint if you wanted to. But I think these look very fancy. Party cookies, hors d'oeuvres. Kind of mid-century modern with the little holly on there. Cute. These I recently got while I was out thrifting, and there are clear and there are red, and the red are tiny. They're little bitty. But I thought these would be really cute to use as like a little star pattern on the cookie. And so that paint is still wet. That's what you see me doing, just kind of dropping it into the paint, and oops, accident. I'll put him down because now he has paint everywhere. So I've got 4 here, and then I'm just going to tap them down in there, and I'll add one right into the middle. So I'll have 2 cookies that look like that as well. Then using that same snow, I'm going to sprinkle it on each one of our little cookies. So it has the same pretty frosty look as our peppermint candy that we made. Can you see these in Mrs. Claus's kitchen? I can totally see these in Mrs. Claus's kitchen. So tell me, what was your favorite Christmas cookie or Christmas treat when you were a child? What was your favorite? Can you remember something that you did as a family or at a party that you made together that you had every single year? Or maybe something you tried once and wish you had again. I'd love to know. Alright, so you see the trim here is not the same color as the little Miss Claus sign. I'm going to take this walnut furniture repair marker and color this entire thing. I'm going to go all around the front edge, and then I will go to the outside and color the entire outside, and then on the inside of it too, so that everything has the same pretty color. Now it's nice and dark. It looks nice. Alright, so before I glue anything down as far as putting back my frame and all that, I'm going to go ahead and put my cookies and my sign in the middle how I would like for them to be displayed. This is like the dry run. When you just try everything out. Now I have to make sure that everything is inside enough that when I put the frame on that it doesn't hit anything. So that's why I'm kind of pushing it down and pushing it away from the corners and edge, because I know that this should fit on here. But I have to test it out to be sure. And this looks like a pretty good setup to me. But my cookie sign is just a little too low down. I'm going to fix that, no worries. So everything should fit in there. And since I know that it is going to be there, I'm going to leave it in place and start putting down my cookies. It takes quite some time for these to dry, quite some time. And I can't actually tell you the exact amount of time it takes to do it, because I would say probably 24 hours though, because they're dry now. But I was actually gluing these down while they were still wet, so that's why I'm holding them so tenderly. I didn't want to mess my paint up or drop it. I was nervous. I was so nervous, y'all. I did not want to mess this project up because I had such high hopes. Now I'm just getting the distance with my fingers, trying to see, make sure I got about the same amount of space there. And then look at that. Did you just look at that? Look at it. But it protected it. It didn't even mess it up. Well, the birds are happy today. I wonder if y'all can hear those birds. It's such a beautiful day. All right. Going on to that next corner, and then I put the middle in last. That's usually the easiest way to do it if you want to make sure that you get your spacing right. So I'm going to put it down there in that glue also. So far so good. And then I want this to stand up taller. So what I'm going to do is peel off those foam blocks, and I put those in another project. And I'm going to use these little square wood blocks from Dollar Tree. I'm just going to put 3 of them on there, and then I will glue it down. See, now it sits above the rest of them. That's a step that you could skip if you don't need to do it, but I just want to give you the tip in case you run into this problem too. You don't want it to sit on the cookies. You want to give it some dimension and some lift away from it. I'm kind of getting it centered first, and then I'll press it down. I did go over that sign, the Miss Claus sign, with the same color marker as I did the frame. So just keep that in mind. Now everything matches. Mrs. Claus's Cookie Company. Is that not the cutest thing? Oh, I'm very happy with this. And I believe in you, and I believe that you can do these projects just like I can. Use your imagination and change it up where you need to. Here is our wood round. We used the sign and the round itself. They came from Dollar Tree. And then we had some thrift finds to go along with it. Here is our peppermint. Loving the colors. It looks very snowy, doesn't it? It dried so pretty. And then we're going to take a look over here at our cookie tray. There is the cookie tray. I'm so happy with this. If you wanted to, you could run some lights in there. That would be perfectly okay. I would love it if you would subscribe to this channel if you are interested in budget-friendly DIYs. As always, I thank you so much for stopping by. I have some of these snowy willow picks from Dollar Tree. Some snowy picks that I don't know where I got them from. And these two little cardinals, they have a little bit of a different position, and they came from Dollar General. Some zip ties and a wooden ladder that I thrifted. That wooden ladder is about 30 inches long. I'll start this very easy project by putting down one willow pick. I'm leaving the entire thing together, not cutting it apart. Surprise, surprise, same here. Whole pick. This is such an easy project if you've got a ladder. So easy. Gonna use a zip tie, go around the back, pull it through till it's tight, and it's sitting right on the front facing of the ladder. You can cut off that extra, and then we're gonna do the same thing in the opposite direction, almost like making a swag. So I'm just gonna kind of feed this up through here, and then we'll add the next snowy pine pick right on top with another zip tie. You can get zip ties from Dollar Tree, and you can get them from lots of different stores. I'm going to fluff out these willow branches under here just a little bit, just to kind of splay them out, give it a little more dimension, because we love dimension, don't we? We don't want anything flat. We want something to be interesting to the eye. I'm going to do the same thing up top, just going to kind of move it around a little. Then I'm going to place my birds on the ladder. They're taking a little shelter on the ladder. So I think I want this one in the centerpiece, or well, it's not the center rung, but I'm going to put it in the center of this step on the ladder. Hold it there for a minute until it is firmly attached. Now I'm using Gorilla Glue here, so you want to use something that's got some strong bonding so it doesn't come off. Ideally, I would like to be able to put this on my porch or hang it on my porch, so I want something that's not going to come apart in the elements. I'm going to put this one right here and turn him just a little bit. So the opening there, I left open in case I wanted to do something different, but I decided another pick here would be the perfect thing. So I just cut the end off, laid it kind of sideways, and I'm just going to zip tie that down right in the middle. Now, of course, if you want to put some snow on the steps, you can certainly put some snow on each of the little steps of the ladder. My husband suggested that after the fact, and yes, that would be the perfect thing to do, is to add some snow to those steps. But whatever you want to do, you can make it easy. I think this looks totally fine as it is, but that's up to you to make it your own. Whatever you like, go ahead and do it. You can add some berries in here. You can use a little hot glue if things are getting out of control. You could put a nest in there. However you like it, it's going to be the perfect way to bring you some joy. I thrifted this little basket weave hat, I don't know. It's like a bluish black color, and we're going to just deconstruct it because I like the bones of it, but we're going to change it a bit. So just remember what it looks like now. I'm going to cut the hat band off, and when I pull the glue, it does leave a little spot there, but that doesn't matter. It has quite a bit of dust on it, so when I do baskets and wreaths that are dusty, I just take a big brush and just brush at it, and it gets the dust off of it, and you wouldn't believe the dust that falls off. Look at this table. Look at all that. That came out of that hat, and of course the one little strand of paintbrush. Okay, so I saved styrofoam. This came in a table box. I'm going to use my little knife from Dollar Tree, my styrofoam pool noodle cutter. It works really good. I thought at first, you know, that is so gimmicky, but it really does work nicely. I'm going to cut enough foam to put in the bottom. It's not quite tall enough, but I got it the width that I want it, but it needs to be taller so that it sits right at the top. And I was making sure also that you can't see that foam through the weave. So I'm just going to keep kind of chopping away until I get the right, I guess, thickness to go on top of that. And then I'll fill in on the sides with a little bit of foam. You don't have to do this neatly. It's not important because this is going to be covered up with something else. So it's totally fine. A little hot glue, you can put that together and then shove some pieces inside. It's nice and tight. Didn't even have to glue it. So I'm going to take a piece of this, I think it's like a snow sheet. You know, you use it for decorations. I'm going to cut a circle out of it that will fit the size of the top of the hat. You can flip your hat upside down if you find something like it, and trace on it and then trim it out that way if you would like. I'm going to use a little bit of hot glue right on the edge here to put that snow down, because this top of the hat is going to have like a snowy appearance. And you could use a white piece of felt maybe for this. The thing that you would need to make sure of is that the weave is not too thick that you can't puncture a hole, because we're going to be placing florals in here, and you want to make sure that you can actually get the wires from your floral down in here. If you can't though, you can always get like a metal skewer or something and poke the hole in it and then put your greenery in it with a little hot glue. So there's some options for you. So I have this piece of thrifted garland. It's got like a silvery glistening kind of look. It's very mellow though, not really loud. I'm going to pull those pieces off of the garland, and then I'm going to cut down a piece of ribbon because I want to give him his hat band back, but I don't want it to be that traditional plaid. So I'm going to use some of my wax here, antiquing wax, and then brush it onto this black. When you add this brown on top of this black, it gives it a warmer toned black. And for my decor, it just gives it a better look. This is not necessarily to age it, to make it look aged. It's just to give it more of a rustic look, more of a brown toned black or a warm toned black. You see, it does make a difference. I don't have to do the bottom. No one's going to see it. And you're just going to continue all the way around with this until you get all of your color covered up. You can get little snowman hats lots of different places, and you could certainly feel free to use something that came from St. Patrick's Day maybe, or a different holiday, a New Year's. You can get hats or whatever. You could use something like that if you wanted to. So just because you don't have the exact same thing is what I'm saying, you can kind of apply it to what you're seeing here on a different scale. So I'm going to wrap this hat band around. I want that threaded side up and the rough side down so that you won't see it. All we'll see is the finished product, which will be the nice neat trim on the top. And so now he has his hat band back. And I'm going to start adding down this greenery. I'm just going to use some hot glue. You can see in here, I don't know if it's because it's garland, that it, like one side of the greenery actually is sort of flat and the other side is more elevated. So I'm going to flip it so that the flat side goes down against the brim of the hat, because that's where we're gluing it, to the brim of the hat, not to the tall part of the hat. Lord, anatomy of a hat. I have no idea what the pieces are. Okay, so what I'm doing is adding like 2 and then 1, then 2 and then 1, and I'm going back and forth. It gives it a little bit of variety, and it doesn't make everything look so matchy-matchy. It's rustic, it's rustic, it's woodland, it's winter wonderland. We want to give it that movement and that feel of being kind of wild and out in nature. And so we're almost done with this. And I encourage you to use some leftover picks for this. You don't have to use all the same thing. Use whatever leftovers you have from Christmas and tuck those in there. Can you imagine some of that fern in there? That would be really pretty too. But I'm using what I have, like I said, to make these Winter Wonderland pieces. And these are some of the pine cones that came in there. They also have a little silver on them. If you get these pine cones on projects and you want to take them off and reuse them, it's just a piece of wire wrapped on the inside. You just cut it and then untwist it. Very easy. It's just looped around it one time and then twisted, and then that's how it's put on the decorations that you might thrift. So I'm going to use hot glue. I don't want those wires scratching up my table. I'm going to use the biggest of 3, put it down first, then I'm going to take the medium size one and put it down next, kind of right beside it. And I pick these up and look at it before I actually glue it, so I know in mind how I want it to be. It's a lot easier that way than having to go back and fix it. So since I've run out of brim over here, I just put the glue in the little the sides of the pine cone and then stuck it into the sides of the other one. It fits like a puzzle. It's perfect. Okay, so now we're going to start with the top part of it, and then I'll go kind of back and forth on the top, on the sides. You'll see how that's going to work. These little pigs look like little greenery trees to me, so I'm just using them as trees. I'm just picking some pretty ones that have a good shape, that have that kind of a teardrop shape to put there. I'm going to use a little bit of that willow over there near the pine cones. That's going to be almost like the feather in the hat. Then I'm going to make a bird nest. So I'm going to take some of this berry garland, I guess is what it's called, from Dollar Tree. You can get this all the time and in a bunch of different colors. Usually the colors go by season, so you'll get more orange like in the fall, and then the reds and silver and stuff like that you'll get closer to winter time or Christmas time. So all I'm doing is to start off in the middle with just 2 loops, and then I'm going to expand the loop outward like a swirl. So the diameter is going to get larger and larger as I go round and around. And I know this looks boring, but there's method to the madness. See, I want this to be, I'm pushing upward, and I want it to be in that shape of a nest. Round and around, and then you can just twist the tail around and then manipulate the little strands so that you get it into the right shape that you like. And I'll put it right there. It's a good place for it. I'm going to use some of these floral pins and just push these down into the snow and the foam, and it goes in there perfectly. And you can get those little floral pins any place I think that you can find crafting supplies. I did not get mine from Dollar Tree. Mine were thrifted, but I know you can get them pretty much anywhere, and I can't imagine they would cost that much money. But they are very handy to have for some projects. So now the bird, it's actually a bell, but his bell is broken. He is glued down. We got a little cardinal right there in his nest, or her nest, whichever one. Then you can begin to cut your picks apart. You don't have to leave your picks in one piece. Cut them into pieces to suit what it is you need. So now these look like little trees. All the leaves are gone for the winter time, and they're just branches sticking up there with a little bit of snow on them. And I think that texturally it really does something to the piece, because it's more of a woody look, and then you've got the little trees beside it, and they're so full and green and lush, and it just reminds me of wintertime. So in these little bags of assorted scatter you can get from Dollar Tree, there are a couple of different types of things you can use. So I was just kind of digging through there to see what my options were, and I found a little strand of this white pitberry, so I decided to use it almost like a little bud branch too, and then stick it with the trees. And then another piece I put with the pine cones and our little willow feather, and then there was a little piece of pine in there. I put that in for a little bit of a different look. You know, we're in the woods, you don't just have 2 types of trees. There's all kinds of stuff out there. So these little, what are these? I don't know, but they look like little flowers to me, and I really like them. I think they're pretty. I'm going to add those here and there around the pine cones on the brim, and I'm also going to put them around the bird and on the platform, you know, just wherever it looks cute, wherever I feel like I need a little extra something. There's also little pine cones in there, so I'll add some of those little snowy pine cones here and there. I know, y'all, some people say I just do too much. I just kill it. I should have stopped 4 or 5 steps ago, but that is just not my nature. It isn't my nature. But I do highly recommend you do what is best for you. You can't tell people that they're doing something wrong just because that's not the way you would do it, you know? We've got to be kind, not critical. Let's be kind and supportive of everybody's crafting. Just like when you ladies send me, and gents too, if a gent's going to show me a picture of his crafts, but you ladies like to share your crafts with me and you email them to me, and I love it, and I love looking at them, and they're all beautiful in their own way, and they're so unique because everybody does it differently. That doesn't mean they're wrong, right? It just means they're different. Different's good in my opinion. So I'm just tearing some more pieces off here and just placing them around in the greenery. Ugh, I love this piece. I love this piece, y'all. I think this is my favorite of the three. Frosty's hat. Very full and lush and winter wonderland looking. And then the ladder also. And we got the cardinals, which are near and dear to my heart. I want you to get creative. It's wintertime, and I want to let y'all know that if rustic, woodland, winter wonderland is your thing in the wintertime, then you are in the right place, because I'm going to show you how to do it on a budget, and I'm going to show you how to do it uniquely so that it's something that you love. I want to inspire you. I'm not telling you to do things any particular way. When you subscribe to this channel, I do my best to help you out. If you have questions in the comment section, you can email me. All that information is in the description box below. I really do hope that you can go out and find some joy in your day. Taking one of these little gift boxes from Dollar Tree. You can get these in a variety of sizes, but mine is about looks like a 4.5 by 4, something to that effect. I'm using some verbiage from a mini pack of paper, and then this pretty piece of paper that came in a big paper pack. This is a Walmart ornament that I actually paid full price for this year. Can you believe it? I had to have it. Couldn't find vintage, but I think this one is vintage enough looking. I'm going to use bottle brush trees and a variety of ribbons. These are pretty old. The one on the bottom is pretty old. This is not so much. And then this one and this other one are kind of newer. This is just going to give us a variety of textures and colors. And then I've got some red jute. You can use things like border stickers if you would like. You can really get creative with this project to make it your own. So we'll start off by taking this little overlay off of the box. We're not going to need it, so I'm just going to clean it up. I'll tear off that paper and then pull off those little foam stickers. I'm measuring out my paper here so that I can use it to wrap around the box, and I'm writing on the back side. Then I'll draw a line right down here. Most people know how to do this, but if you want to know how to make a nice straight line, this is how you do it. And then you can just cut that out. Now the paper's not quite big enough to go all the way around, so I'm going to have to patch it. So what I'm going to do now is put these pieces side by side, and I'm going to mark on Santa's beard. And then I'm going to cut out about a, I think it's probably 2-inch, like a little 2-inch patch here. 2x4, and I am going to just use a little hot glue to put this down. No need to really do Mod Podge or glue. That you can do it that way, but it's going to take longer. So if you want to do it a little bit quicker, because it's pretty involved, the hot glue is going to work fine. You could use double stick tape, whatever you want to use, depending on how permanent you want this to be. So I'll start off by putting the patch down, and then I can wrap that bigger piece all the way around. And then of course the area that has the patch is going to be the back of the box. You can line up your patterns if that's something that interests you. Not a big concern for me today. And then I'm just going to roll it around here and then glue the other side. You can use any type of scrapbook paper you like, and you could also definitely use like a gift bag. If you could find a nice retro print on a gift bag, that would work too. Now, are these projects exactly replicas of vintage? No, but they're my interpretation of it, and I think that it'll work. I mean, you get the idea. And based on the feedback that I've been getting from the comment section, most people do like the projects that I've done, so I have decided to follow your advice and your kindness and to keep trying to do some more retro for you guys. So this is my interpretation. Now, the same technique that we used for the bottom part of the box, we're going to use for the lid of the box. Going to make a little patch to go there, measure it out, make a strip, and then cover it. Now, for the top of the box, I have some fluffy white yarn, which I wanted to use because I think it's going to give it a nice base. You can either paint your lid white, you can use some of that faux snow, those sheets that you can get from Dollar Tree. You could use something like that. You can use an old white washcloth, you can use a piece of white fabric. Any way that you want to do this. I want this to look like a bed of snow, so this is why I chose to use this. You can see that it kind of frays and it's sticking to my finger protector there. Just going to add glue and I'm going to wrap it like a cinnamon roll. Just keep going around and around all the way to the end. And if you don't get the perfect round in the middle, just fill in the blanks. You know, fill in the little spots if you have any little missing spots. I ended up with a lot more on one side of the box than the other, but I patched it in. I'm going to take that screw out of my ornament because it's not going to be an ornament anymore. I'm going to add some hot glue once I know where I want him to sit on there, and then I'm going to place him down. I'm pressing it down, not too hard, but enough that it's going to go through all the way down to the box top. That's why I've used a lot of glue here. I do not want anything falling off. This feels like it's a plastic. It doesn't feel like it's breakable, so that's good. Then I'm going to take the trees. I don't need stems on there, so those can be cut off, and then any little frayed pieces can be cut off so that this sits right down in the snow. I like two here. You can use one. You can use white trees. You can use trees with a different shape, whatever you are going for. But I did notice with the vintage that you see a lot of bottle brush trees, so that's kind of what I'm going with here. You know, this it's going to have a little bit of a rustic flair to it, I think. Now I had a little package of mini ornaments that I got from Goodwill. You can see them laying on the table there, and I picked 2 stars out to put on the top of the trees. One is silver and one is gold, but I'm going to make them both the same shortly. I'm going to use some of this beautiful ribbon to go around the box to make sort of a banding. It's going to go right underneath the glue line, the yarn line, excuse me. I'm just going to press that down in there, and where it looks like it's fraying, that's just where it's kind of sewn together, so I can just patch that down by adding a little bit of glue and putting it right back in place. And I'm going to go all the way around the box with this. You can use decorative trim, you can use some sort of like a lace trim you could use here if you wanted this to look more Victorian. Whatever colors that you like, whatever scheme that you like, you can go ahead and do it that way. These vintage ribbons I got all on the same day. I have some blue, some pink, some lavender. They're stunning, and I cannot wait to use them when we do our Victorian crafts together. So back around to the beginning, I've glued it down, make it look nice and neat. You don't want anything hanging out, so I'm pulling off my little extra glue pieces, and this is how it looks so far. Then I can choose one of these little squares here as like a sign to go on the box. So I'm going to use the one that says Merry Christmas. I've just cut it out. I'm using a piece of foam board, getting an idea of how much I'm going to need so that it has a little more dimension. And then I'll just use my glue stick as a base and put it all over this foam board. And then put that piece of paper right down on top And it looks like a sign. I like it. You can kind of crease that and then make a little bend in it if you want to, so that it'll lay flatter on your box. I'm going to use this piece to cut into sections to make a square, almost a frame around our box. So now that I know how much I'm going to need, I'll just start cutting off those sections. And you see me here counting how many loops I have, so I'm sure to get this fitting perfectly on there. So I'll do one on each side. I know it's not easy to see, and I do apologize for that. I was getting carried away. And then I'll put one across the top and one across the bottom. Now to use this beautiful gold cord. I've had this forever and I have never used it in one project. So now we're going to use it. I'm going to use this to go right around the bottom. I'll start in the back over that little gap piece that we had, and then just begin to lay a bead of glue little at a time and press that down. I'll put my thumb under the bottom of the box to make sure that this piece of cord does not go under the box, because I want it to sit nice and flat. So that's what I'm doing there, making sure my edge is nice and flat. And we'll do this all the way around. If you don't have this type of cording, and I'm telling you, Dollar Tree has come out with some of the most amazing things in their crafter square. You can probably find this any day walking into Dollar Tree. Maybe not the same color. I know that I've seen white before. You just kind of have to work with what you can find. You could use an old shoelace if you wanted to, if you had something that was the right color. I don't know, that's thinking outside the box, huh? Okay, now turning the box upside down, I'm going to flip that ribbon over so that it's going in the opposite direction of the lid. And I'm sitting it right next to the cording. Doesn't that look pretty with that Santa paper? That's a really pretty paper. And I know that you can get something similar at Hobby Lobby. I've seen people use that paper before, but this actually came in a paper pad that a friend gave me. She gave me lots of paper, and this was in there, and I was tickled to death to get it, because that is a beautiful, beautiful Santa photo. Okay, so you can kind of get the idea. This is how the little box is going to look so far. This would be such a cute little keepsake box, I think. Maybe you could put a special ornament in here. You could put a gift in it for somebody who really likes the vintage look, and they could use it every year to decorate. You could even fill it with candy. So now I'm going to try to center this down. I put the lid on so I'd make sure that the lid won't overlap onto the sign. Taking this gold paint, I'm going to go right over the top of that silver star, because the main tones are going to be it's going to be gold. But you can mix your silver and gold together, certainly. For the table scatter that we're going to use as ornaments, it would have been really nice if I would have had red and green. That would have been so pretty in the tree, but I didn't have those, so I'm just going with what I have. You could use something like buttons in your tree. You could use mini pom-poms in the tree. You could use garland strands that have the little beads. You could do that if you want to. You could just decorate this any way that you would decorate maybe a regular vintage Christmas tree. But I thought this was good. I thought this one did the trick. I've just picked out some white and gold, and I've just added it here and there in those trees. Don't want to do too much there. And I think so far so good, right? Now I'm just going to take some of the bigger white ones to look a little bit like snowballs, and I'm going to add those here and there around the stump that the deer is sitting on, and I'm just going to wherever it feels like it looks right. Going to add some more in there, and you really have to hold it down to make it stay. Now, for using a spray Mod Podge, I like to use this with my snow to make things stick, but you've got to be in a well-ventilated area. You've got to open a door, you use a little short burst, and then quickly get that snow out and start putting it down. You can use the iridescent snow that you can get at Dollar Tree, or whatever you have on hand. I thrifted this. I've used it in several projects, and I absolutely love it. I am going to try my best to find something under this brand to put in my Amazon store for y'all, in case you were looking for this fine, powdery looking snow rather than the flakes. So I'll see what I can find for you. Alright, so I got it over this box here, and I'm just gonna continue to get it out of the box, add a little glue where I need it, and continue to add it onto the deer and onto the trees. So see, I've added some to his back. That's pretty. I really like this project. It's so sweet. What would you do with this box? Would you gift it, or would you use it for decorations? Well, in your own home. So you remember this sign. I've taken it apart like I do with lots of crafts. We're going to use it again. Bottle brush trees from Dollar Tree and the little vintage Santa and Mrs. Claus. They need a little vacation getaway, right? So I got them an Airstream. Fab Lab is the name of this. I know you can get some Fab Lab on Amazon, but I cannot find the particular one. So wherever you can find one, I'm going to use a elephant gray paint to start off, and then I'll be using some silver on top. I'm going to use a flat brush just because I love a flat brush. Use whatever you want to use. Foam brushes seem to take in a lot of paint, but then you end up washing a lot of paint out of it. So I feel like these waste less paint. I'm going to go all over the entire thing and the bottom and everywhere except the door and the window frames and the wheels, of course. Once it's dried, it only requires one layer of paint. I do go back over those areas underneath where it's no paint. And I'm going to grab that beautiful silver and go right on top. I looked up Airstreams and vintage Airstreams, and a lot of them were like a silver color or a almost like mirror finish. You could just almost see yourself in them. You can also, you know, they also did like blue and different colors, but I really like this look of the silver, so this is what we're going with for Santa and Miss Claus. I mean, I figure the rest of the year they're going with wild colors and all that, so if they're on vacation they ought to have a little more peace, right? Yes. Now I'm taking this wrought iron paint and I'm going to put this on my wheels. I don't like the stark black look necessarily for this, so this dark gray will work. I'm going to use my saw, and since this is a birdhouse, I'm going to just cut down the size of that little perch to look more like a doorknob. And now I'm going to sand it because we want everything to be nice and finished and pretty. I'm using my diamond nail file that I get from Dollar Tree. Highly recommend this for filing these small things. It really sands them down nicely. And then once it's nice and finished looking, wipe off the dust. This is how it's going to look so far. Grabbing my white chalk paint, I'm going to go over the door and both window frames. It's a little bit out of focus, so forgive me for that, but I think you get the idea. This is November and it is Subscriber Appreciation Month for this channel. So listen very closely because I'm going to be giving you a magic word that you're going to need to comment in the comment section below. And I also want you to check out the rules and all that I will have linked for you in a pinned comment. Good luck! So if you want to paint this rather than putting something over the top, all you have to do is use some tape on the back and then use a little bit of spackling on the front. Make it nice and smooth by using a little makeup spatula or whatever you have to get the excess off. Let it dry and then you can paint it. But for me, I'm going to use this snow sheet. It doesn't have any sparkles in it. I'm going to fold it in half to make it nice and thick. I'm going to trim the bulk of it off so it's a little more easy to manage. And then I'll begin going around the edge with the glue. It is folded over, but I'm going to open it and then do the next layer. Get it all the way around, and then we'll be able to trim it off. This is like a batting, so it gives a little thickness, and it looks a little bit more like snow, I think. I mean, it's all make-believe, but you know, I think it gives a good look. But you do whatever works for you and just use what you have. Okay, so once I've got that second layer down of glue, I'm just going to press it down and press it kind of a little bit of tension, pulling it outward before I cut it off to make sure that there's plenty all the way to the edges. I don't want anything to show near my edges. If you want a high-end look, you really have to pay attention to details. And I know that you can do that. It takes a little more time, but it's definitely worth it. So once the circle is out there, I'm going to trim this out. I've added a little hot glue, fixed the little raveled piece there, and I know you can't see, again, I'm sorry, but there you go, there it is. And I'm going to kind of put that down right where the wood and that white fabric meet, and then press it down. Working in small sections, you can use your cool temperature setting on your glue gun and protect your fingers for this, because you're going to have to be touching this. I'm also going to see how I want to add this on my little camper here. Could always trim out the door. I think I want to trim out my windows. So I'm just going to trim it out, you know, add a little hot glue and tuck that right up against the frame. This also covers if you have any little bumps of paint or little spaces that you couldn't get into. This is going to cover that up. They'll disguise it and you'll never even know it. I'm going to go all the way around. I generally like to start on the bottom. That's just a personal thing. You can do it however you want. If you want to start yours at the top, you can do it that way. Whatever works best for you is going to be the perfect thing for you. So then I'll trim it off and do the same thing over here on this window. Now, you can use any type of jute. You can use a ribbon here. If you don't want to do that, you can grab your puff paint. You can make some decorations. I didn't want this to cross over into a gingerbread look for this particular video though. Not everybody does gingerbread. I do have a gingerbread video though, so feel free to go check that one out when you're done with this one. Now the windows are all decked out. It looks like Mr. and Mrs. Claus have been decorating. And it looks a little bit like it's got ice or snow on it. I'm going to go around the window because instead of being a birdhouse and this being an opening, this is going to be their window. And the perch is now the doorknob. If there was any way to get on the inside, I could have done like a stained glass look, put like a little curtain in there. That would have been precious. And then trim off. There are just so many options in crafting, right? So many different ways you can decorate with colors and textures. So my little trees here, I'm just going to give a quick little wrap with the same cord. It sticks in there without needing any glue. It just grabs right down into those little needles. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. And trim it off. Now I'm going to grab some of those bottle lights that I use all the time that I love. And fortunately enough, I found a big old pack of them when I was thrifting, so I've still got some to use. And then I use them from project to project, so I just kind of reuse them over and over again. All I'm doing here, I know it's difficult to see, all I'm doing is wrapping the lights around that silver cord. That's all I'm doing. And I'm going to wrap it around just enough. Probably, I think I do like a strip of about 7 or 8 inches, and I go back upon itself, go back and forth until I get it back in the middle. And then that way I know exactly how much room I have to wrap it around my trees to make sure I have enough. I'm going to add hot glue and then firmly hold this down into that fabric, because it can go through that fabric and onto the board underneath, and that's what you want. Because when I start adding snow to this project, I'm going to have to turn it upside down to tap off the excess. So you want to make sure everything is firmly glued into place. And you can tell by kind of wiggling the trees. If they're wiggling a lot from the base, then they're not all the way glued down onto the base that they're sitting on. They need to be all the way glued down. Now I'm just going to make this go right between the trees. And then they have like a little string lights behind their camper. But the base is firmly planted on there. And don't worry, we're going to disguise the little end down there. You can use Dollar Tree lights for this. Now to make a better base to glue this down, I need to make a little raised area so that it will actually touch without me gluing down the wheels. I want a wider piece so that this really doesn't fall. So I'm just using the handle from a foam brush to put up under there, because I save that kind of stuff. You know how crafters are, we save it. I'm going to paint it gray, let it dry, and then we can start adding on the glue. I'm using Gorilla Glue for these projects so that nothing comes off. Going to add a little underneath the front little trailer section, little trailer hitch. And then I'm going to press it down firmly the same way as I did the trees so that nothing falls off. I want to cover up those little wood bases, so I'm cutting circles and putting a little slice in there like a tree skirt. But it's only going to be with the white, and it's not going to be for decoration. It's going to kind of be to disguise those pieces to make it look like the trees are coming out of the snow. But you can use the little fluffy snow for this too if you wanted to make some little mounds and hills. I didn't have any of that with me, but that would have been ideal. That would have been really nice. But you get the gist here. I'm going to do the same thing with the other, and you can pull a little bit on that fabric. It does have a little give. Cut the little slit in it and then fit it right around the base of the tree and the little trunk there. And then I'll be pressing that down in place. And then adding a little bit of glue so that it doesn't come up from the bottom. And this is how that looks. Now I'm going to glue down just a little scrap of that fabric onto the top of this. Now if you have the little square box from Dollar Tree, you can do the same thing. You can cover it up, or if the box is small enough to go under whatever birdhouse or little piece that you use, you can slide it underneath. I do actually discover that at a later point that it will fit right under there. So now we're going to take Santa and Mrs. Claus and find a nice place for them to stand outside of their camper. That position looks pretty good, so we'll go with that. Their feet are nice and flat, which is perfect. Y'all, these are vintage, and they are made in Macau, something like that. Yeah, I looked them up. Then we're going to put Miss Claus over here on this side. And then I'm pressing firmly, just like with the rest of them, really press it down. I decided they needed some electricity in their camper, so I'm going to take my little tool here. Be super careful. You can use a drill, however you can get into this piece of wood. This is a very light crafting wood, very light. Is it called basswood, maybe? And then I'm going to just take another one of those string lights and just feed it right through here. Now when I first started doing it, it was trying to come out the window in the front, so I just poked it back in there. I'm holding my hand up there in the front to make sure that everything stays on the inside. You see, it's trying to come out the window. I'm just going to feed it all on the inside. These lights that are on the inside are a nice yellow color, and then the ones that are in the trees are a bright white color. So here is their house lit up, and their string lights and their trees back there. They're party lights. We don't know what kind of light they live when it's not December. We don't know, do we? Now I'm going to take some Mod Podge and just a old brush here, and I'm going to go across the top of the camper because it is still cold. They're not having a beach vacation. It is still cold outside, so I'm going to add a thick layer on the top and then just sort of dry brush it going down so that it looks like it's kind of, you know, how snow settles. I'm saying this like I'm so familiar with snow living in South Alabama. But when I see it on TV, it looks like the snow is really piled up on flat places and then it kind of tapers off. So that's kind of what I was going for here. My own artistic interpretation. And then I'm going to add to the top of their boots, to the top of their heads, top of their hands, their arms, any of those little areas. And then I'll begin to sprinkle on some more of that snow. We're going to put a lot on the top of that camper there. A lot on there. Then I'm just going to turn it over the same box and I'm just recycling. I'm going to tap that off. You see how well everything is glued? Like I'm really bumping it around there and nothing is coming off. Doesn't that make a huge difference though? Now I noticed that it's such a silly thing, but to me I just thought, you know what, I'm a short person and I always appreciate a step to get into things. So we're going to make a step to go in the front here so that the clauses don't have to jump into their house. I'm going to add some hot glue around a little building block that I just wrapped with some of that same snow. I'm going to brush some of that Mod Podge on it and then put a little bit of snow on the step so that it blends in with the base, because we have it all around the bottom too. I sprayed it and got it all covered, and then I'm going to take a really fine brush and go on the windows, right around the tops of the doors, and on the top of those little pieces of cording that we put down, because that's where snow would settle, right? So we want it to look nice and frosty right there. I'm just using my fingertips to put that on. And then I've added little red bows to the windows. You can put anything you want on your windows. You could put a peppermint on there, just whatever you want. Now I'm taking 3 different size little pom-poms, and we're going to make a very, very simple snowman using just a little bit of glue. And I did press the bottom down so it would be flat. I'm going to add the medium size in the middle and the smallest one on top. And this is how his body is going to look. Then using just a drop of hot glue and some leftover little branch pieces that I cut off, I'm going to tuck those right into the center section to give him some little stick arms. And then we can spray him and frost him too. But he already has some little frost on his arms. But you can add more. Very simple, right? Now he needs a scarf. I'm going to use that same red string there, and I'm just going to make a very loose knot, just enough to make it look like he might be wearing a scarf. And then glue the little pieces down and trim it, and he's ready to go in the backyard. Now that scarf is not too long anymore. I'm trying to decide where I want to put him. I think I'm going to put him right here. It's between the camper and the tree. I'm going to add some hot glue on that bottom section and just place it down. I'm just pressing on the bottom section so that it didn't fall apart. And this is how that will look. You can see a little frosty in the background. We're going to take one of these cloths from the automotive section at Dollar Tree, 2 of these little tinsel boots from Dollar Tree. I have some foam clay, and this is from Amazon, some black paint, and some matte Mod Podge, or gloss Mod Podge. I'm going to cut off my tags, and then we are going to remove the embellishments off of these boots because they can be used again. And in fact, we will be using those in another project today. So just carefully take those off. And then this just winds around a plastic frame. So you just pick a section and start unwinding. But go ahead and save that because you can use that on other projects. And if you're doing vintage inspired DIYs, these little pieces of tinsel will really come in handy. We'll start at the toe of this boot and just take the red section off next. Now you see there on little hooks, look like little hooks around there. That's how it holds everything into place on this frame, which is in two pieces in the left and the right side of the boot. So we don't need these for what we're going to be doing. We want a smooth surface. I'm going to go around and cut off all of these little knobs from around both of the boots and both sides of the boots. They don't have to be completely slick, but you know, you want to get them down smaller for sure. Now we're going to put the frame back together. It does snap, but it will fall apart. So I'm going to add some Gorilla Glue in between the pieces of this plastic frame and then hold it together until it is drying. Protect your fingers here. We're going to do both boots the same way. We've got to go in the front now and work on this seam. So we'll go all the way down the front, just following that little crack, that little gap between there, filling it in with the glue, and then holding it until it is dry. You see it gets right in between those two layers. And here they are, once they've cooled. I'm going to take some of this felt roll from Dollar Tree and cut it into strips. It's about a 2-inch strip, I guess you could say, and it's probably however long this roll is, and I'm going to cut it into 2 strips, one for each boot. Now if you've seen my Halloween DIYs, you know where I'm going with this. This is going to be like a structure or a base to add other things on though. So I'm just going to add some hot glue and then attach it to itself and then begin to wrap it all around here. This doesn't have to be pretty. You just want to ensure that you have all of the cracks covered up and that everything is a solid piece again. So we took all the tinsel off. You could see the frame. Now we're covering the frame in this felt. I am going to just kind of make sure everything is where it should be. There might be some little gaps in there. It's kind of hard sometimes to get around curves and things like that, but you know, you can make it work and add your hot glue in there where you need it to hold it together. Doesn't have to be beautiful, but it needs to be as smooth as possible for the next step that we do. I'm going to do the same thing with the other little boot. Cross the frame on the underneath side and then wrap it. This is going to help hold it in place while it is all covered. I knew when I saw these Santa boots, this had to be done. I just knew it. I loved doing the witch's boots, so I thought, you know, we're going to do this again. We're going to do this for Santa. You could also use this technique to make little boots for gnomes if you would like. Alright, now we're going to take some of that air dry clay. It is a very stretchy and can be sticky, so just be careful. It does stick, you know, sticks to everything, really. If you try to roll it out on the table, it'll come apart. So I just try to mash it out in my hand and go around the whole boot. Just make like a sheet of it, and then it is stretchy, so it's not going to break. Not break easily anyway, and you need to be sure that you get all those little lumps out once you've got it completely covered and as smooth as you can get it. You can add a little water to your fingertips, and then you can just kind of pat and lightly rub over that surface to make it nice and smooth. I did notice that it ended up being a little bit smoother once it dried than it actually did when it was still wet, so I don't know if if it expands a little bit. I'm not sure what the process is for that. And then I'm just going to take some more little pieces and just add that here and there where I need thicker sections, where I've pulled it too far, or where it needs a little more coverage. It's very forgiving when it comes to that. All right. If y'all are concerned about my 2 black fingernails down there, I am trying out some fingernail like adhesive or nail polish strips. So I'm just trying it out with my crafting. So that's what that is on my 2 fingers. All right, so once it is completely dry, because my understanding is if you paint it when it's wet, it can crack, so let it dry completely, and I just left it overnight. Then I'm going to add the jet black paint to Santa's boots. Now these are not, the boots do not appear to be your classic Santa boots that have that fat round toe that sticks up. If you want to do that on yours, you certainly can. Santa is actually going to have something a little bit closer to some Ugg boots on, yeah. It's going to be a no-heel, a very safe boot for Santa. We don't want him slipping around on anybody's roof and falling. So he's going to have nice, grippy, no-heel boots. I'm just going to take that paint and just go over it all over, and it paints like a dream. This foam does. So I'm going to go all over, and then 1 coat was really probably all I needed, but after it dried in between, I went ahead and gave it 2 coats on each boot. You can find my videos on Mondays and Thursdays at 5 Central Standard Time. It's free. When the boots are dried, now we have to move on and find a sole for the boot. We need a bottom. So you can use like a thick cardstock, or you can use some type of a flexible foam, or you can use foam board and just paint the edges. I'm going to do it both ways to show you what you can do. So if you're using like a cardstock or a cardboard, something like that, just trace it out with a pencil. Now, because you formed this out of clay, the boots are not going to be exactly the same size unless you were just that good, and I am just not that good. So I am going to be honest about that, and you're just going to do each one. It's my understanding that no 2 feet are exactly alike anyway, even when they belong to the same person. So we're going to treat each boot separately, cut it out, and then this will be what the sole of your boot can be. We will call this a Santa moccasin if you use the flat version of this, which is the paper instead of the foam piece. And you're just going to keep trimming it down. You want it to be nice and rounded and neat if you're going to use it for the bottom, and then you would just glue it on there. We wrapped across the bottom, so we do have something to glue onto. Or you can take those pieces of paper you just used, or use the boot again, and then go over some foam or some, like I said, foam board, whatever you have. Just use your imagination. I thought this looked like a good sole for a boot. And then just cut it out. This actually is a pad that came with a heat press that I got, and the heat press did not function properly, and this was torn, so I saved it because, you know, crafters, we save everything, and I thought this would be perfect. So now I'm trimming it with the scissors, you know, just giving it a rounded look. We don't want it to have any little jerks and snags in there. We want it to look nice and, you know, like you would want your own shoes to look. We shouldn't expect any less of Santa. And then once you get your 2 little soles together, and you get them about the same size so that nothing sticks out too far, then you can use, put them on the bottom of each boot to make sure you got the right boot, just kind of giving it a little dry fit like I do with everything else before I glue it. And I decided to try my sander on it to give it a really nice smooth edge, and would you believe this works? So I used my sanding block, and those sanding blocks come from Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to go all around this with my sanding block. Get it nice and smooth. So can you think of some other type of material you can use for the sole of Santa's boot without making the project more expensive? I really can't, since this was free, and it actually would have been garbage. Alright, so now I'm going to sit these on here so I can see exactly which sole fits which boot. There we go. Check it out, make sure it's the right one. Like this. And then just using some hot glue, I'm going to put this on the bottom, and you need to be careful because I did go over here. I got kind of messy. See how I got the glue off that? So I'm just going to use the back of my pen to kind of wipe that off before it dries. And then I'm going to sit this down like a puzzle piece right on top, and then squish it down kind of gently, firmly but gently, because, you know, glue goes everywhere and it squishes out and makes a mess. but I'm going to show you how to fix that too. This was a troubleshooting kind of situation, but I did all the hard work so that you would not have to. On the bottom of the other one, we'll put that one together. And I don't think I mentioned it, but I did show it. Be sure when you're wrapping the boot that you wrap around the bottom section too, because that's going to give you a bigger surface to glue the sole down to the little boot. Oh, I think they're precious. I hope y'all like these. This was just so fun to do. Don't you just love miniature things? It's so cute. So then, I was going to use some yarn, but it was a big mess, so I'll spare you that because I don't recommend it. I'm going to use some black pipe cleaners or chenille stems, whichever way you want to call it. I'm going to wrap it around to see how much I need. Use my cutters here to cut it off. And then starting my seam in the back, I'm going to add some glue. Protect your fingers if you're using hot glue. But I'm just going to place it down. You got to kind of hold it because there's a wire in this, you know, and it'll pop up. As you can see, my spider webs there where I let go. And try to hold it down. Hold it in place for a moment so that that glue has time to cool a little bit and grip onto the surface. And now if you get some little spider webs, you can kind of rub those off, and there's another way that you can do it that I'll show you in just a minute to get that off. And there you go. Add a little bit of heat. But move that heat, put it on the lowest section and move it back and forth quickly. Don't hold it in one spot because it can melt your clay. It can, who knows what else it could do, but I didn't want to take any chances. But it does clean up the all that extra glue really nice for this. So here's our little boots. You can get your paint and go back over if you've scratched any spots, or you know, if you had some glue that stuck and made a mess. Now I want to give this the furry look that traditional Santa boots has. So I'm just going to go up about 2.5 inches, which is about a 1/2 inch bigger than the boot from the that top cuff part. I'm just going to use my silver paint pen because it's here and it marks easy on here. Put a couple of dots so I get a straight line with my ruler, and then I'm going to cut that out. Now I cut out the long piece of that so that I don't know, what is that, about 6 or 7 inches. You're going to cut that strip into halves, and then always start the seam in the back. That's what I recommend so that you don't see a mess in the front. And you're going to want to add to your frame, and just maybe right in that little space that is right between that section, the frame section, and the actual black part of the boot. My little leather boots are waterproof. They may be neoprene. We don't know. We don't know where Santa shops. But whatever. We're going to do the best we can for Santa. We want him to stay warm, so we're going to take this fur and add it on here. I'm just going across the little ribs of this. And again, this is just one of those things where hot glue or cool temp glue is just, for me, better. It grips quickly and you don't have to hold everything and wait. And like I've said before, timing is important when you're a crafter. And I know that y'all understand that. If you're a crafter, you know, you're busy, you have family, you know, maybe you have kids, grandkids that you're raising, maybe you are caring for your adult parents, whatever the situation may be, maybe even a sick spouse. And you really have to be careful about your time. You know, maybe you work full time. If you do, you really got to try to get those crafting moments in when you can, right? So you can see what I've done here. Now I'm just cupping the seamed part down under and then pressing it down, kind of rolling it inward and down so that it sticks to not only the frame but itself. That's just going to keep it more secure. And that's how that one looks so far. And then we'll move on to the next boot and we will treat it exactly the same way. A little glue here, overlap your seam, wrap it around by adding some glue here and there. Not necessary to put it on the top because you will be folding that under, so no worries about that. And continue around. If you are just stopping by today and you don't already know this channel, this is a budget-friendly crafting channel where I try to bring you thrifted and Dollar Tree and inexpensive yet very nice looking DIYs for you to bring into your home and hopefully bring you some joy in the process. So I would love to have you stick around and subscribe if you would like to be part of that. Alright, so here are the boots. Are they not precious? Santa boots need buckles, right? I almost forgot. So I'm using a big popsicle stick, and they're very thin. You can cut them with scissors. I'm just going to cut two little sort of square, more of a rectangle I guess, to fit on the boot. And I'm just going to use my little nail filer here to file down the sides. Be careful, they can crack. Then I'm going to use paint pens to draw on my buckle, and I'm going to start off with the black center. It's definitely not perfect. That is quite alright. It's handcrafted, so it's not going to be exactly perfect. Heck, a lot of the stuff you get from manufacturers isn't perfect either, and that's okay. If you like it, that's okay. So now that we have the centers done, I'm going to move on and use a gold marker. I know that you couldn't see that. I do have these markers linked in my Amazon store, and I'm an affiliate. If you would like to check out any of the products that I use, always check the Amazon store. It is linked in the description box. Now I'm going to go around the edges too to make this look nice. You can actually color the back if you would like, and the paint in these pens is thick enough that I could actually run that gold back over the black slightly if they weren't the same size, and I just kept comparing them to each other to make sure that they were, pretty much the same size. So now I'm just getting an idea of the buckle here. Look at my fingers, they're nice and gold. I got the Midas touch today. A little hot glue on the back and then place it on. And I did kind of eyeball it first to make sure that I knew where I wanted them before I glued them down. And that is what that looks like. You could actually put a strap on there if you wanted to, sometimes you see that belted strap that goes around a boot. You could do that if you wanted, but I thought this would be fine. We get the idea. Now this is how we're going to decorate these little boots. You can use them as a pair or you can use them individually. Let me show you really quickly what I put in here so that you can duplicate it. I have some thrifted picks and a little thrifted vintage candy cane. And I'm just going to stagger them back and forth. The white snowy piece in the back is a little more to the left. The pom-poms are a little more to the right. Then the icicles to the left and the candy cane to the right. And I'll do the same thing in both of them. So you can make two gifts with this, or you could use them as a set and put them on your table. I'm going to start off with some of this that I got at the thrift store, but this is actually, I think, from Dollar Tree. No, Walmart. They're frosted picks. You can get snowy if that's what you want. But most of the time, you see stuff covered in glitter or like a fine snow, I think. As far as vintage or retro goes. So I was trying to kind of stick to that idea. This is some vintage ribbon that I have. It's two-sided, can y'all believe it? And then a two-pack of these little rings from Dollar Tree. So they're wreath rings, but we're going to use them for our candles. We're going to use a little bit of floral wire to hold them in place. And then we'll start wrapping this around. So I'm going to take these sections that are cut about the same size, and I'm going to attach the first one down to the middle rung of that wreath. Just going to continue to wrap that around there and protect your fingers. Use some pliers if you need to. And then I am going to pull that tightly. And then we're going to do like a step down. So I'm going down a couple of inches. Going to overlap it. Going to go down a few more inches. Overlap that. And then continue to add until you are completely full all the way around that wreath. You could use holly, which I wish I had holly because I think that would have been like the ideal thing to use. You can use holly if you want to try to stick to the vintage idea. That's what I saw a lot of in the decor. but the boxwood will work. But it's lightly frosted, so nothing too flocked or anything like that. It's just a little bit of like an iridescent snowy glitter on there. Alright, when you get back to the end of wrapping, you're going to just wrap it around that frame, wrap it to itself. Just like that. And then start kind of giving it a dry run with the berries and see if you like the placement, how many you like. Now for these berries they're kind of wrapped in twos, so I just decided to leave that alone and go with that. We're leaving it in twos and going around. I want to make sure I have enough to cover, but I don't want the berries to be overbearing. I want the greenery to be the bulk of what you notice when you look at this. Now that I know where I want them, I'm going to add my hot glue and then secure them down. So I'll just poke them back and forth until I get them how I like them. Using hot glue is really going to make a difference here. Just continue around until they're all glued down into place. You could use table scatter, like some red table scatter if you wanted to. You can use any other type of red berry that you like, and I know Dollar Tree has a variety of those, even on picks. So what about if you're working on your second one and you run out of your original greenery? Well, that's kind of what happened. So I'm going to show you what you can do. Go ahead and grab up some more scraps of greenery that you have and start putting those in there. What I try to do is add them in where they're evenly spaced so it looks intentional and it doesn't look like I ran out and just started poking stuff in there. And you can kind of weave the layers together and have some sticking out a little more and have some a little bit closer. Not only do you want to do the outside, but you want to add some to the inside. Not too much, because keep in mind, this is not a wreath. It's going to be a candle ring, so you still need to have the opening in the middle where you can sit your candle. I do recommend a flameless candle for this, so that nothing, possibly catches on fire or gets knocked over. You just don't ever know when you have pets in the house or children, or even adults make mistakes. You don't want to take a chance on anybody getting hurt. So you can just kind of watch what I'm doing here. Next I'm going to start with this bow, and I've got this beautiful ribbon. I'm going to go with about 6 inches and then just loop it back on itself until you have 2 loops on the left, 2 loops on the right. And I know that you can't really see what I'm doing here, and I apologize, but I do have bow videos, so you have seen me do this bow before. Once I get it all loopy, I'm going to take 2 tiny snips in the center, and then I'm going to take a piece of this white cotton cord and go right around the middle. You can use whatever you have. You can use your jute if you want to, but the white matches the ribbon, so I thought it would blend in without, being noticed that much. So then I'm going to fluff those loops out, and putting notches in the bow helps this ribbon, which does not have wire in it, to stand out and to have a little body. And that's what you want. So that's what I'm doing here, and I'm pulling those, I'm pulling the tails kind of downward, I'm pulling the loops out, and it does stand up really nice. Then you can just cut your little tiny little tails into little slants or dovetails, whichever way you prefer. And then using some hot glue, I am going to hold this down until it is dry, because it will try to pop up if you don't. So if you put a candle in the center, which is what this is intended for, this is how it's going to look. We'll go back to the other one, which was like the first one we did. I'm going to add that bow on there and then put a candle in the center. This is how those two are going to look. Be sure that you use a hurricane or something like that in a fake candle. They're so cute. They're very easy. So you're going to get some type of a wood ornament. You can get yours at Dollar Tree if you would like. And I've got some vintage Santa paper here, and he's in 2 different poses on the paper. I'm using some of this antique parchment and my chippy brush and either a Mod Podge or a glue stick. I'm going to start by just kind of block cutting this out. I'm trying to be sure to not damage the rest of the paper, and I'm just cutting out the two different poses. I'm going to take this paint and kind of dry brush it. I start off sort of light and then build it up. You can paint this solid, you could leave it brown, whatever floats your boat. I do know though that I chose this color because it's very similar to the background of that paper, so that if I don't cut it close enough in some spots, you'll still be able to, it'll be blended, in other words. You know, you won't be able to necessarily see it, it'll kind of blend in. So now we have these individual pieces, it's easier to work with. If you will notice here, I'm holding my scissors kind of still and I am moving the paper around. This is very helpful if you have arthritis, if you have any type of dexterity problems. I feel like this one thing has helped me so much with my hands and my thumbs hurting. Alright, this is what it looks like with one side. Alright, now, this is how our little Santas are going to go on here after the paint's dry. I'm going to use my glue stick and just put this all over here. As I have said before, the purple, that color shows me where I've got the paint, so I know that I'm putting it, not the paint, the glue, so I know where I'm putting it, and make sure that every little piece of this sticks down, because what happens if you have floppy pieces? It can catch on something and tear, and it would destroy my ornament and crush my soul. So doing it this way ensures that I don't have a nervous breakdown. Okay, I'm going to put this on here and just kind of move it around in place using my fingers. I kind of hold it in the center to secure it and then move my fingers outward just to make sure that it's stuck down everywhere. Can also use a little squeegee or a credit card. This is my Mod Podge squeegee, and I'm just going to make sure after I've tapped it down with my fingers that I am making sure I'm dragging out any bubbles, any wrinkles. Isn't he precious? I love those. Santa's so cute. I love the Santas that have those vintage little faces. They look so cute, so baby-like. Alright, so we're going to use some of that tinsel we took off the boots. I'm going to cut it into strips long enough to wrap around the top of my ornament and twist it over on itself in the back so that I can glue it down. This is wired, of course, and it makes it easier for you to do this. You can use ribbon if you don't have tinsel, or you can use some string. Some red and white baker's twine would be cute too. And then using those little holly berry pieces, I'm going to add that back on. Those came off the boots too. Going to do the same thing with the other ornament. Secure it down after you've twisted it together, let it dry, flip it over, add the little holly. And here's our two little Santa ornaments. If you have enjoyed watching these creations come to life, I would love a thumbs up because it tells me that I'm on the right track and I can give you more of what you need. So I've got some brushed gold paint and a brush here, and I have a little resin butterfly. I'm going to put some of that paint down and then kind of get it up into the bristles, but I don't want a lot on here. So this is almost going to be sort of like a dry brush technique, but you're going to put more paint on there than that. This is almost like you would be using a wax. When you use a wax, you know how it looks kind of, you want it to be down in the deeper areas and you want the higher pieces to be a little bit lighter colored. That's kind of the technique I was going for in this. I'm going to push down in all of those little cracks and crevices. I'm going to go around the edges too to get some good coverage on here. Now you can add as much as you like. You can do a little bit less, whichever way you like it. I'm going to take a paper towel and ball it up really, really well to make it soft and squishy, and I'm just going to gently wipe off the higher areas there. So you see how it's down in those cracks and it looks aged. Now my son decided to get in on the action here and to do a little helping. It's usually his sister who is helping me, but he is going to be my assistant for this video. So if you love what he's doing here, you could give him a thumbs up, and I know he would appreciate it. And of course it helps my channel too. So he's doing the same thing I did. He's a little bit heavier handed than I was, but you'll see it makes a difference, and it's actually helpful here in case you decide you want to do more or less, whichever look you're going for. So now he's got the towel and he's wiping off all the extra, and you can see that my side's a little bit lighter than his, but both sides are perfectly okay. Now the body of the butterfly needs to be painted, so I'm going to do a little bit heavier, leave a little bit more on the body of the butterfly. Be sure that you go around all your sides. Now maybe you don't have one of these butterflies, then what do? Well, Dollar Tree has paper butterflies in green, in yellow, in orange, in hot pink. They have a variety. It doesn't have to be something that's plastic or resin. This is just what I had on hand, so this is what I wanted to use. Now this is it's a little paper Christmas ornament, but it's more of a cardboard type thickness. And I'm using some trim here just to go around the edge. Now this is the back side. Both sides of this little ornament are exactly the same, but I'm going to put this on the back side so that it will be trim when we flip it over for the front. I'm going to go along the curves and contours of this little ornament, and this is how it'll look on the front. I'm going to go all the way around except where her little legs and feet are, so it's going to go all the way around the edges of her dress and of her body, and then can be trimmed off. You could use tinsel or whatever you have for this, and you can use a cutout. So now this little angel will be right in the middle of the butterfly, almost like she has 2 layers of wings. Little hot glue will hold this angel down to the body of the butterfly. So actually I didn't have to paint it at all if I didn't want to. Could have saved my paint. Then I'm going to take a little bit of gold cord and go right on the back of the angel ornament so that we have a hanger. Now if you do have one of these little resin pieces, you can find, I find these all the time. Hummingbirds and swallows and ducks, I find them all the time at the Goodwill store. If you have one and you want to take the screw off where it attaches to the wall, you can go ahead and do that. Mine wasn't on hand, so I left it. This is how she is going to look. What else do you think you could use on the back of this ornament for the same kind of look? Now I named it a topper because this is a candle topper. I have a variety here, and if you don't have these, this little blossom sign from Dollar Tree is exactly the same size. I'm going to use this one. If you're going to use it and it's been on a candle, get all the wax off, clean it up really good, both sides. I have a little piece of, this is scrapbook paper actually, and it's in a little pad. You can get these at Michael's and Hobby Lobby. I think you could get them at Target too. Mine was thrifted. I'm going to cut it out to the right size for the bigger diameter circle because this is going to be a 2-sided ornament. I love to use my glue stick for these kind of projects. It dries quickly, it grips quickly, it's just easy to work with. Then I'm going to take my squeegee after I push it down with my hands and just work from the inside outward. Then we're going to flip it over, and on the back side I'm going to brush some of that gold on there, and putting this gold over the dark wood is going to make it almost look like a bronzed color, and I really like the way it turned out when it was dry. I'm going to take some gold ribbon and go right around the edge. It's a little bit thicker than the thickness of that part of the candle topper, but you know, it'll work. And if you are using one of those Dollar Tree pieces, little springtime ornaments, which they're in the garden section if I didn't mention that, you don't have to worry about that. You can just go around the entire outside edge with this if you would like. Any type of trim you want. I think the gold is good for Victorian, so that's why I used it. And this is a gold that's very similar to the gold paint that I've been using for my Victorian decorations, so I think it works well. Now I'm going to use an emery board here. I got mine at Dollar Tree. You can use a sanding block or a piece of sandpaper or a finger sander, and just go ahead and shear off the edges so you get a nice clean finished look. And then it will just peel away. Now this I got thrifting. I think maybe it was a candy box. Maybe? What do you think this was? I'm thinking maybe it had candy in it. I'm going to cut out the figure of the little girl. I think she is so precious. And I will use her on this side of the ornament. She's holding her dolly. She's got little bare feet. She's so cute. And I'm just going to add her down on this side. And I'm going to add greenery because you know I always do. And I love this piece. There's just some scraps that I've had left from my Christmas and winter decor from a couple of years. I always save that stuff in a bag, and it works great on these smaller projects. I'll hold it down in a hot glue. Then I'm going to use a shorter one right here so that we have like a semicircle on this side. And then we can use little beads or push pins or whatever you have as little ornaments here. If you have little crystals or little rhinestones, you could use those if you wanted to. But I think these little pearl beads work great. And I know that you can get pearl beads at the Dollar Tree in Crafter Square. So I have a little gold looking ball ornament. It was in a pick, a floral pick, and I'm just going to cut one side off so that I can glue this flat. And it won't be quite as thick. I don't want anything to overwhelm the piece. So I'm just going to glue that in the middle. And then I decided to add maybe just a few more of those little pearls. Now we're going to flip it over on the back side. This was also in a paper pack. I'm going to trim off a couple of these tags. One of them has sheet music on it, and the other one just has some Christmas verbiage on it. I will cut those out to the right dimensions, cut all the white off. If you want to put a little staple or something or a little tack in here, which I originally thought maybe I would do, you can use a stick or a piece of wire and make a hole in the center so you can go through both of them. But I just decided to not do it that way. For one reason, the candle lid was very, very hard. So I couldn't push a thumbtack through it. So I decided to just glue it down like this instead and then make it look as though it is tacked down. I want to put a little bend in my papers for a little dimension and interest. And I think it looks cute there. And since we had ornaments, well, since I had ornaments left over that were kind of old looking and the same sort of gold look, I thought they would look really good on here with the sheet music. So I'm just going to add the little harps and the violin to the ornament, just on the side there. I could have gone completely nuts, and y'all know, I know I've been accused of going overboard and just doing way too much before, but I don't think it's too much on here. I think it's interesting and it's different. I like it. So now it needs a hanger. I'm going to take another piece of the gold ribbon that we used to frame it out on the edges, and I'm just going to loop it over and make a little knot right in the end, and that is going to be our hanger. I'm trying to slide that knot down as far as I can, leaving a little bit of slack so that I have something to glue to the trim. I'm making sure that this is exactly opposite of the front so that nothing's crooked when it's hanging up on either side. Adding it with some hot glue, and then I'll add a little more hot glue so that I can put a bow on this side. I did it upside down, but it won't be upside down. So this is how it's going to look on the front. And then if you flip it over, this is how it will look on the back. I do have some vintage spools, but I do not know where I put them at this particular moment because I have all my Christmas crafting supplies out. So take a spool, some paper cutouts, some rhinestones, some ribbons, whatever you have, and something that looks like a little Christmas tree. You can use the little bottle brush Christmas trees if you want to. I'm going to take a little of this satin ribbon from Dollar Tree, just get my measurements on there, and then I'm going to hot glue the center of it. I've seen lots of these little ornament trees on Pinterest, so if you're curious, maybe you don't like the way I did mine, or you want more ideas, then you can go to Pinterest and look that up. You can find my Pinterest board in the description box in case you want to go over there and look. Lots of good ideas over there for you. So now we got that glued down, and I'm going to take some of this red and gold and go upside down right over the top. Same process here. We're going to add a little bit of glue, but I want to add the glue only where the red is on that ribbon so that it doesn't squish out and make a big mess. I'm going to trim it down, make it nice and neat, and so this will be the base of our little Christmas tree and ornament. So on these picks from Dollar Tree, the ends of them have they look like little trees. So I thought that'd be a great idea for a tree, and I've used it in other decorations for my other Victorian decorations as well. So you just got some versatility from those fern picks. I'm taking two little signs, a little pick left over from, I believe, some florals that I had. I'm going to first glue down the stick in here. I'll roll it over into the glue. Then I'm going to add some more glue and glue them together. Now the way I cut these out was exactly how they were on the paper, but I have to trim the wider one down. That's easy enough to do. Could have done it in the beginning, but you can always do it after you have it glued together. So I pressed it down so that it kind of locked it in, and that stick's not going anywhere. And this is how it looks on both sides. I'll trim that off on the back of the other one so that they are the same size. Got a little Victorian lady there. These little beads, or whatever this is, sticker beads, I think they came from Dollar Tree. I know you can get something similar at Michael's or Dollar Tree, so just watch your sales, get your best discounts where you can, save you a little money when you can. And then just decided to put this one on the top and the other one is on the bottom. It's just a matter of preference. If you don't like the way I do it, all you have to do is change it up. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you ideas, and then you can make it your own. So far, this is how the spool is looking. I think it is very cute. I am going to add a chrysanthemum right on the top. And then I need to add a little something on the back, because if it rotates on the tree, which it may, we need to have it looking nice. So I'm going to make a little shepherd's hook here, which is also going to be the hanger. This is a copper looking piece of wire. I'm just going to bend over the top part of it. And then I'll take some table scatter from Dollar Tree, and I will add on some of these little styrofoam table scatter pieces. So I have a gold, a white, and a silver. And that's how it looks. Pretty simple. You can do it so many different ways. It will hang nicely from that little hook. Recently on a live video with my friends Crafting Cousins and Annie from Indiana Jones Crafts, we made some ornaments, and so I wanted to duplicate sort of the ornament that I did so that you guys could see it and that you can make one of your own. So you can see the supplies so far that I've gathered together. I've got a card here. I'm just going to kind of press that center down and peel it apart. Now I have one. I'm going to use my glue stick, flip it over on top of my foam board, but you can use cardstock or something else if you want. It needs to be fairly thick though if you're going to put a trim or a border on it. You got to have something to glue to. I'm just going to place it down, press it down with my hands, and don't worry about that purple glue. It vanishes when it dries, so no worries about that. Doesn't make a mess at all. I'm going to press it down so it is nice and neat with no wrinkles, no bubbles, and so that it will look like we bought it this way. Now you're welcome to use scissors on cardstock, and it works pretty easy, but if you use something like this thick foam board, it's going to work better, in my opinion, if you use a utility knife. You got to be super careful. I don't use a wooden ruler here, I use only the metal. And keep your fingers out of the way as far as you can. I'm going to go around the edges, protecting my card until I get it all cut out, and now it is a solid piece, which allows us some room to add on some decorative trim. Now this trim is not a rope. Somebody told me that you don't use rope in Victorian decor, and this is not rope, this is a cord. So I'm going to use this green, red, and gold cord along the edges. I think it looks very rich and regal, and I'm going to use it all the way around to trim it out. It'll sit right down between the layers of paper, because right in between is like a styrofoam or something, and so it sits in there nicely. Once you get to the end, if you're using this type of cording, you can just twist it with your fingers to lock the layers together and press it down. That'll give you a nice little finish. Then, before we start the back side of this card, which is reversible, we're going to add some ribbon with some hot glue. Let it dry and cool. Then we're going to flip it back over and continue with the front side. I want to add some of these snowy picks. It's the same little snowy pick that we used for the other ornament. And I'm going to add it to the card because the cardinal here is sitting in a tree, in a pine tree with pine cones and lots of snow. So I thought it was appropriate. I'm also going to add some gold by clipping off pieces of that fern and putting it here and there. Can you see how making these ornaments can just really help you use up those scraps? I mean, I'm just picking apart pieces here and putting them together. Simple. It brings in the gold from the frame around the outside, and it looks great. So now you can take another piece of paper. I dropped my glue stick. I have no idea where it rolled, but it is gone. So I'm using some double stick tape. This will just give you an option of another way that you can do it if you don't have a glue stick, because not everybody keeps them on hand, but I have children in my house, so we always have them in hand. Then I'm going to press it down so that the adhesive from the tape is clinging on to that paper. And I think it looks nice. It looks sort of like a postcard. I have some more of these ornaments. These are gold, and I found these at the same time that I found the angels from my other Victorian video. I'm going to cut off the hangers and the little loops there on the top and decide where I want to put these cute little stockings. So these are going to be Santa's boogie shoes. Y'all remember that song? Yep. They're stockings, but these are Santa's boogie shoes. I'm going to put them on here, make them look like they're dancing or leaping in the air. Then I'll take some of this beautiful red trim. You see how easy it is to make that bow? So super simple. A little bit of red twine, and I'm going to put it around the middle because this red will kind of blend in. And you could leave it like this. You could leave the bow like this rather than having to cover up the center, unless you just want to, because I do end up covering the center of mine. Just FYI. I'm going to pull down the tails and pull up, kind of fluff up the ears or the loops of the bow. I know now where I want to put it, and I'm just going to trim off my sides so that they don't overhang the outside. Adding a little glue, put it in the corner, and it's just a little bit of overhang there, and that is totally okay. Then I'm going to take this little gold button looking thingy and just glue it down on top. Now we have a two-sided ornament, and this is very similar to the one that I made in the live video. Now, this one is vellum and it is just glued to the back of an empty frame. That's all you have to do to it. I'm going to cut out some ribbon that's 18 inches, but if you don't have this type of frame, you're going to just alter your ribbon to what you are using. All we're going to be doing is making a bow on the front. This is pretty simple. If you don't have little holes in your frame, then you can take a, you can just glue it right to the front. Instead of attaching it by the little area here, you can just make your bow and just glue it right on the front. But since there was a space for it, I decided I would leave it there. I want to take just a moment to thank everyone who is subscribed to this channel, watching, liking, commenting, sharing, all of those good things help show YouTube that I'm doing good work here and that people are enjoying the work that I'm doing. So I appreciate it when you do those things. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's budget friendly all the way on this channel, and I am happy that you stopped by. So now we're going to trim the tails up here, get those out of the way a little bit. I'm going to take an angel ornament. This is just one of those paper cardboard type ornaments here. I'm going to cut the hanger off and place her where I want her, and then put just a little bit of that hot glue there. For your information, I am using Gorilla Glue on my projects, and I have been for a while now. Trying to put like the tiniest amount so I don't make a mess on this frame, and because I can use this frame again if I'm careful with it. Look at here. I could just bend that ribbon in the other direction by just gently pulling it against the back of my scissors. That's a good little trick. It doesn't work with all ribbon, but it did work on this one. So you can see through the back of the vellum, so when you put it next to the Christmas tree, you'll see the lights through it. We're going to make a hanger, and the way I did mine was just to feed it through where the bow was, then double it back on itself with just a tiny bit. I'm just barely smearing any glue on there so I don't burn myself. Then I'm going to twist it back under there, and then I'll add a little bit of glue to hold it in place. This is not heavy, by the way. This is not a heavy frame at all. I wanted to add just a little bit something else up here, but if I would have had the right type of a stone, I probably would have put some fake jewels or something there. But I think this is precious. She'd also look good if this was on a stand in front of a candle.
So we're going to use these window clings, and I got these from Walmart for 98 cents. So I thought that was a really good buy, and they are from this year. So hopefully you can find some of these. I'm going to use some of this tinsel garland that was left over from something else. I'm going to use 2 of these wooden ornaments and a sign from Dollar Tree, which is pretty on its own, but it's the perfect size for what I want to do. I'm going to use Mod Podge and some Martha Stewart paint in Sandcastle, some paintbrushes, and you know I always add other stuff. So we're going to take the tag off, we're going to take the hanger off, and then I'm just using a very thin spatula to go around underneath the edge of the border, and I'm going to get also underneath the paper and just kind of start to pop these off. I don't want to break them, and they're not real wood, they're just MDF, so I don't even know that I could repair them if I broke them. So after the edges come off, the paper peeled off, pretty good. I think it came off pretty good. Sometimes it's a challenge, but this time it was fine. So that's going to be the front now. That's going to be the back of it's going to be the front. There we go. So I'm going to take some of that paint and one of my favorite brushes, and I'm going to go all over this board. One coat, and I'm not going to make a solid coat. I want this to look like it has a little age, like streaky paint, and that looks good. I chose this color paint because it happens to be the same color as the background on the cleans. So now I'm taking some of this paint, this Waverly, and it's like a glitter paint. It's supposed to be, but I honestly couldn't see the glitter. And I did shake the bottle up, so I don't know if it has more to do with technique. I just finally started adding like a bigger amount and just not smearing it out so far. Kind of leaving it kind of chunky and thick, and just working in small sections at a time. And then after 2 coats, this is how it looks, and it does not give me the look that I want, so I'm going to fix it with glitter in a bit. Here's my daughter's little nutcracker that she made, all of it by herself with no help from me. She always likes to share her goodies with y'all. Okay, So now we're moving on, and I have chosen this one, Santa in his truck with the little reindeer in there. And you can see that the background on that clay matches perfectly to the paint that I put down. If you don't have the paint though, you can get your scissors and just trim along and cut that extra off, because it will show up if you put it on white. Now I'm going to use my glue stick, and I'm going to put it down on here, making sure that I leave enough room on all the sides to get the border back down without cutting my picture off. And I'm just going to use the Mod Podge squeegee and go over this window cling. I love the pictures. They're so vintage looking to me. Okay, so now all of those are dry. I'm going to take some Mod Podge. I'm going to add on all of these little pieces of border trim, and the holes where the hanger was, I just filled it up with that paint. And it dried without leaving a big mess in there. So I'm put this on top of it so that I can add my glitter to it. You can use school glue if you would like. Got to put it on kind of thick to get the glitter to stick to it, just in my experience. Now I always start off by sprinkling a tiny amount and then adding more if I need to add more. I try to conserve my product. Helps save money when you do that. Also, by doing it on a napkin, you can just take that napkin and pour it in another container, and then you'll have some red and green glitter. Once it's dry, you can start putting your pieces back down. And I did kind of give them a dry fit to make sure that they were going back in the right places. I'm going to glue it down and hold it, because sometimes when you paint that MDF stuff, it kind of bows a little bit. So I'm just going to hold it in place for a minute. I did all the edges, and now I'm going to move on to this pretty glittery Merry Christmas piece. And I'm just cutting the hanger little loops off because we don't need that. And I think I like it like this. Now I've got this glittery poinsettia. I'm going to cut the little stem part off so that I can get a flat surface, but I'm going to add glue down in that hole and around it so that it doesn't slip and fall apart. They're made in layers, in other words, and the layers will come apart if you're not careful. I'm going to take the same Mod Podge and then go around my Christmas tree, because I had so much fun with the glitter on the border that I decided I'm going to add some to the sign. You certainly don't have to do this if you don't want to. If you don't like the glittery and the busy and all that, you don't have to do it that way. You could certainly just have left it like it was. But this is all about vintage inspired, so I'm going to show you my interpretation of what that looks like. So I'm going to shake this can on here with the green. Then I decided I didn't have enough of an opening there, so now I'm shaking it down. Got a really thick look now. I tap it around, bop it around on the corners to make sure that paint sticks. Turn it upside down over a trash can or a bowl, depending. And then it will look like this. I'm going to go over the wreath that's on the front of the truck with the same green. Put it on pretty thickly so that my glitter will stick down. Same process, and I'm shaking the heck out of it. Shake it off, and then that's the coverage you're going to get. If you want a lighter coverage, then just put it on thinner. You know, you don't have to put the glue on as thick for the Mod Podge. I want to do a little bit of red on Santa's hat, so I just put a little Mod Podge on there. And you could always put a little pom-pom for the ball if you wanted to. You could do a little pom-pom on the reindeer if you wanted to make him Rudolph instead. You can take a dry brush and kind of push the pieces of glitter around. You can brush them off, or you can push them back into the glue, whichever way you want to do it. And when you get it cleaned up, it'll look like this. And then you can get like a stiff stenciling brush, and that also works really well to pick those little pieces up. The hairs are so compact, they just kind of get caught in there. If you're worried about the glitter when you're finished with it, you can always spray it with some Mod Podge or clear sealer. Okay, so now I know that I want to put my flower in the corner, but I want to leave a little gap so you can see the bird in the top of the tree. He's peeking out of there. And then for this, I was thinking, how am I going to do this without getting glue all over the place? So all I'm doing here is just quickly adding little dots of glue, just lifting up a tad to add the glue here and there where it will be stable enough, but you don't see glue squishing out all over the place. You know, gonna keep it looking neat. And then there's a lot of space on that C to connect it down to the side. So here is my silver glitter, and I decided to go ahead and put some of that silver on the bumper of the truck and then on the lights. There's a little sign area there. I left that one open. Didn't put any on that. And remember, the more glue you put on, the thicker it's going to be. This did not have a sprinkle top on it, so I was really dumping a lot of it out. But don't worry, I saved my product, dumped it into a bowl. I can use it again. This is how it will look. And you see the truck already has little snowflakes on it. It was made that way. I think that looks cute like that. So I've decided that I really need to continue that silver along the running board of the truck. So I'm going to put it right here. It's the little step part. And then I put a little bit on the back bumper that is extending out back there. Right there. Okay? And then this is how it will look. Now, I don't want to have this as a hanging sign. I want it to stand, so I'm just going to take some building blocks. Now, these are bigger than the ones that came from Dollar Tree, but you can certainly use the ones from Dollar Tree, but you would probably want to do 2 of them side by side so you have enough of a flat surface to balance this sign. It's not heavy, but it potentially could be top heavy depending on what you put up there on the top of your sign. So you want this to be stable, and this certainly is stable. Now I am going to make 2 different kinds of bows. So this is a shoestring bow, just as like when you tie your shoelaces. So I'm just going to pull those little ears or the loops of the bow, cut the tails down, and I think this will be cute right there on the front of the wreath. Gives some more dimension and interest. And I think it's cute. All of this vintage inspired stuff is just playful, and I love it, and I have so much fun doing it. So let's continue and let's make another bow. We're going to make this one for the reindeer. So this is like the awareness sign. Then you're going to squish the loop right into the tails using a little bit of my red cording here. I'm going to hold this down and tie a double knot in here to hold this tightly in place. And it needs to go right in the center so that the loops end up being the same size. I'm going to cut off the excess because we don't need that. Trim the little tails down. And here's your little precious bow. That one's tiny. We're going to put it right there on the reindeer's neck. How festive is that? I think it's cute. I know some people are going to tell me it's too busy and not very realistic, but you know, it doesn't have to be. It's magical, and it's all about fun and imagination and childhood goodness and innocence, right? Yeah, it's those feelings that take us back. We like that. I think all of us pretty much like that. I'm going to take these 2 ornaments that I showed you in the beginning. I'm going to take that same paint and give both of these 1 coat of that sandcastle paint. You could leave these plain if you wanted. You could paint them a different color. Same thing as the background on the other one. But I like that this is going to make those edges just disappear whenever you put your cling on it. They need to dry, and when they do, look how perfectly these clings fit onto these ornaments. I really adore these. And I love making ornaments. They're so fun. Alright, I'm going to use that same glue stick and color that in. And although it's purple, it does vanish when it dries, so put as much on there as you need to. If you need to go all the way to your edges, you can certainly do that. And when it dries, nobody will know. I'm using that squeegee again, getting all my bubbles and lines out because I want this to almost appear as though it was made this way. If it was an ornament that was made to look this way, rather than being thrown together or handcrafted. From the middle to the outside to make sure our bubbles can escape. Then I'm going to take some of this shimmering silver, and this is going to be what I use for the top of the ornament. This is a little part where you hang your ornament. You can use gray if you want to use gray here, or you don't have to paint it at all, but I knew I was going to use silver glitter on the top, so I didn't want it to, you know, anything to show through and look cheap. I wanted it to be nice and richly colored. So now I'm just going to use a little brush from Dollar Tree, and I'm kind of stippling it on, just kind of pouncing it up and down. And I'm going to do it on both of them, all the way to the little edge of the line there. Try to keep my lines kind of straight there because that's where our glitter is going to cling. And I'm going to tap some of this off. I really need to put this in a salt and pepper shaker or something because I am making a teetotal mess. So I'll just transfer a little bit over onto the other ornament, tap it off, use my finger to push it up and press it down, and just using my fingernail to clean the edge up a bit. And I think it looks good. What do you think? Alright, so now I am going to add some snow. I'm using my Mod Podge in the same process, just kind of pouncing that up and down. Now, I still have some of that very fine powdery snow, but I chose not to use it this time because I wanted to use something more like what you can get at Dollar Tree so that you can see what it would look like using the Dollar Tree snow. This is like plasticky types of flakes. Not my favorite to work with, I can tell you that. I'm actually putting clumps of it and pressing it into the Mod Podge to make it stick. And I think that, you know, it does stick down pretty well. I don't know, I would say you might want to do more than one layer of it, but probably by trying to brush anything on, you would be making an even bigger mess. So maybe not. Maybe just leave it like this. But I just use a dry brush to clean off, you know, the center of the picture. We're going to do the same thing with Frosty. Go all the way around your edges, and this also seals your cling onto that board. Now I'm going to be patting this down. Same process as before. I'm using the remnants from where I did the other ornament and just pressing those down. And this is how it looks. Now we're going to make hangers. So I'm going to take that tinsel, and this came off the Santa boots. If y'all haven't seen my video where I made the Santa boots, this is what I took off. And this is why I save everything. I think this makes the best little hanger. I'm going to just twist it on the bottom and then push the twisted section up and over. So now that loop is kind of locked in place and nothing is going to slip out. And we'll do the same thing again with the red. I'm going to hold it at the bottom, twist those pieces around, push it up and down. And it's going to kind of lock that into place. It's also going to leave you a thicker section to put your hanger down in the glue. So take that little knotted section of it and press it down in there. And do the same thing with the reindeer ornament. And press that one in place. Protect your fingers now if there's any question. You can use pipe cleaners here too if you need to, or you could use some type of cording. This cording I got from Goodwill. But you can find pretty much anything anywhere. What you're looking for is something that is going to be the same or a little bit smaller than the width of the ornament that you're using, because the idea is to have it sit there on the edge. So what could you use here? You could use jute, you could use baker's twine, you could use more tinsel on the edge if you wanted to. You could paint the edge a different color if you wanted to. However you want to do it is going to be absolutely fine. You could even use yarn here if you wanted. We're going to go all the way around, and I'm just putting it as close to that edge where the snow is as possible. Working around the corners, I'm going to just hold it in place a little longer. You can always pull off any extra glue that kind of makes a mess there. So you got to kind of work with these corners. Let a section dry and then move to the next section. Let it dry and then press the cord down and let it dry. And then once you get all the way to the top and every bit of it is covered, you can take that cord and just cut it off. Just cut it as close as you can, and if you need to add a little glue, just go ahead and add it. And there are those two little cute ornaments. So we have two signs here, and here we are with this paint again, the sandcastle. We're going to use some more of this tinsel. This little fall sign from Dollar Tree, and I'm using this one because of the green. And then this is a vintage hanky. And an embroidery hoop or a blanket hoop or whatever you want to call it. It is a 10-inch hoop. It's thick. I got this from the thrift store, but you can pretty much get them wherever you buy craft supplies. I'm going to add this down in the middle, and the goal here is to get the paint on the inside of the ring and on one outer edge. Because this is going to be on the inside, you don't have to paint the outside, you'll never see it. I'm going to add this hanky right down. Well, it's a hanky or a napkin, probably a napkin. And I'm going to press it down so you can't see the outside at all. What you can see is the painted inside and the edge. I'm going to screw it down so it's tight, and then I'm going to go around and try to cut off just a little bit of the extra because it helps me to be able to work with the fabric if I don't have so much to move around. I'm going to put little slits around the block where it attaches and then glue that section down. Then flip it back over and begin to glue it to the frame. So you can see here that I'm just going to put some glue here and work in small sections and then just pull and press that down. Protect your fingers. My glue, for whatever reason, is not really hot right now. I can't feel it, probably because it's freezing cold. So I'm just going to continue around here, pressing, pulling, pressing, almost making little darts or little tucks in here so that we have a nice uniform, clean looking edge. Continue around all the way until you get back to your starting spot. And then when the glue is cool, you can take your scissors, lay them sideways, and begin to trim off any excess so that you can neaten up the back. I'm just going to grab that brush. It still had some paint on it. I'm going to go over the edge here and on the back. But this step you could really skip because you can't see it with what I'm going to do. Just an option. Now I'm going to use the tinsel on the inside, so I'm starting in the bottom center, and I'm going to put the glue on the frame itself. I'm not aiming to put it on the fabric. I don't want a bunch of mess showing through. I don't want you to be able to see a lot of glue on the back side. So I'm just going to tap it down and continue around doing the same thing. I'm aiming toward the frame part rather than the fabric. But it doesn't matter if some gets on there, but you know, it's going to stick better if you're sticking it to the wood, I think. Continue along until you have this completely all the way around there. What else could you use? You could use rope, you could use yarn here, you could use a different colored tinsel here, you could use fabric. If you don't have what I have, you can use a fabric from the Dollar Tree. Alright, so I'm going to go over to this little ornament that I chose to use because it looks vintagey. Cut the hook off, pull off the old bow. We're going to richen it up a little bit. So I'm going to take a little strip of this beautiful ribbon. I'm going to glue to the front. I'm going to measure how far down I want it to be. Cut the excess off. These are the little things that come on the inside of those little rectangular signs. I always keep stuff, so I had them left, and they happen to be the perfect width, I guess you could say, or fullness, or They're the perfect size. Yeah, that's what they are. To once you put it in there, it's equal to the depth of the frame. I'm sure that made no sense at all, but thought I would share it with you. This is how my brain works. Okay, so I just measured to make sure I was in the center based on the bottom where it is attached. I've glued it on the back side. Now it looks like it's hanging, right? That's the idea. Going on to the third bow I'm showing you in this video, I'm just looping this over on itself again and again until I have 3 loops on the left and 3 loops on the right. Taking another piece of that red rope or twine, I'm going to tie it in the middle. The first time if you tie it, you can move that knot back and forth until you get it where you need it to be. And then you lock it in with that second knot. Tie it really tight. You can kind of fluff out your bow a little bit, see what that's going to look like. I pulled the tail out and I'm pulling out the 3 loops on each side. You know, if you didn't want to make a bow, you could always use Christmas bows that, you know, that you use to decorate your boxes and packages. You could use that. So right on the stem of that ornament, I'm going to add the bow. By the way, I have no idea where this ornament came from because it was thrifted. But I know you can find really cute stuff at Dollar Tree that would probably work great, and Dollar General and Family Dollar. Let's not forget those other dollar stores that are really good. We don't have only a buck around here, so I can't speak to that. All right, I'm adding some glue. I'm going to pull this down as it would be when it is hanging, when it is standing up. I'm going to press it down. It will go through the fabric. Be careful that you don't glue it to your table. I lifted it as soon as I did it. And then I'm just going to add a tiny bit more glue on the back side to help stabilize it. We're going to use the inside of the box to set this down. So 6 inches is going to be my center. I'm going to add my glue down. I put a little mark on the box right in the center so that I can get that little gap in the frame even with it. And now it should have the same amount on each side. You see the sign is going to stand in there. I'm going to cut some floral foam so that I can elevate the box. I need this to be as high as the sides of the box because we're going to cover it with snow, so it's almost going to be like a little platform. I'm just measuring down, then I'm going to cut the strip. I'm going to flip it over and cut it into strips. I don't want to see my ink. I'm just testing to see how much I'm going to need here. Then I'll start adding my glue. I know it's a little blurry, but I think you kind of get the idea of what's going on. I'm going to press it down in the glue and then on the sides also. Then I'm going to roll up little pieces and tuck those in the front and the back so that there's no gap between that and the sign that we have it sitting on. And then you can just glue it down where you need it. Now we have a little snowy place under there. Taking some of these little trees, bottle brush trees, and some of these little tiny pom-poms. I'll take the bottoms off, and sometimes they'll screw off, sometimes you have to cut them off. Depends on where you get your little mini trees from. These little pom-poms fit in here with no glue, and they fit snugly in there. So, go for it. If you want to use something else, you'll probably have to use hot glue, and you'll need to use your cool temp because you can melt the little stems on these little brush trees. I'm going to fix these little tails so that they're not fly away and they don't stick down in Santa's face. Give that little bow another little fluff. Then I'm going to take, these little trees are one's a little bit bigger than the other one. I'm going to place them down where I think I want them. And then I decide, you know what, I want to add a little bit more. So I'm moving the white trees over and I'm going to add some of these beautiful green trees. Same process, we took the bottoms off, and I love how that kind of frames out all of that white. I've got some little beads from the thrift store. It's like a little, I don't know if it's a star shape, what you would call it, and I put a white little pom-pom in the center of each one. And these are going to be the stars for our Christmas tree, or the flowers. They kind of look like a little poinsettia, don't they? These little plastic miniature ornaments are also vintage. They came from the thrift store as well, with a bunch of other little ornaments that you will see me use in the Victorian video coming up. So I've added green to one side and a red to the other side. And now I have some of these old ornaments. I'm going to choose some. This one's a cute little drum. They're wooden. I'm going to add these down here and there. So now we have like little vignettes on each side. Here's a bell. So we have a drum and a bell. And I like this little mouse and the penguin. So we're going to add those in there too. One on each side. And he's holding little symbols. Isn't that cute? So you could stop here if you wanted to, but I wanted to add something to cover up my little messy edge there. So I grabbed that red tinsel and I'm just going around right along the edge of that, what is now our base, to just make a nice clean line there. I'm going to trim it off and then glue it down. And this is how this one is going to look. There's so many ornaments in that bag. I have so many cute little things that I found.
So taking one of these little snow globes from Dollar Tree. We're going to use also some little candy canes. I have a snow sheet here. Some little cobblestone corner pieces for our scenery inside. And some little bottle brush trees. Tiny so they'll fit. And this was on clearance at Hobby Lobby, or it was 60% off I think in the fall. A pool noodle and a knife. Also going to be needing some snow in there, and Mod Podge. So we're going to look at our three ornaments. These are going to be the little figurines that we're going to put inside. They are two elves and a little bridge. I'm going to take this inner piece out. This is, I believe, so if you have water inside of it, you can keep it from leaking out. We won't be needing that. We're going to throw that paper away. And then we have our cute little globe. For the top, we are going to be cutting a pool noodle to fit on the inner circle of that lid. So I'm just cutting it off. First time using this little knife, and I am impressed. It's very good. And we're going to put this down in here. You notice that the pool noodle does not extend all the way to the sides. It still leaves a lip around there so that the dome can fit back on the inside, and that's what you want. Be sure you scoot it around so you still have room to screw it back down. I'm going to cut one more little piece here and put that right in the center. Just going to cut it and then just tear a piece off. So we have a nice solid platform now. You can add a little hot glue there also to hold it in place. If y'all don't have a pool noodle, you can use floral foam, you can use foam out of packages, whatever you have. I'm just going to turn it upside down on this sheet snow and just cut this out so that I get close to the right diameter I'm going to need. We need to leave a little bit extra so we can tuck it down into the lid. You can also use an automotive cloth for this, whatever you have that you want to use. And I'm going to start pressing it down here just with a little, I don't know if this is part of a skewer or what this is. I pick these little wooden pieces up all the time because they're good to have for little crafting tools and for projects sometimes. Now I'm just using the point of that and just pressing it down in there. It's wood, so it holds on to that fabric a little bit, and it helps to tuck it into place. I'm just going to tuck it and push it way down in there because remember it's threaded and we want to be able to screw that dome back on it. So just press it all down in there. You don't even need glue to hold it in place unless you just want to do that. And just to be sure, yes, it fits right back on there. So now I am going to be making a bit of a mess with snow. I'm going to put it down on a tray that I have, and I'm going to use some Mod Podge and a brush because I need a pretty good thick amount, I guess. So you can see I'm putting it on here kind of thick because I want it to go down into this fabric and really grip onto the snow that we put on here. So I'll take a mixture of some salt and some faux snow and put that right here. Press it down, and then you can turn it over and tap off the excess. We're going to save all that snow and we'll keep using it. Perfect. We didn't get any down in that little crack, so it fit back on there perfectly. Now I want to add a little bit of embellishment to this lid. So I'm using these pieces from Michaels. I got them at the thrift store, but it does have Michaels on the packaging. I believe you can get these up in the front near the registers. All those little bins of inexpensive items, I believe that's where this comes from. So I'm just going to put it right up toward the top. I'm going to put a little pressure on it as I pull it and then push it down onto the lid. It's pretty grippy. The adhesive that's on the back works really well, so I'm not going to worry at this point in trying to secure it with glue, but you can do that if you want. Once I get back to the original spot, I'm going to trim it off and push it down so it looks like one continuous band all the way around. And I like that it's kind of iridescent, looks kind of snowy to me. And then this one that looks a little bit like eyelet, I'm just going to overlap it on the bottom of that other ribbon. Same procedure, just adding a little tension because it helps me keep my line straight and kind of angle where I want to put it down. I'm going to go all the way around, overlapping the thickest part of that eyelet, whatever this is, and then let the little curved parts hang underneath. Makes a pretty little embellishment, I think. When you get back to the front, you just cut it off, and I think that's cute. I think that'll make a nice little display. Now the candy cane is way too big. You can use whatever candy cane you have, whatever pole. Get creative with what you use. You can paint something, paint a stick if you need to. I cut this in half so that will fit in the dome. And I'm going to use the pole rather than the candy cane tip because we're going to make the North Pole. So this is going to be our North Pole, and this just came off of something I got at Goodwill. It's probably a knob of some sort, and I'm just going to use a little hot glue and press the stick right into it. So it looks a bit like the North Pole, right? I think so. But get creative and do your own thing here. I'm going to find my center spot, push down a little bit, and then using my scissors, I'm going to kind of dig down into that foam that's underneath so I have a little hollow spot so that this will securely stand in there, because you won't be able to just stand it up with glue and expect it to stay. It's going to fall over. So then I'm going to flood that little spot there with some glue, press it down, and then hold it in place until it can stand on its own. Just takes a bit for the glue to cool off. On the bottom, I'm going to use some drips, almost like ice or where the snow has kind of piled up. I'm just going to do that with the glue gun, and then quickly before it dries, I'll add some more of that mixture to it and tap off the excess. You can add more, you can have some hanging down from the top, whichever way you like it. And cobblestone corner, or whatever that the name is of these little figurines, you can get a bunch of different kinds. And if you don't want to use the cobblestone corner stuff, you can always get the little garden gnome pieces or the fairies, and you can use those in here. Okay, once I am satisfied that it is secure, I can go on to the next project, or the next step in the project. And these are kind of, I really like the quality. They're not resin. They have they're like a soft rubbery kind of, I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, I'm able to use my cutters to clip into it and make the bases smaller. The bases really need to be smaller in order for you to fit all this stuff on here. And then in the end, I decided not to use the bridge on this because I wanted to use my trees. So for the trees, I'm just unscrewing them from the base, but you can clip them off with wire cutters. Whatever trees you have, wherever you get yours from. I've had these for a while, so I can't say for sure if they came from Dollar Tree. Probably, but I can't say for sure. But you find something that's the equivalent, you know. Maybe something that already has snow on it, or white, if you want to do that. I'm just holding it in place. I know you can't see. And then adding some snow on the bottom of my two little elves. One will go on the front, and I will have one standing kind of toward the back. So when you move the ornament from side to side, or the globe from side to side, you'll be able to see something on both sides. So one's holding the naughty list and the good list, and the other one's holding a gift. I'm going to use some Mod Podge and just kind of tap over the high points, so the head, the top of the present, along the Christmas trees, their shoulders, and then I'll sprinkle that snow mixture right on top of those. Until I get the coverage that I like. Now I'm going to take a little scoop and put it right into the lid. I'm going to turn this over, tap off the excess, just so that I can get the top screwed into that little canal that we left. This is how it looks before we put it in. Then I'm going to turn it upside down, screw it on, and then when you flip it over, now you've got the snow. You can kind of tap it around and let it settle where you want it. You could add more or less snow, whatever you like. I've decided to flip this little stand upside down to make a more secure base for it. And then adding some Gorilla Glue, I'm going to attach the globe to the little stand. I'm just flipping it over to make sure I have it centered. I don't want it to be wonky, it'll drive me nuts. And then this is the little ornament. Very cute. I think it has a lot of interest, and I love the idea of the little elves being at the North Pole. Just gonna fluff out that little trim there so everything's nice and neat. I've got a variety of ribbons and trim. Then I've got some little pieces of greenery, some little galvanized lettering here, and they actually have joy, and they were on clearance at Hobby Lobby. Then I've got an automotive cloth from Dollar Tree and this sign from Dollar Tree. So I've taken the packaging off of the piece of fabric. This is so soft. I'll flip it over and then kind of pat it out so I don't have any wrinkles. I'm going to clip right around the top where it hangs, and then leaving about a ½ inch excess all the way around. And you do not have to make this super neat. Just be sure you give yourself plenty of room so that you can glue on the back. You can always cut the excess off, but you can't put it back, right? Not without it being noticeable. So, making sure I didn't squish anything out of place, I'm going to put it back in the center where it belongs and then begin gluing it down. I'm going to work from side to side instead of doing it all on one side, because I have found that if I go side to side, I'm able to make up the slack if there's too much on one side or if you don't have enough on the other side. So just work side to side, adding the glue and pushing it forward, kind of smearing it down into that paint and over onto the back of this ornament, because this is the back. Add some more glue right across from that section. Press it down. You're squishing that line down, and it's really gripping between the fabric and the wood when you do it this way. Then going back over to this side, I'm going to lay that down and pat it down. Same process. Coming over to this side and doing the same thing. Have y'all tried working with these wood ornaments? I've had this one, I don't think I got it this year, I think I got it last year, and then it occurred to me, I've never seen anybody put the automotive cloth on here, and it is so pretty and comfy, and I just love the look of it. So many options here with this. So you're going to continue all around, and there's a little give in here. So like I did need to pull it a little bit. Moving it around, it sometimes will lose its place. So just continue around there with the glue, add it where you need it, and then what I will go back and do is trim off the bigger pieces, and then you can cover the back with paper if you would like. I'm going to take those galvanized pieces and put them down on here. Now I know Dollar Tree has sort of, I think they are ornaments or something that you use for stocking, so they have letters, but I think they're wood and probably some plastic. You can certainly use that if you don't have the galvanized. The galvanized still looks rustic to me. I know it also is kind of a farmhouse thing, but I think it still looks more rustic, and that's the look I go for in my house. So I started off by just adding greenery to the top left side, but I do go back in there and balance it out later. I'm going to take some of this gorgeous ribbon from Hobby Lobby. This I got for 60% off. Had to have some more Santa face. Couldn't find any at Walmart or Dollar Tree. Certainly not this quality. So I thought that he would look great on here. He's got that very nice vintage look. So I took 18 inches, folded it in half so that we have, we're working with 9-inch across. So there's going to be 2 loops on the left and 2 loops on the right, and then we'll cut the extra off. We will not have a tail on this bow. 2 here, 2 here. You can lay that down. We're going to go to the next ribbon. This one I'm going to make 16 inches. Folded in half, that makes 8 inches. So your bow all the way across will be 8 inches. Just folding it here. And then I'm going to flip this one over on itself too, the same way we did the other one. So easy, until I have 2 loops on each side. Again, no tail. We're going to just cut this off. I'm going to cut a piece of this thin silver looking thread. It is wired, believe it or not. It's really strange, but if I'd have known that, I've been using this a lot more in my Christmas projects. I'm just folding it in half so that I can get kind of the center. Then I'm going to flip it over on that string. And then I'm going to kind of push the center together and pull it. So I'm going to do 2 knots. I just hold it in place with my thumb so nothing slips. You can see that that is definitely wired. Then you can start fluffing out your bow. Originally I left those strings on there because I thought maybe I would tie it to the top, but I decided against that. So I went ahead and I do cut those off. I'm going to pull out my sections so that there will be 4 of the white or the silver, and there will be 4 of the Santa Claus. I'm going to take these little pieces that are on the inside, and those will be somewhat like a short tail. It's going to give a little more interest. I'm going to cut those in dovetails, both of them. Remember, when you're working with wired ribbon, you really have more control. You can move things around and put them where you like them. So I love wired ribbon. Then I'm trimming the back off. I'm going to make a little flat spot back there where I can add some glue and push it down into the glue. So the glue is going right on the little stem area there, sort of overlapping onto that branch. I'm going to press it down and then just grab a clamp to hold it in place while I fluff the bow or work on something else. And when it's dry, you can take it off. I found a bell. Now these are aged looking bells, and my galvanized looks a little too clean. So I'm going to take some of this antique wax. I'm going to offload it and then just lightly grow across my letters. You definitely want to do this before, but again, I didn't know I was going to use the bell, so I had no clue that I, should have been painting first. But I didn't think I was going to paint. So I'm going to be very, very careful when I go over here so that I don't get it all over that white fabric. And I do make a little mess down there, but it's okay. I think I disguise it in a little while pretty well. So here's another piece I've added onto that side. And the bow is a little off center. That's okay. I like that. And then on the high areas, I'm going to add some of that Mod Podge. Once that wax is dry, just going to kind of messily, sloppily put it on there. Sloppily, is that a word? I'm going to put it on there. And then when we sprinkle the snow on it, it'll sit down in each one of those little nooks and crannies. So that's what I have in my hand, is that little snow mixture that I made. And I'm just going to shake it all over there. And remember, the more Mod Podge you use, the more it's going to stick. You can just take out any clumps. I'm just kind of going through there, knocking the clumps down. And I think that looks cute. But now I think we need a little on the bell. So I'll add some more what was left in the brush and then put right on the top of that bell. And I think it's a really cute look. Fluff that bow, make it look beautiful. love Dollar Tree gift bags, and some of the ones they do are just absolutely gorgeous. They look like artwork. So I'm going to choose a bag. I'm using this is a 12 by 12 thrifted, sort of a box sign, I guess you would call it. It's hollow in the middle. I'm going to use some more of my Mod Podge and a brush. It is clean, by the way. It's been wiped down. And I'm going to choose a white paint that looks good with the bag. And a little dauber brush, a little sponge brush. And then I'm going to lay it on top to see how I need to measure this, where I want to cut it. You can certainly use another technique if you would like to, but this to me seemed like it made a little more sense because I knew exactly how much of the picture I wanted to put on here. So I'm just going to trace around it now that I have the box on there. And I'm just going to kind of roughly cut it out and off the bag to get that out of the way. And now I have an extra one to use for another project, so you get 2 for 1 in this. Now this is like a creamy background, like a creamy grayish, I guess you could say, but it needs to be white to really look nice with this bag. So I'm just going to use a technique that I did recently on some bells to get this a little bit of texture. You can paint with a white brush if you would like, but if you use acrylic paint and you kind of use this dabbing method, you don't have to use quite as much paint, and it gives a really nice coverage and finish. When that's dry, we'll move on to the Mod Podge, and I'm going to add a pretty thick layer because this is a gift bag which has a thicker texture than craft paper, and it almost has like a shiny or laminated type finish. Kind of hard to explain, but be sure you get that glue everywhere on there and try to get it as flat and neat as you can. Put your picture back on, your bag on, and then just press it out from the inside out. The reason I didn't use my squeegees this time and I'm just using my hand is because there are some spots that have glitter and I don't want to scrape the glitter off because it's really subtle and pretty. Now using a sanding block or an emery board, I'm going to go to my edges and then just start filing down and away. So down and away, down and away. This may take off some of your paint that you just put on. That is fine. The look that I'm going for is going to be that raw edge. So I'm going to do this all over this box until I get it all nice and clean. And it'll almost look like this was painted on. Be nice and smooth. Love that aged look. And this is how it's going to look once you get that done. Paint is all dry. We've got our nice edges here. And I want to add something on it to almost make it look like it's a Christmas gift. So I'm going to take some of this silly ribbon that I got from Dollar Tree, and I haven't been able to use it on anything else. And I'm just going to double it up, wrap it around all the way up to the top, and then I'm going to make a little bow on the top. 2 loops, wrap them around each other, tuck one on the inside, and pull. Then you can just pull your folded part out, pull it over, and then you can adjust the loops and the tails as long as you like them so that they are balanced and equal and they are twisted into the right position. And you can get a better look at a different angle. I'm going to cut these off the same length, and then I'm going to go ahead and dovetail them. I don't want anything hanging down and obscuring the beautiful artwork that is on there. But this still gives it a little interest, and I think it looks cute. It'll be sitting up somewhere as a decoration, and I think it's cute. We're going to hold that bow in place with just a little bit of hot glue, and it'll be very easy to take off. So if you were to make this for a gift, they could easily remove the bow. This is how it looks. So there are 3 projects today, and we did use Dollar Tree pieces and other pieces for these projects. There's our little snow globe. And you could do lights on the inside. You could do, you know, whatever you think would be best for your little scenery, you can put on the inside. I think my kids are going to love it though. There's the Joy ornament sign. And then we used just a gift bag on this box sign. Isn't that a neat way to save money? And we still have supplies left that you could make other projects with.
Thrifted 2 of these little church bird houses, and they are in terrible shape. Really sad shape. I'm going to give you a good look. They've been dusted off. I've used a brush. I've used wipes to clean them as good as I can clean them. This one has more damage. It's had some water damage on the top, which has caused this to kind of bow and warp. Looks like it's coming apart. There's water damage on the bottom, some stains all over the place. And the little bell is stuck in the top too. Now I'm going to use 2 different color browns. I got I think it's a latte brown and Bambi brown, and I'll put those to the side. I'm going to start off by putting down 1 layer of chalk paint, and I'm doing this so that everything will be somewhat hidden and one color. So all the blue stuff will have white on it. All of the stains will be covered in white, and hopefully it will cover up and block some of the stains. I did have to go back over on the areas that had the watermarks, the water stains, and did 2 coats on that area. But I'm going to do the whole thing, front, back, bottom, all of it. And by the way, the tags on the bottom of these show that they came from Walmart, but there's no year, so I don't know when they came out. You can thrift something. You can thrift a birdhouse. You can thrift an old dollhouse. Just use this for inspiration, because I realize we're not all going to find the same thing when we thrift. So think outside the box. What do you have that you can use? Now, once they've both been painted and dried, I'm going to put my coffee latte and my Bambi brown. I'm going to put them together in a little cup, and then I'm going to just blend them. Now, if you want to just use one color, then you can just use one color. The reason I did this is because I couldn't find quite the color that I was looking for, and I didn't have it, so I just made it. And you can certainly do the same thing. Now, if you don't do the gingerbread thing, but you watch my videos, so you wanted to give me some support, fantastic. You can use these. Leave them white, use them as a winter wonderland if you want to. If you want to make it traditional, grab whatever color paint you want to paint this and paint it. You can string lights around it. You can do this so many different ways. To me, this is like a blank canvas because you have so many options. But I've had lots of requests for a gingerbread theme, so I'm starting off by doing these for you to see how you like them. Can't you see yourself doing something like this? Look, it's Rudolph. My youngest daughter made Rudolph. She's very crafty. She likes to craft with me, and she wanted to share it with you. Okay, so once this is all painted and dried, don't worry about the spots where I bumped the white. That's not a big deal. I'm going to cover that back up. And then here's the other one. I left the doors white, and inside of the bell house is white as well. And the little spindles, just a couple of little places. They've got to be definitely well dried. Now these are little pieces of candy ornaments and pieces of picks that I cut off. I had a bunch that I thrifted, and then I found some little glass. These are glass, the candy cane and the little pieces. I could just cut them off the picks and put them in a big bowl. You can use pom-poms for this. You can use beads for these. You can use buttons. You can use, these are some stars that I thrifted. You can use whatever type of ornaments or decoration you want on yours. Any fake candy. I'm going to use some of my slick paint, and it is white. I've got a couple of different brushes to help me out. And I'm going to start off with this, I think this is True Red. And I'm going to start painting the poles in the front of the house like candy canes, sort of. Not going to have that traditional swirl look, but I'm going to do like red, white, red, white, red, white, all the way down. It's just sort of a little pattern. You don't have to be real precise with this. If it's easier for you to use a paint pen, you could do, you know, paint pen for finer details, whatever you feel like you have a better hand for. In the end, all of these, all of the details are really going to be covered in a very fine snow. It's going to give it a really pretty frosted look, so you won't see specific details. So if you make a little bit of a mess with the paint, don't worry about it. Now I'm just going to use my little tool here to dry off between my layers of paint, and I do 2 layers of that red. And this is the look that it has. And here's the other one. I did them, you know, pretty much both the same way. I'm going to grab some more of that white chalk paint and go back over this cross. It originally was going to be white, but I bumped it too much with the brown paint, so I just went with it, and then now I'm just going to go back over it and touch it up. Now for the bell, I'm going to use this beautiful glorious gold and a brush that's got some long hairs on it, so I can reach inside there and paint that bell, since I can't push it around or out. The MDF or whatever this is made out of is actually swollen, and it has closed it in there in the middle, so I can't get to it. So I'm just very carefully going around the parts of the bell that you can see with this gold, and it makes a big difference because the bell was kind of rusty. I'm assuming since they are actually birdhouses that someone had them outside. There's nothing inside of them though, so I don't think a bird ever nested. There's no way to open it to get anything out, but you know, you give it a good shake and there was nothing in there. And then this bell actually is free, so I'm just going to move it around with my fingers and get all the sides. I like this gold over the top of this because it still has that aged look, but it just brings the bell out even more. Now, here's some things that you can use. I'm just giving you an idea. This is something that I thrifted. It's just like pearl beads on a rope or on a cord. You can do that. You can use rickrack. You can use those bead stickers from Dollar Tree. You can use the rolls of stickers to adorn windows, doors, shutters. You could wrap them around poles, any way you want to do it. You know, when you look at pictures of gingerbread houses, they are very ornate. They have a lot of stuff going on. So I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it and use all the little things that I have on hand, just to give you some options too. I'm going to do the other door the same way because these are a pair, so I want them to be similar but not twins. Now I have just a tiny bit of this red rickrack, and I thought, how cute would that be on the eaves of the house? So I'm going to put them just on the peaks here. And make sure that my end is nice and crispy and not frayed. And then I'm going to cross over the top so that I can fold it over on itself and not have to cut it. And you can see what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make sure I don't touch the glue. And then press it down. And see there? Nice and neat. And you can clip off your edge. Because once it's glued down, it's not going to fray. It'll stay like you like it. But as a reminder, and people tell me all the time, you can use a lighter to hit the edges of your ribbons and such so that you get the, keep the frays away. It seals the ends. Alright, so now I have it on both of them, and I have a little more left. So I'm going to go right here on the steeple, right at the top, and add some more of that rickrack. I want to use as much as I can before I run out. Think of all the things you can use here. You could use jute twine, you could use baker's twine. Baker's twine would be really cute because, gingerbread, the kitchen theme, the baking theme, baking spirits, right? So this is how it looks when it's got both of those on that house. And then I'm going to add some on the bottom of this one, just right in the front. And trim it off. And then I'm going to add some more of that beading right around this section. This is just going to give it more, yeah, y'all know y'all love me saying the word dimension. Yes, I know, I say it every video, but it is so true. It gives it some dimension. It's not laying flat. It gives it more detail. It's more ornate. And I just think it's fun. You know, I just think it's fun. So now I'm measuring around this opening to see how much I'm going to need before I trim it off. Then I'll just snip it a little bit longer. That way if I've made a mistake in my judgment there, I can, you know, I'll have a little more to work with. And then I'm just going to go around, and I get shaky hands. I don't know about y'all, but my hands get shaky, so I found it sometimes helpful to either hold my wrist that's holding the glue gun, hold it with my other hand, and it helps kind of steady me a little bit. You don't have to use hot glue. I am using Gorilla hot glue, but you can definitely just use any type of glue that you like. I like the hot glue doing these projects for y'all because I can do it quicker, and time is of the essence when you're doing 6 and more projects a week, 2 videos a week. And by the way, if you're new to my channel, welcome. I do put out content on Mondays and Thursdays at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, and that is PM. Welcome to the channel. Alright, so now we've got a little bit going on here. Starting to look better, starting to look more like it might be gingerbread, right? Now it's time to do putting the icing on the gingerbread. So I'm using this paint here, and I'm going to just, on the top of this house, I'm going to make the roof a little different. I'm going to use the little curves that you see in a lot of gingerbread houses. I am not trying to make this look perfect, and I have no intentions of measuring for this type of a style, because when you're making gingerbread cookies, most of the time they're not perfect. Am I right or am I right? They still get kind of messy, especially if you're doing it as a group, as a family. Kind of gets kind of fun, but kind of messy. Okay, so here's one side of the roof. You got to be so careful while it's wet. Then I'm just going to put like a little line here, a little squiggly line on the top that does eventually drip down. I'm going to do it on both sides. Now I'm going to the other house. This is where I'm going to kind of use a ruler. I'm not precise with it, but it does help me get my pencil lines. I'm just taking the pencil and making like a plaid checkerboard, whatever you want to call it, only without the different color tiles in it. And this is going to be the outline that I will use to make the next style. This is going to look sort of like diamonds on the top. You can see that there. And then I will start following those lines. If you have this type of glue, which, I mean not glue, paint, whatever you want to call this, if you have this, I do recommend that you frequently wipe the tip off so that you're not smearing anything, because it will get sort of like a little bubble on the end, and you don't want to make a big mess. Also, when you're using the bottle paint like this, be sure that you kind of, I use the term that you burp it. You kind of shake it down and make sure, that way it doesn't splatter when you start using it, and just take your time. So you're going to do both sides and then let it dry. And now I'm just making like a little red and white ornament wreath or candy wreath to go on one of them. I thought it would be cute since I had a bunch of these left. And I'm just going to make a circle to put them together. Now with that paint, it does take about 12 hours to completely dry. So this is a project that is not fast, but it is so worth the payoff. Oh my gosh. At the end of this video, y'all, if you're not shocked, then you must truly be a professional, because I was very shocked. I have no training for this type of thing, no training with crafts, no training with art, other than high school art, you know. So for me to have the results that actually came for this, I was surprised and very pleased, very, very pleased. These will be in my house for Christmas where I can see them. Now I started off with those candy canes sort of on the poles there, but they kept popping off when I touched it. So I did move them. You'll see that at the end of the video. Now I've got some tiny little crystal beads, and they're sort of iridescent on one side and crystal on the other. I'm just going to take these and just add them here and there on the top. There's no pattern, and I don't do it in every single square. I just add a few pieces. Do this however you like. You could even use like a table scatter here. You could use confetti. You could use sequins. You could use beads. Anything that you would like to use. You could even use some faux gumdrops, faux candy of any sort. Now, once the houses are decorated, we can start putting on that beautiful frosty look. So I'm just going to be using a flat brush, and then I have another brush that's a little bit finer so I can get in all the little spaces. And every place that I want to put snow, I am going to use my Mod Podge. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm adding some Mod Podge here and there. I do recommend that you pour your Mod Podge into a separate cup or put it on a different surface, because when you start putting on the snow, it's going to begin to stick to your brush here and there, and you don't want to be dipping that back into your Mod Podge. Going along here, I'm going to go all around the brown parts, all over the tops of the candies, any place that I want it to look nice and frosty, which is basically the entire thing. I did not frost the door, but I certainly did everything else. So you can see how I'm doing it, where I'm putting it. Then you got to really put it on kind of thick on the top when you got those grooves in there like I have. So I added it to the peaks. You can see where it dripped a little bit down, and I like that. It looks snowy. I'll go all over this, and then I'll just take the snow that's underneath it or grab the bag and then sprinkle it on there. Put this over a tray. This is going to make a mess, so put it over a tray, and then that way you can just scoop it off of the tray and continue to use it. Nothing will get wasted this way. And when you're finally done with your project, you can put it in another bag and save it for another project. So this is just where I'd missed a couple places with the glue. I'm adding some more glue. Just going to grab some more of that and sprinkle it down in there and see it's fixed. That's all you have to do. Now on the steeple here, you can see how some of my snow is mixed in there. I'm just using some of my extra snow and just sprinkling over the top. If you get a big enough coat on there, you can kind of pat it down with your fingers to help stick it into your Mod Podge. If you don't have Mod Podge, you could also use Elmer's glue. Some type of a liquid glue would work for this too, I think. As long as it isn't fast dry, because you won't be able to get your glue down and your snow on it in time for it to stick. So here are my windows. I traced my windows out, put some string around those, some ribbon in the middle, put my pieces of candy all over this. And I'm just going to continue around here. You can see where I put things. So you didn't see me do it one at a time, but you can see I've tried to show you step by step every time I've done something, the difference. So go back and slow it down if you need to, or go back and pause it. Take some screenshots if you need to do screenshots. So I'm going to use some of this. This is from Hobby Lobby. It's modeling clay. It's air dry. And then some cookie cutters. This is from Target originally. I thrifted them. Alright, so you see this is how they look. They have like a rounded edge, which is the top, and then the bottom has a really thin edge. That's the part that you want to put down into your clay. So I'm just going to work this clay in my hands really, really well. I have two different kinds of clay. The other one is stickier, and it sticks to metal and plastic and all that kind of stuff, so it did not work out. I did try it, but it didn't work. But the one from Hobby Lobby here does really, really well. And if there are any issues when you're doing it, I'm going to show you exactly how to fix it. Because, you know, I run into issues too. Now I'm just trying to make sure that it's about the same thickness and about the same, you know, and enough width for me to put it on. So I've got it flipped over the right way. I'm going to start with the big gingerbread man. Press it down with my palm all the way through and kind of wiggle it so I know it cut through. And then there is Papa. I'll put him aside, and then I'll work on the rest of the family. Now Mama's foot got stuck. So this is what you do to fix it. You just use your fingers and just mold it back into place. That's all you have to do. Same thing with the arms, the head. If anything gets ripped off, you can just put it back together. And it's wet, so it's going to stick. And then when it dries, you're perfect. So here's our whole family, and I'm just going to use the Bambi Brown to color these cute little gingerbread peoples. Now I let this clay dry for 24 hours because it says if you don't and you put paint on it while it's still wet, it could cause cracking and separation, and I did not want that to happen because I don't want this to be a cracked cookie. I want it to be a pretty cookie. I'm going to paint each and every one of these on all of the surfaces except the back. You do the back, of course. This beautiful brown color. Every one of them is going to get a good coat. Once they dry, I am going to give them one more coat so that you don't see any brush marks. Maybe you could use a roller for something like this, or if you have a brown chalk paint, that would probably do the trick in one coat. Here's our family, nice and dry and ready to be beautiful. So I have got a variety of paints. I chose these because they really are the colors that are in the, Christmas. Red, green, and white. Alright, so I've put a face on Papa over there already with my white paint. And now I'm going to give him a bow tie. You can make a scarf if you wanted to. You could pull up pictures of gingerbread men and then just kind of copy whatever you see that you might like. And I'm going to do the little squiggle for his arms and legs. Again, be patient, kind of shake it, burp it, make sure you don't get a bunch of bubbles in there. Then I'm going to go on to the red and give him some red buttons. I'm kind of pushing it down and then swirling it just a tad because it does have a tendency to peak or have little points sticking up. But I guess icing probably does that too. Maybe so. Now for the next one, I'm going to go on to Mama. And I'm going to give her red lips. Could have given her eyelashes too. Can always do that with a fine tip Sharpie, I think. We're going to define her little arms too and her legs. You can do straight lines if you don't have enough room to make a curl or a squiggle. You can just do straight lines, or you can just color it completely in, whichever way you want to do it. I want to give her a little green dress. So I'm just going along with my green paint, and I am just kind of bumping it up and down, going around the border to make a shape that looks like her dress, sort of an outline to her dress. And then we'll go on to each of the kids and put their little eyes and their little faces on. Now with the little boy, the one in the middle, I actually gave him kind of I messed up his smile just a little bit, but that's okay. Because you know what? My smile is not straight, it's crooked. Yep, because God made me perfectly imperfect, just like He made you and everybody else. But you know what? We're perfect in His eyes, right? So we're going to put buttons on him, just like Dad. The little girl is going to get some red lips too. We're going to do her hands. And then I thought it would be really cute to give her a dress just like Mom. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab that blue and do that. Now, if you prefer for holidays, baby blue, pink, yellow, heck, purple, whatever colors you like, then you can decorate your gingerbread any way you like them. Any way you like them. And you can probably get cookie cutters that would work at the Dollar Tree. But I was so tickled to find the whole family in one pack, so that was just perfect for this. And then the little baby's gonna get tiny, tiny red dots. I just barely put pressure on the bottle to do his little buttons. And then to top it off, Mama and little girl are going to get a little bow on their head to match the bow ties, the bow tie that Dad's wearing. Just like that. Once more to her. You can make hair on your people. If you want these to look sort of like your family members, you know, you can kind of do blue eyes or brown eyes or you know, decorate the dress. You can use glitter on them. Whatever you want to do to make them your own. Little more detail, I'm just going to go in here and put some green polka dots right along the edge hem of the little dresses. So I made one more that you did not see, and this was round. I made it just like a cookie and then formed it with my hands, and now I'm just going to write a very special word that you will need to keep in mind on this cookie. This is my Joy gingerbread cookie. And now I'm going to go through here and put polka dots around the edge. Again, it's going to take some time for the paint on these ornaments and the paint on the gingerbread people to dry. If you are going to do these projects, this is not something you can do in one day. You will not have enough time. You are going to have to stretch this out over a few days so that you have time for everything to dry in between. It took me 3 days to do these projects, on and off. You know, I had other things I was doing in between. Because these little gingerbread people are going to be living happily around our buildings that we've made, I want to blend them in with the scenery by adding a little snow on them. So I'm going to go over the head, the shoulders, the tops of the feet, and I'm going to add some snow there. You don't have to do this, or, you know, maybe you would want to use glitter here. Maybe you would want to trace this out, glue some type of a ribbon or cord around it. Whatever you like. So I'll do the tops of the feet here, where snow would normally fall. And then you'll see here after I'm done with the rest of them that I do go back and paint over the little hand and feet area with snow as well. Because who knows, maybe they were playing in the snow. We don't know. They could have been. They're set up for a snowball fight. You'll see. This is easy to do. Just to say it again, I appreciate you all so very much. YouTube is my full-time job. I stay at home and do this, and this is how I make money. So I appreciate every time you watch, share, like, subscribe. I say it, and I hope it doesn't get old to hear it, because the new people need to know that they're appreciated and that I do not intend to waste anybody's time on this channel. So I'm very blessed and happy to have you here. And among the things that you could win this month are power sanders, hand sanders, let's see, I think some glue guns and glue sticks. There is some twinkle lights, and then of course all kinds of Christmas crafting supplies. So you're just going to get a variety of goodies. So be sure that you click that notification bell so you don't miss your chance. And be sure that you click on the community tab and check regularly, at least at the end of every 7 days when we're doing the giveaways, okay? So for this cookie, I'm going to completely cover it in Mod Podge and then sprinkle this all over the top. This almost looks like a sugar cookie now, doesn't it? A gingerbread sugar cookie. I guess if I'm making cookies, I can do it any way I want. It's so cute though. I like it. So here we are, putting the snow on the hands and the feet. Easy enough. So I'm wondering, are you guys doing the gingerbread theme? Very specifically, I have had over 12, probably more than that, people asking me to do a gingerbread theme. So I hope this is something that you enjoy, because I had so much fun doing it. I really did. Here are the projects that we did. Oh my gosh, look at those churches. Look at the gingerbread houses. They're so pretty. Oh my gosh, I love these. I love all the candy. And look, there's Mama and Baby at the steps, standing there waiting. And then here's Dad, and he's on one side of the fence, and the kids have a snowball in front of them. Here's the other building. all the way up to the top. You can see the bell there. This is nice and frosty. You could definitely use a thicker snow if you wanted to, but this fine textured stuff really did the trick. Maybe you could even use like an iridescent white glitter if you wanted to, you know, to do something like this. This isn't the same texture as glitter though. It's really, really light and powdery. I want you to know that I believe in you, and I feel like today that I need to say to somebody that you are loved and you're appreciated and you're enough. We're going to be using some matte Mod Podge and a chippy brush, a little sprig of greenery, and this thrifted little, I don't know, it's a round. We're going to call it a round. I don't know if it's supposed to be a breadboard or what it is. I have some scrapbook paper in this lovely plaid. I'm going to go halfway down here. So this is an 8-inch board. I'm going to go halfway, which is at 4 inches. And I am going to mark that there and then use my ruler as a guide to make a straight line across. I like that little green handle on the top, and it happens to be almost the same color green as what's in the paper, which I love when stuff works out like that, don't you? Alright, so we're going to start by cutting this paper down to the right width. Close enough. We're going to trim it down. We don't want to cut off too much too soon. Then I'm going to flip it over and just trim it up here a little. I'm going to use my pencil on the back side. I'm going to trace that round and cut that part off. I'm going to get as much paper off of here as I can before I start gluing this down. I'm going to take the Mod Podge and my brush, and you see my pencil line there. I'm going to go under my pencil line and glue this down. At this point, if you want to, you can go ahead and put Mod Podge all over the entire thing, because I do go back over it with Mod Podge. But this is just how I started it. So save yourself time any way you can. Now my measurements, I have a little extra all the way around. Going to use this little tool here, and this came with some vinyl that I bought, and I'm just going to flatten this out. I like to work kind of toward the middle and going outward so we can press out any bubbles or wrinkles that are in the paper. But this is a good quality crafting paper, so no bubbles here. Then I'm going to go back over the whole thing with the Mod Podge. Now if you don't have any scrapbooking paper, that is fine. You can use gift paper if you have some gift wrap that's really pretty. Dollar Tree has some gorgeous gift wrap paper right now. They've got some with trees and trucks and some that look very woodland. So if that's what you're into and that's what you like. Once the board is dry, it's going to look like this. Now we have this extra paper on the edges that you can use a utility knife to cut off. You can use an emery board to file it off. You can use a sanding block from Dollar Tree. I think these sanding blocks are one of my favorite things in the entire world. You could probably get a pack on Amazon at a good price, but I just get them as I need them because they last a long time for me. Just, you know, doing the little craft work that I do. So now that part is done, we're going to add our little greenery pick. Dollar Tree, again, has lots of greenery picks. I saw some gorgeous, it's almost like an evergreen pick there that I didn't get because I have plenty at home. But yeah, really, really pretty stuff right now at Dollar Tree. Hopefully you can find something that suits your tastes and coordinates with your paper and your theme. Y'all know I live in a cabin by the lake, and my heart is in the rustic woodland stuff. I'm going to do a little bit of everything for y'all. You know, you've seen my vintage. There's more coming. There's more. They've got some Victorian coming to you. All kinds of things. The people who started out with me in my farmhouse and rustic journey. So I know some of y'all still love your woodland stuff, and I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. I think that shows in my fall decor as well. So when you get your pick exactly where you like it, and I just moved it around quite a few places to see what would suit me best, what I really liked. I'm going to use some hot glue, and this is Gorilla Glue, so it is a really good hold. And I'm going to just use a clamp to help hold it in place, you know, cut off the excess, and then just go behind the thicker pieces of this greenery to hold it in place. Okay, so now we've got the pick trimmed off, so it's nice and neat over there. And this is how it's going to look. Now the heaviest parts of the pick are usually a good place to put your glue. That'll help hold everything still. And you can hang it, and it is nice and secure. I love the look at this. And I was able to cover up that little spot where it was kind of chipped off, because this was a thrifted piece, so you know, just because it has a little damage does not mean that you cannot use it. I would love a thumbs up if you like this craft. Very easy, very quick. I've done one of these for fall before, and it was fabric, and I absolutely loved it. It's a few years ago, but now I'm going to be doing one for Christmas. So this, believe it or not, this was thrifted, but you can get these at, I think, was it like a Target? I think it was Target. The red thing was a Target. These pieces of fabric came from Goodwill. I don't know if somebody was working on a quilt or what type of project. Maybe you can buy these, what do you call them, fat quarters or whatever, and then cut your own pieces. You can use pieces of old blankets, old rags, old dish towels, any type of fabric, an old t-shirt, old shirt, whatever you like. When you're doing like a banner like this, don't just think that you have to put like a sticker on it or only paint it. You can definitely give it some dimension by using fabrics and then putting other things on here. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So once I've got my Mod Podge down, I'm going to just carefully begin to push out. Again, you see me pushing from the center toward outwards so that I can get any little bubbles or wrinkles out of here. I want it to be nice and flat so it almost appears as though it has been painted on. Then I'm going to take that Mod Podge and go right over the top. Now you don't have to worry about bubbles with putting Mod Podge on immediately after with fabric, because it's gonna stay there for you. You're going to pretty much drench that piece of fabric between two layers of the Mod Podge, and you are going to be fine with that. Paper is what causes the bubbles. But I think because the weave of fabric is more open than paper texture, that allows us to get a little more air in there so you don't have trapped bubbles and such. So one more time over here, I'm going to put the Mod Podge down, nice even layer, and I'm just trying to get this not necessarily centered, but an even amount from where it is and where it is on the other block. So you see I pushed wrong and I made a little wrinkle, and I just pulled the wrinkle right back out. When the fabric is laying there also, if you don't get it on completely straight, you can hold the corner and pull it just a tad, and you can get it straightened up. So it's easy to fix when you're using fabric because it's stronger than paper. And I want to make sure I'm going around my edges, getting those nice and crisp too, even that overhang and around the edges of where it's on here. Probably should have pulled the string out first, so you might want to do that first, because you don't want to glue your string down, because we're going to be adding other stuff to it. So set it aside to dry. You can watch my videos on Mondays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it is completely free to subscribe, so I hope you do. Here are these dried overnight. They look very nice. I love that they're all coordinated and that they all look wintry. You could actually probably use this after Christmas and use it in the wintertime if you would like. I'm going to use my utility knife to cut the edges off. They're nice and crisp, but you can definitely use your scissors, like fine scissors, if you wanted to. Going back over here and trimming it off on this side. Be sure that you lay that blade beside it and hold it down firmly, because if you don't, you may splinter the wood and cut into your sign or your panel there, and you don't want to do that. So I've got some chipwood letters here. They are blue, but it doesn't really matter. They're not coated in anything. They should take paint very well. I know that there are 5 letters, and I have 5 center blocks there to use. I'm going to use my paint. This is an antique parchment, and I'm going to go over the letters. I like this color because it's sort of an off-white, sort of a cream color, and I think it works better than a stark white
with the patterns that I have there, with the coloring that I have. So I'm going to go over each one of these letters, be sure that I get on the inside and on the outside edges so that every bit of that blue is covered up. I'm going to let it dry and in between and give this 2 coats. I'm just using a paper bag that I have here. I'm going to cut a section out and begin gluing down the dry letters. I'm not going to put them close together. I'm going to leave some little spaces because I'm going to use that paper as sort of a backing. We're going to do a little extra something with these to give it a little extra interest. So when each one is glued down, I'm just going to kind of cut into the paper, leave a little bit of space on each side between the letters, and then just cut them out. I'll cut this section, and these paper bag pieces are so thin, they came from Dollar Tree, you just pull the letters right off of there. Doesn't have to be neat, save yourself the time. And then I'm going to take my smaller scissors from Arteza, and I am going to go all the way around here very neatly. And I'm not trying to make this look exactly like what is underneath it, but I want to give it a shadowing or a backing, I guess is the only real thing I know to call it. And you see it stands out a little bit more. Now you could use an additional piece of fabric for this. You can use a different color coordinating scrapbook paper for this. You could put these on those same wood stars that we have used in projects. You can do that. Any way that you want to do this. Also, if you don't have chipwoods, you can use regular stickers, or you can stencil, or you can just do this without any wording at all on it. But I did notice the other day that Dollar Tree has like wood shaped letters, I guess, that you would use to put on your stocking or something. I don't know. Those would be really good too, and a lot bigger. But I didn't have them at the time, so we're working with what we got. Now I took the 5 pieces that are in the center. I left the 2 end pieces out. We're not going to be putting anything on those yet. So we have 5, 6, 7. We have 7 panels, 5 will have letters, 2 will not. And I've already lined them up to see how I wanted the pattern to be before I put my letters on. And this is how it looks so far. And you don't have to use hot glue. You can use regular glue for that if you wanted. Now I'm going to grab that same little jute piece or get another piece of jute. I like the jute because it still looks natural, and that's kind of the idea with the woodland look. So I've stacked them all up in the order that I know they will be strung, and I'm going to add some white wood beads because I like the white wood beads, but you can use natural, use what you have, whatever coordinates with the fabric that you choose. And then I want the largest part, or the most of the string, to be on the back, not on the front. I want to see my pretty fabric on the front. So I'm going to slide it down. I'm not tying anything yet, you'll notice. You can use tape around the end to thread those on if you want to, or a little hot glue twisted will make that into a nice little point for you. So I'm doing a panel, and then a wood bead, and then another panel, and another wood bead, and we're going to continue along until this is done. So what kind of fabric do you have that you think you would use for this? What would you use? I know Dollar Tree's got some really pretty fabric panels there that you could use as well, but I haven't found any new Christmas at my store yet to be able to use those, but yeah. And I know that Dollar Tree has some type of these over in the party section, like a banner, blank banners. They may be fabric though, they might not be wood, but you might want to check out that section and see if you can find something, maybe with the baby shower stuff, or the party stuff. So once everything is strung up where I want it, and I know where the center is because I've slid them all around, I am going to make 2 knots, one on top of the other one, so that it doesn't slide through the bead. And I could also add a dot of hot glue in there just to make sure that it is secure. When you tie these knots, make sure that second knot sits right on top of that other one. It kind of, one part of the knot's going to loop over that bottom knot and make it one nice knot instead of 2 right beside each other. I hope that makes sense. All right, and now I'm going to do the same thing on this side and make a double knot down here, and it will be nice and secure. This is how it is going to look. We have also put the panels on that we have not embellished yet. You can see that there. The two on the end are blank, but we are going to fix them up and make them pretty. There's an end piece, and here is an end piece. So now what can you put on those? Well, you can use snowflakes, or you can use anything that you see on those, and like the print of your fabric, so pine or Christmas tree or some snowshoes, maybe a cardinal or a sled, any kind of ornament that you like. But I'm going to use greenery here. These are some little pieces that I have that are just little extra pieces of greenery because I save everything. So hopefully y'all have something like this laying around too. And I'm just going to put some on the thicker part of the stems and press it down at an angle, and then at the opposite angle on the other end. Just like that. This ornament's going to coordinate with our other pieces. So maybe this came from Dollar Tree. I'm not sure because I don't see a tag anywhere. We're going to pull the backing off, and instead of working with the striped side, that's that farmhouse look, we're going to work with the flat side. I'm going to take the same paper that we used on the round, and I'm going to trace out that ornament and then cut it out just like we learned in kindergarten. Cut right along that line, and be sure that you move your paper and you can hold your scissors still. And I kind of lined up that middle striped area with the top of the ornament, and I think that gives it a nice symmetrical look. And then working again with snowflakes, I am going to check out which snowflake I think might look best. These are, some of these may have come from Dollar Tree, some of them may have been thrifted, but I know for a fact that that one, the bigger one, is from Dollar Tree. I bought those this year, I do believe. And I like a layered look, but you don't have to do a layered look. I think it just gives it a more expensive look. It just gives it a little something extra. But you can do whatever you want to do for this. And if you don't have any more paper left, or you don't want to use the paper, then you can paint these any color that you like and put ornaments in the middle, like a snow ornament or something in the middle. You could also use the beautiful tissue paper from Dollar Tree. They have got some stunning stuff too. Alright, so I'm just lining everything back up, pressing it down, and then I'm going to take the same tool here, and I am going to make sure that I push out all the wrinkles. It takes out the wrinkles, it takes out the bubbles, and it ensures that every piece of that paper has touched some glue. To go around the edge, if you want to use some scissors, you can. If you just want to leave it like it is, you can do that too. But for me, I like to use a sander. It's fun to me. I love watching that peel. It's just fun. And it gives it a nice little edge, which you could then put antiquing wax on if you wanted to. However you want to do your edges, it's fine. And then I'm just going to glue my two snowflakes together, one over the other, and I've arranged this one so that the point covers up the hole from the ornament that is underneath it. Then I'm just going to use my spatula and my emery board to mark my place of where I'm going to put this back, because I got to lift it up to put the glue on it, and I want to be sure it goes right back in that same spot. This will ensure that I put it where it belongs. And there we go. Nice. Now I want to trim this out a little bit, and I have some decorative cord. This is something that my husband bought for me when for my YouTube channel to use. I think it came from Amazon. I can get a link if anyone's interested, but I know you can get something similar to this at the Dollar Tree in the Crafter Square. So go check it out and get some of that trim. It's really pretty. I'm going to add a piece right around the square part of this ornament hanger. Wrap it around. Now I did not leave this long enough. I should have wrapped it all the way, but I do cover it up. I do patch it up where you can't tell it. That way, if you wanted to use, if you're not going to use the back of this, it won't matter, but If you want to make a double-sided ornament, you'll need it to be nice and finished, and I will show you what that looks like when it is finished. I'm going to pull that staple out of that original hanger, and we're going to hang it on this side, right in between here. And then what you don't see is I'll grab another piece of that and put right across the back. Now I decided I wanted to make this top piece a little darker, you know, because it's woodland and I like the dark woods. I'm using a furniture repair marker. I'm using this because it has a chiseled edge and it goes right over the ornament cleanly, and it doesn't splatter like a paint pen might do, and you don't have to worry about, like if you used a small paintbrush, possibly getting paint in areas that's really hard to clean up. So this worked perfectly as a stain on the snowflake. But by all means, if you don't like that, you don't have to do it. You can paint your ornament whatever color you want to and then put them together. You can do two different colors. You can paint them white. Do this however you want. And then just to make it coordinate, I'm going to go over the top here with that same thing. See the back now? You can see where I patched it. Now you can paint the back, color it, put something else on it, whatever you want to do. Now I wanted to add something in the center here, so I had a gold thumbtack and two different size half beads or half rounds, whatever they are. And by the way, my sister gave me these. I think she got them from Amazon, so I'm not sure where they came from, but if you're interested and you want to know, let me know. I'll try to grab you a link. And then you just press it down in the middle. And I think that gives it a nice finish. These are the three, I think, easy woodland projects. Now it did take some time because you have to let the Mod Podge dry, and those fabric pieces have to dry overnight to be able to, you know, work with them. But just because it takes longer doesn't mean it's harder, right? You just have to invest a little more time. And if you move on to other things while you're letting paint dry or glue dry, you're not losing any time. So it's, to me, it's worth it. And I think it's worth the look that you get. I found these cute little dolls at the thrift store. These are some Dollar Tree snowflake ornaments. There's 8 in a pack. We're going to use 6 of these. 3 of these little house shapes. Doesn't matter what size you get. This is what I had. And either paint or some coordinating paper. So sometimes when you take the backs off of these, the paper will come away from it. Sometimes it'll stick to the box. Do what you need to do to clean that up. Be sure you get around the edges, and then trace your boxes onto your paper. And then we're going to cut it out. Now right here you can see I traced it, and now I'm going to go inside the line. See that? If you do that, you're most likely to get the right size that you need when you glue this down to the backing of that little house frame. Or the house box, whichever way you want to refer to that. And we're going to do one for each. Perfect fit. I'm going to use just some school glue, just a glue stick. This is purple and then it disappears. I like to use this because I can see exactly where I'm putting my glue to make sure that I have plenty and everything will stick in place like it should. So I'm just going to place it down. Don't worry about the little edge you see because the frame will sit on top of that and you'll never see it. Using my little tool, I'm going to just flatten it out. You can use a credit card, you can use a ruler, any flat, thin surface to kind of press it down to make sure that it is stuck down all the way. No bubbles, no wrinkles. And it has a automatic cling, so we don't have to wait like we would maybe with a Mod Podge or a liquid glue. You can get your work done fairly quickly. Not quite as messy. Showing you again on one more of these boxes. And you're going to do them all that way. Then I'm going to take my 6 ornaments and some white chalk paint. You can use acrylic paint for this as well. Chalk paint just seems to, it's thicker and it seems to dry a little bit faster. And that matters when you're doing a lot of projects. I do a lot of projects, 2 videos a week. So that's a lot of work. I like my shortcuts where I can get them. Now we're going to layer these because we want these to look like little snow angels. Because those ornaments have the little holes where the hangers go, I'm trying to arrange those where you won't see them once we put the doll down on there. I'm just going to add a little bit of glue and just stack them. I'm kind of lining up the little points on the ends to overlap on each other, and it looks like one continuous piece. Then I'm going to add some glue down to put the cute little doll down. These little dolls are so cute. Look at the little hat. And these were ornaments. They had little red string hangers on them, and I just took those off. Showing you one more time how I do this. You don't have to layer it if you don't want. I just like a layered look, but you could just use one. And you can use whatever type of ornament you want. Something flat though is usually the best. And since snowflake patterns and sort of little geometric designs are common with Scandinavian art, I wanted to use that here. Plus these colors, the gray, the red, the white. I'm trying to stick to that theme for this video. Now, this is how we are going to arrange these. The two matching dolls get matching houses, and then the one that is different will go in the middle, and she'll be in the tall house. You can paint the frames also if you would like, but I like the natural color for this. Alright, and so now that I know where my frames are going to go, I am confident that I can place these down without them being in the way of the frame when we put it back on. You can certainly put your frame on first and then do this step, but I want to be sure that I don't make a mess with the glue and I can touch all over it with my hands without the frame on there, like this. I can press it down, and just good idea. And I had the two beside each other so that because they are matching, I want them to be placed almost the exact same spot. Now I'm not going to measure, and that would make it exact. I'm not going to do that, but I'm just going to kind of eyeball it and see that both of these are in about the same position. And I think that looks about right. And then I'll press it down. I'm going to use some E6000 and some hot glue on the back of the house so that we can reassemble them. Just placing that down here and there. I'm not overlapping my glue because it may interfere with the way the E6000 works. It's going to hold it in place for a long time, and the hot glue is going to put it together quickly for this project. And it'll hold it in place until that E6000 is dry. Be careful, you don't want to put too much because it will kind of squish out, and I did have that happen. Just a little bit on the inside and on the outside of the box, but I just rubbed it off on my fingers. You could see I'm just cleaning it up. And then you can see just a little bit on the inside, but I'm okay with that. I think this is really cute. And she looks like a little snow angel. So for the other two houses, same thing. We're going to add some E6000 for long hold and strong hold. And I am using Gorilla Glue sticks, so you know that should do the trick, but you never know. I'm just going to show you in case you have the little cheapy glue sticks like we like to use, right? We like to save money. And then go around it with the hot glue, flip that down. Be sure that you paint your backs or either put some decorative paper or some craft paper on the backs so that you don't see the mess. And here's how that one is going to look. Cute. Just for a little extra, you might not like this, that's totally fine, but I thought I would do a little extra something on here. And these little pom-poms, you can get this type of stuff at Dollar Tree. I've seen like green, I think I saw a light blue, so if they have white, it would be really good for you to use on these Scandinavian style projects. I think they look really cute, and when I looked at inspiration pieces on Pinterest to see exactly what the style was, I felt like this worked with it. I'm going to do another here. You can also look at this as maybe little icicles hanging off of the house. Could be something like that. Or, you know, just leave it empty and don't put anything in there. You could also take some regular pom-poms that are not on a ribbon like that or a cord, and you can hot glue them into the bottom to make it look like, you know, they're close to the snow. I have done mobiles before, or mobiles, or whatever you want to call them, but I've done them before. I've done some for summertime in a video from way back. I'll try to link that. But this is going to be so nice. So I've got these 10 ornaments, and this beautiful, to me this just screams Scandinavian. I really like that. I've got some of that pitberry cord in red and white. I've got some greenery picks, greenery pieces, and an 11-inch wreath. So I'm going to start by just taking these pieces, and these are really just scrap picks that I've had and used in other arrangements and taken out. We're going to do this in like a clockwise or a counterclockwise pattern, just meaning that we want everything to flow in the same direction all the way around. I'm going to take matching pieces for the top and bottom and matching pieces for the left and right. Go ahead and use some hot glue. If this is something that you want to be permanent, you can use some hot glue. You can also use floor wire to attach these down, but I'm going to be using the pitberry vines to hold it in place, but I'll let you see how that works shortly. Now for the little spaces that are sort of have little gaps, I'm going around with my extras to see how I need to fill it in and cover up the little gaps, and then I will go back in with a little hot glue and place those back down when I know that everything is where it should be. You know how it is when you get to the bottom of your supply, or you're doing an arrangement and you have one piece left and you're thinking, okay, where do I put this one piece? Where do I need this the most? So I was trying to stretch it out because I knew I had a very limited supply of these, but I thought maybe they would fit around this wreath, and they do, so it worked out. Alright, so we're going to start with the white pitberry, and I'm just going to wrap this around. You can kind of weave it in behind the vine there, the vine wreath. You can weave it in behind if you want to, or you can tie it or twist it off so that it stays down. When I go around, I'm going to make sure that I go behind some of the greenery and then in front of some of the greenery. You can see me moving the pieces because I want the pitberry to show, but I don't want all of my little flyaway pieces to be trapped down underneath there. I want it to be kind of a loose, airy look, something very natural. And then when you get it all the way around, you can just clip it off. I don't like to use my scissors for this type of thing. These are some little, I think they're jewelry clippers. I got them at the thrift store, so obviously there's no label, but I think that's what it is. They look sort of like cuticle cutters to me. So after the white is on, I'm going to go back with the red. If you don't want to use two different colors, you don't have to. For me, I wanted both of them because my ornaments are red and white, so I wanted to just carry that through the theme of this video. And I'm just going to do the same process with the red. I'm going to go back and forth. I'm going to have some pieces tacked down and some pieces kind of flying away, just weaving it in and out. And this is going to help hold everything in place. When you get to the end, you can just twist your little end around a piece of the vine and it'll lock everything into place. So see, some of the pieces are sticking out, some of the pieces are laying flat, and I like this natural look. To me, the natural look is what really makes this, the wreath part or the top part of this mobile, so pretty. And again, another little piece of glue. This one I forgot to glue down. Then I'm going to take all of the little strings, these are just little cord strings, off of these beautiful ornaments. If you can't find something like these ornaments, get any type of a snow ornament or something that has that pattern on it and use that instead. However you feel like you want to use this. Birds, snowflakes, geometric style, whatever. I think they'll fit nicely into this pattern in this style. I just went through the front of there and tied it in a knot in the back, added a little hot glue to lock it in place. I'm going to trim off this is like a cotton cord. I'm going to trim it off at 18 inches, and it's going to be 18 inches for each piece. They will not all hang at the same length because we are going to test them out, and you'll see how that is done. It's not hard to do, so don't be intimidated by it and think that you can't do it. You absolutely can. My camera angle is not the best, but I am going to do the best I can with my gift of gab to explain to you exactly what I'm doing here. Alright, so then to hang it, I am going to take two 18-inch, could be slightly longer, strips of that same pitberry. I chose the white, and I'm just going to twist it around the top of the wreath, not the bottom, the top, because this is going to be the means for us to hang this from whatever type of a shepherd's hook or whatever you want to use. Now see, it works very well of holding the weight, so you don't have to worry about that. These pitberries are on a wire, and that's going to help hold it in place. So I've just done, if you want to imagine, 12 and 6, 9 and 3, north, south, east, west. That's where I'm connecting them down, and I'm raising them up to make sure that the length is the same on both ones. If you wrap it around and have the same amount in each little knot or wrapped piece, then it should be level when you pick it up. But you can adjust it because it's not glued down, it's just twisted down. So you just adjust it as you go, pick it up, look at it, make sure it's level. Then taking another little piece of that pitberry vine, I am making a loop and then twisting it over on itself on the end, and this will give us a loop to hang it. It's going to hold it right there. See? Very nice. And then I know it's going to work, so I'm going to flip it over, and we're going to start adding in those beautiful tin ornaments. I know that since I have 4 of these, and the bird is going to be something different, but these 4 snowflakes, I am going to add them in 4 places just like before. I'm just going to start at whatever length for the first one. I'm not measuring it. We know that all the cords are 18 inches because we cut them at that length. You can adjust the height by just putting one knot in first, turn it over, lift it up, see where it's hanging, slide it down, adjust it, and then tie your triple knots in it. You can even secure it with hot glue if you want to, once you've done all the hanging, all the tying onto this piece. So when you pull it up like this, the more string you have, the little loose end string, see how long that extra piece is? That's going to make that ornament strand a little bit shorter than the other ones. So you want to make sure that they kind of are at different heights. That's the idea. And then I'll just turn it over and raise it up. And I know you can't see this, but this is me looking to make sure it's the right height. Now I'm going to go back up to the top here and tie around my bird. I'll lift it up. Make sure that it's hanging at the right length. It's a little higher than the rest of them, and that's what I want. This isn't a wind chime, so I'm not aiming for the bird to hit the snowflakes. It's just to be pretty and move around in the wind. But I guess you could, if you wanted to do a little clapper or something, you could do that. And don't worry, I will give you a good look at this in the end. So I know all you can see right now is me tying on the bird. I'm going to tie it very, very securely. Trim that off. I'm going to start out using any type of snowflake you like. The more geometric, the better. I don't even know if that's supposed to be a snowflake, but I thrifted it. And then these little ornaments. I think you can get something similar at the Dollar Tree to really save some money. And I'm going to use the sanding block emery board, Snow White and Christmas Red, some paint brushes, some paper, and get off all of the sticker. And then we're going to work on these rough edges. So I started off with my sanding block, but it just can't get in that little space very well. So I'm going to grab my emery board here and just start working on that. I'm going to get it as smooth as I can. If you don't want to do this step, you don't have to. You can always use some wood filler. But I want to do this on both of my ornaments because I want them nice and smooth and high-end looking. No splinters. Now, I want and be sure you wipe off the dust too before you start painting. You don't want to make it gummy or, you don't want to mess your color up. So the round ornament is going to be white. And I'm just going to use that Snow White paint to go all over this. Feel free to use your chalk paint if that's what you want to do. And I'm just putting a little bit of extra down in each little crack there. I'm going to use red on the bell, and I'm going to go all over this bell. I did paint both ornaments with 2 coats of paint and let them dry in between so I have no streaks. And then this little piece I am going to do in red as well. So I like the layered look. I'm going to start adding these down. A little bit of hot glue is going to put this in place quickly, but you can use another type of adhesive if you would like. I'm going to put it on that bell. Perfect and simple. Then this ornament's going to have a little more layering. I'm going to add this red one on it. I'm trying to be careful so I don't have little gushes of glue all over the place. I'm going to center that as good as I can by just looking. Press it down, and then I'm going to add this snowflake right on top of it. Let's give a really nice layered look. Press it down and then let it dry. Now we need hangers for these ornaments, right? Because they need to go on a tree. So I'm going to use some of this red cord. You can get things like this at Dollar Tree. You could use baker's twine, the red and white. That would be really pretty for this, I think. I'm going to cut off 2 little pieces, about 6 inches each, maybe 8 inches. And then, yeah, I think that's more like 8 inches. Then I'm going to fold it over and then just make a simple knot right there in the end. You can do a double knot if you want. It's really not necessary because it's also going to be glued down. And I'm going to do the same thing for this other one. Pull it down. And then I decided, why don't we make these reversible? So I grabbed some paper that coordinates, and I'm going to trace these ornaments on this paper. Very simple to do. I'm going to do the same thing with the bell. And then I can cut those out. Very quickly, I want to say thank you to those of you who have bought coffee for me recently. I appreciate you so very much for that. It helps my channel, and I also want to say thank you very much for watching, sharing, liking, commenting, and all that good stuff, because it has helped my channel so much, to the point I was able to go on vacation with my mother to meet her sister, who she has not seen in forever. So that was very exciting, and thank you for allowing me to be able to do that. My work here on the channel is my paycheck. This is what I do for a living, and without you guys watching, I would not have been able to do it. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it so much. So now you can see what I'm doing. I'm just taking those strands, I put the knot at the very top, put the flat part down on there, glue it down. Then I'm going to add some glue on the back of here and go all the way around with the glue and add the paper. Now on the other one, I wasn't sure how fast the glue would dry, so I just did it in little sections, holding it in place. Whichever way works for you is going to be the best way for you. And don't worry, if you have a little parts where it's kind of hanging over, you can just sand that off. If it's overlapping, or you got a little paper that still shows, you can just sand it off. And here's how those beautiful little ornaments are going to look. You could do a bunch of these if you wanted. Here are the projects from Scandinavia inspired Christmas decor. There's the mobile. If you like it, I would love it if you would share it with others who might like it. I've always been fascinated with this style. I've always thought it was so pretty with the red and white. It just really screams Christmas to me. If you enjoy budget-friendly DIYs, that are unique, I would love for you to subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of the new content that is put out. Next month is going to be my subscriber appreciation month. In November, we'll be doing lots of giveaways, so be sure that you pay attention in the videos for little hints in November for your chance to win. You're going to need a little vintage piece or vintage inspired piece. This is not authentic. I'm going to use some table scatter in blue and white, a little wreath, and I just thrifted this, but it needs to be flexible. Got some pink little berries or flower pods, got greenery, and some of this white holly. I'm going to use a little box from Dollar Tree. It's square and you're going to use the top and the bottom. Then you get to do the fun part, picking all the trims and frills that go on. I'm going to use that pink, and then we have a variety of blue. This looks kind of snowy, and here's some vintage ribbon, and this is also vintage. Okay, so now you get to pick your papers. I am going to use this one and that glittery one, and they came from this pack. Alright, so you're going to remove that sticker and feel the satisfaction of it coming off pretty much in one piece, because that always makes me happy. It's the little things, y'all. It's the little things. Okay, so we're going to take that box apart, set the top aside, grab your pencil, and let's start making some panels for the sides of the box. I'm going to measure this from the top to the bottom sideways. Get the ruler and extend that line. Then we're going to cut out the strip. We're going to do the same thing on the silver glittery paper. Gorgeous paper, by the way. Cut that one out. And then you can save the other pieces for other decorations if you want to. Put them aside, you can save them. Then we're going to need 2 of the blue and 2 of the glittery silver. We're going to cut the panels down to the measurements of the sides of the box. And instead of using a ruler, I'm just going to trace it down here. Just put the box on it and cut it down. You're going to need to cut those pieces after you get the silver and the blue done, because we're going to have silver on 2 sides and the blue on 2 sides. Now the blue paper is not vintage, but it is vintage inspired, and that's what this video is going to be like. So it's going to be inspired. It's going to have some elements of retro, and it's going to be mixed in with a little bit of, you might want to call it shabby chic. I'm not entirely sure what you would call it. So I'm going to just use hot glue. You can do anything you want to glue this down, any type of glue. Hot glue works best for me when I am doing these projects for you guys, so that's what I use. But you can definitely use double stick tape or whatever you like to use here, as long as you get your sides down evenly as possible on your box. Now don't worry if you have a hair of it hanging over, because we're going to be able to trim that down shortly, and I'll show you how we're going to do that. Okay, so if you don't like the look of this, you can do all of one color. I just like the difference here. This beautiful trim was given to me by a sweet lady not too very long ago, the beginning of summer, I do believe, and it is beautiful for this piece. This came from Dollar Tree, and y'all, this ribbon is actually adhesive, so you can just peel the back off, and I didn't even know it when I picked it up. So you're going to pull this around. I'm putting mine right to the bottom edge, lining it up with the bottom edge of the top of the box, holding it straight in my hand and just pulling off a little of that backing as I need and as I go. I'm going to cut it off and then make sure that I've got it all pressed down and I'm liking the look. I'm going to start in the corner and grab that trim. And a lot of what we're doing now is going to be kind of repetitive, because you're going to put the stuff on top and you're going to kind of layer it on there to give it a lot of texture. You can certainly use any type of lace that you have or trim. That would be really pretty, whatever you like. I just thought for this vintage video that we would do some pinks and blues, because I have not done this before. And I think the colors are really, really pretty. They're soft and pretty, and they look retro to me. All right, so we're going to continue along, and I'm going to put this beautiful trim down here. You can see the glitter through the trim, the pink trim that I have there, and then I've got this on top of it, so we're layering it up, making it look luxe. We're going to cut it off and make sure that everything is glued down nicely so you don't have anything coming apart. Try to keep those lines nice and straight if you want to achieve a high-end look. Look how adorable this is. Cute. So I'm just going to grab an emery board and just kind of file down, and then sometimes after I file down and to the side, I'm going to go back over it in the other direction. That's going to give you kind of a white edge. You're going to see that paper under there. If you don't like that, you can take a little bit of antiquing wax and run your finger down those seams, and it'll give an old look. And then I'm going to, this is on like thick wire, so I'm just going to bend the wire and to make this into a square so that I can get this down on top of the wreath of the box. And you don't have to do this. You don't have to make it a square. You can keep it a circle. It's totally up to you. That is your preference. On this channel, I encourage you to make it your own. If it brings you joy, then you're doing the right thing. Okay? So I'm going to go on the corners because mine is a square. I've bent it into a square, and I'm just going to press this down. I thrifted this little piece, but you can get little wreaths like this just practically anywhere. Now I can't put my weight in the center, so I'm going to put a ruler in the middle and hold it down with that weight until it is dried. And now this is how it's going to look. I'm going to take those pieces of greenery and pull them back so that there's a little more in the center. It's going to make a little well in the center, almost like a nest. Then I'm going to take these beautiful pieces and cut those off. And I encourage you to use any colors, anything you like. If you have all white and you want to use all white, go for it. I think that would be beautiful as well. So I've cut down the pieces that I think I'm going to need. I'm going to take a little bit of foam, and this just came out of some packing materials I had. And then I'm going to have enough of a stem there where I can poke it into that foam. And I'm just kind of doing it at a low angle. And I'm going to make a square. So you'll see there's, or an X, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. And then I'll go in between those and add in another layer. I'm flexing the wire in there so that it gives it a little body and it stands up just a little bit. We like the dimension, so that's what we're going to do here. That dimension that we always talk about as crafters, it just gives you something to keep the eye busy. It gives you, it's kind of that thing that keeps you looking. It draws your attention, you know? And I like that. I like that there's, look at that. See all the layering in there? I think that's really pretty. It makes your pieces look unique and high-end, and I think pretty much we all achieved that, strive to achieve that, don't we? Okay, so I'm going to take some of this holly, and yes, this is vintage holly. It does have dust on it, but it also has glitter on it. So I did the best I can to get all of the dust off of them, but they still have a slight aged color, and I'm totally fine with that because it matches the vintage idea or the retro idea, right? Our little throwback bird. Okay, so I'm going to trim this down so that I can put a little bit of these little flowers or berries, whatever these are, right in the middle of each little clump of the holly. And the little bird I got at Dirt Cheap in a pile of stuff that came from Target. So you may find one at a garage sale. You may have something around your house that would work perfectly in here. And you can always use Velcro if you want to, if you don't want to destroy or if you want to reuse your piece. Just be gentle with it. Okay, then I'm going to add some of the scatter in here. We'll take some pieces of the white picks that I pulled the holly off of, and we'll have some that are going to be a little bit higher. And you're going to see these in different areas because I do move them around a little bit until I get them where I think they fit best. I'm just looking at it from all angles. Remember, you need to check it out fully before you make a final decision. I'm going to take some of that silver rickrack, and I am going to pull that down into just a really simple bow. Nothing complicated for this. Then I will cut it off and add a little glue to her neck so that she has a very pretty little bow. Now I'm cutting down these little pieces of this snowy looking stuff that I thrifted. And you can also use the white kind of meshy looking ribbon that you get at Dollar Tree. That I think would look great here as well. This is a little glittery, so I think that I like it in here, so that's why I'm using it. And these are essentially little tails. They're not actually a bow, but it gives a little something else, and it gives a little, again, depth and dimension to your project. So it's about 3 or 4 inches long, and I pinch it in the middle after I've dovetailed it, and then just push the tails up together, holding it in the middle. That's going to make those cute little flyaway looking pieces, and I'm just going to tuck them around just here and there, you know, where I feel like it's balanced and where it looks good. And fluff it out, make sure it's pretty. Ooh, I almost dropped her. I love the movement in here. I do see that I want to trim down that one little table scatter on the top there. It is a little bit too long, so I'm just going to take my wire cutters. I like to cut these pieces at an angle because they pierce down into the foam much easier. Much easier. So there's a little tip for you. And I'm just going to press it down. And now I like that. That looks a little more balanced to me. I'm going to take another little piece of holly. This is like the end piece where it's small and compact, and put it right behind her. And I think that really showcases that precious little bird. Okay, so now we are back to our box. Let's work on the bottom. Okay, so we're going to put the same coordinating trim on the bottom. And I want to remind you here, do this your way. Do this however you like it. If you want to layer ribbons the entire way, you do that. If you don't want to put anything on the bottom, you do not have to do that either. I love making these little gift boxes because you can use these either as decoration. You can give them as a gift. You could put a gift card in there, some candy in there, and give them as a gift, so the person is getting not only what's inside the box, but they have a keepsake that they can put out for years to come. Now we're going to double that up. I'm going to add some more of that beautiful vintage ribbon on top. And then we're going to put the top back on. Now, turn your top upside down, fold up the trim, and then put the box into the lid. It could be a bit of a little tight squeeze, but just, you'll get it in there. Just work with it. And then put the trim back down. She is a little beauty for sure. I really like this, and I hope that you try to make something like this yourself. She's a cutie pie. We're going to use these little jello molds. I have 3 in 3 different sizes. I have a base. This is going to be our base. It's just a little metal candle holder. We're going to use a paint tray and some paint. You can choose. I want to have a paint that's going to match closest to the color of the eyes on the bird and what's going on in the paper. Some paint brushes, of course. We're also going to be using some glitter and some Mod Podge. Alright, now if you like the look that's already on there, go ahead and leave it that way. I wanted to change it to more of a silvery tone. So this one's a little bit newer than the other two, so the colors did not match up. Now if I was doing rustic, I would have left them just like this, probably added some antiquing wax to them to really show the age, but not for this project. Okay, so I'm going to do 2 in silver, 1 in blue. The middle one is going to be in blue. Then I'm going to go all over this base in this silver as well. When they're dry, this is how they're going to look, and I like this much better. This is 2 layers of paint on this blue one. I'm just going to grab some glossy Mod Podge, put it in this is like a lid from a treat. Then I'm going to grab my glitters too. I think it was from cotton candy, as a matter of fact. You'll need a container to mix your glitter, so we're going to do silver, white, and blue. Give it a good shake there. We're going to dip this just like we're making margaritas, ladies. Yes, like you're making a margarita. You're going to rim that. You're going to put it down in your bucket and kind of jiggle it around a little bit until it is covered in that beautiful glitter. And when you pull it out, it's going to have this beautiful multicolored frosty edge. We'll go ahead and do that blue one as well, and then we'll do the other piece. And when you put these down, be sure you put them upside down on the paper so that they will dry, or whatever surface that you're using, your mat or whatever you're using. You know how glitter is. There's a lot of glitter in my craft area, I can tell you that. Okay, so here are all three of those. You're going to set them aside and let them dry, of course. And while they're drying, we're going to take the rest of that Mod Podge and empty it down in here. It's almost like when I use this, it's not like a resin, but you're almost doing because we're doing a thick layer and we're going to put glitter on this thick layer, it makes it really thick. There's no sparse areas. Like when it's dried, it is absolutely stunning. You don't see the Mod Podge at all. All you see is the glitter. So I'm really just going to pour all the rest of that glitter on there. I'm shaking it because you can't move it around once it hits that Mod Podge. So be sure that you sprinkle it out all over that little base, whatever base you're using. Tap it around. If it wants to move a little bit, that's fine. You can always take the rest of it once it's dry and tap it out into a tray. And then you can use the rest of that separately. Let the lids, well, not the lids, the molds dry, and then we're going to put down a base. So this is going to be a Christmas tree, so we need to take our base and press it down in there. This is just like a little spool for some, I think this was from some ribbon from Target maybe, and it was broken. I'm pressing it down in there and patting it down with my fingers so you don't see any disruption. Now everything's nice and smooth. And then I'll be using these wood blocks. Now y'all, I promise you, I don't try to copy anybody else's projects. However, when I was working on this, I did see that somebody on, where was that? Pinterest, I think, did a method similar to this. So I'm not copying anybody. I thought I was being original, but there you go. It has been done before, but this is my version of it. Let's put it that way. Okay, so this is going to be the base of our Christmas tree. Once you get your little wooden blocks glued in there, so you've got some dimension and some openings, so you want to have a little bit of shade in between each one, so they're spaced somewhat evenly. And you're going to have to let that dry overnight. But let's go ahead and embellish the top. We're going to take one of these beautiful little bird picks. This was on clearance at, I think it was Hobby Lobby last year. We're going to add some hot glue here and put a little bird topper. How about that? Use whatever type of topper that you would like. Y'all come and join us on the crafting cruise. It's February the 24th through the 29th. I would love to see you and give you a big old hug. Go check it out. Got the link in the description box below. I'm going to go with that same silver paint. I had a box of these little tart pans I found at Goodwill. So I'm going to use 4 different shapes. I'm going to use those birds. These are little pieces in a card making kit that I thrifted. Some more of that holly, possibly, and then whatever type of greenery you like. Some frosted greenery, and that one's from Dollar Tree last year. I'm going to take a brush and start adding this on here because these are very shiny and I want to dull them down, so we're really going to age these. See the difference? After they are dry, I'm going to go in with some antiquing wax and somewhat of a chippy stencil brush, I guess you could call it. It's got long, stiff bristles, and I'm going to flick this along. Try not to get any wax in the middle because you're going to be embellishing that and you don't want the wax to interfere with any adhesives you use. I'll have a hammer, a little fine screwdriver, or an awl. Now all the glitter and the goodies, I've already decided what I want in each of my ornaments. And then we're going to have some of this wire. So I'm going to, once I decide what I want in each one, I'm just going to dump them in little piles where I can remember which ones I want to use. So in order. And then we're going to make holes for our hangers. I'm going to take my awl. Be sure that you have a block of wood underneath there or some of that thin wood panels that you can get from Dollar Tree to protect your table. In this one, we're going to use 1 hole. And this one we'll be doing 2. And I'm just going to show you an example of how you do 1 and how you do 2. If you do 2 in the top, you need them to be equally spaced so that the ornament will hang in the right way. Okay, now we're going to cut the hangers, and we're going to be making our own hangers. If you want to skip this part, you are welcome to do so and just use regular hangers that you find at the store. But I'm going to twist my ends. This is how it's going to hang. I'm going to thread it back through the other hole, twist that in. So you have some little curly thingamabobbers that are going to hold on. And I think that gives it a cute look. And you can twist it around, and you can use whatever. I like to use this wire on the paddle, but you can use whatever wire you can find, and you can definitely use something you get at Dollar Tree or something you already have in your home. Okay? Go in the toolbox. There might be something there you can use. All right, so now we have a hook. I'm going to grab that Mod Podge and a brush, and we're going to start embellishing these little cuties. See, they look much more aged now. I'm going to add Mod Podge on this round one on the edges, and then I'm going to tap that glitter, just using the white glitter in this one. I'm going to tap that glitter all over the place. And y'all, I don't think I've ever paid full price for any glitter ever. I usually find it at the thrift store. But Dollar Tree has lots of really nice packs of glitter right now, and they do have something in like a aqua or a bluish color that is, I think, a 3-pack. That is really nice. You might could find something like that to use here if you like the blue and the pink. I'm going to go over the center of this beautiful flower and just tap that off. Look how pretty. Just a little extra frostiness, and using a wood block to elevate it so that it has room up there. Just glued that down. I'm going to go to the next one. I'm trimming a little piece of scrap. This came from that card pack. I'm going to add some hot glue and then press that down. Then joining the sides of that and slightly up, not all the way to the top. I want the age to show on this one. Going to tap it over there, and then you can add your glitter. Now, for anybody who is thinking in their head before you put it down here, when I'm crafting, I don't exactly know what I'm going to be doing until I do it. So if you're wondering why I did the painting and all that kind of stuff just to cover it in glitter, is because I want to keep everything on the same page. If that, in my head, it makes more sense that way. I feel like it's easier to show you this way. Okay, so I've added 2 beads and a bird in the bottom, and that little bird is precious. I'm going to add a little pink bow here for her. You could do this with ribbon too, but this is just a piece of that same card making kit. That is a cutie. That is a cutie. She's a cutie pie. All right, so we're going to grab some more, and I'm trying to give you a variety of ideas of how you can do this. Okay, so that's why I'm showing you all these different ways. Now I'm going to take that mixed glitter and go right into the middle of that, shake it around, tap off excess. We're going to make somewhat of a faux snowman here. So I'm going to put a big one on the bottom, a small one on top of that. I'm going to trim down some of these pieces of frosted greenery and tuck those in. Add a little glue here to hold them in place. And be careful, you need to use a cool temp on these little thin pieces of plastic greenery, because otherwise they'll just melt and curl up and then your piece will be a disaster. Look at that one! Love it! Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Now this one's way too big for what I like. The main focal point is going to be the poinsettia in the middle. So I'm just going to trim off little bits of this and leave some of the greenery, but trim, some of it off so it fits better. For this one, I'll be using tacky glue. Just to show you a difference, I'm going to put the glue down, a tiny piece of scrap foam, a little bit of glue back on top of that foam, and then the print right down on top. Now if you were to use hot glue on that foam, it will melt clear through it. I did it. I edited it out. Okay. Now I'm going to add beads, a little bit of hot glue and beads all the way around to all the way back to the front. This is giving me Victorian vibes here, y'all. Okay, so another one of those little bows on the top of this one. I'm going to add a little something in the middle. This came off the top of a push pin or a tack. It's just a little gold sticker that was on it, and I thought it would look pretty there. Now I decided I want to add a little glitter in the background, so I'm just going to take a long bristle brush, just kind of put it in there in no particular way, and then tap in that silver and tap the excess out. Cute! If you have enjoyed the retro vintage look in this video, I would appreciate a thumbs up. It lets me know that what I'm doing is something that you enjoy seeing, and I can create more of those things. Also, if you would share the video, that would be much appreciated so that other people can get a little inspiration themselves for Christmas in July. We made a decorative box today, a little stacked tree, and 4 ornaments in a pink and blue and silver theme. Got a little bit of gold in those ornaments up above. I enjoy having you here. I hope that something that happens in your day today is a joyful experience for you and that your heart is happy. And I'm so happy to be part of your day. Thank you for taking the time to stop by and check out my videos and give me support and encouragement. I'm going to have another video in the rectangle down here on the bottom, and you can subscribe by hitting the circle. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again very soon. Bye.